The man tells the boy, addressing him Roel, that her name is Alice and from now on she will be his sister. The man also tells the girl standing next to him, Alice, to greet her brother. The girl makes a curtsy, saying hello your grace. Then she notices a strange look from Roel. She clings to the man in fright. He asks Alice what happened. The man sees the girl's reaction and tells Roel that her look scares her. The man puts his hand on the girl's head and says that this is a child. My mother passed away early in life, and he was too negligent about his upbringing. The man tells Alice that it looks like her brother is very tired. It's his fault he gave him too many tasks. The girl says in response that everything is fine. She doesn't blame her father. The man tells the girl that he will take her to her room. Roel clenches his fists. He's thinking about what's obvious. He's not tired. Unfortunately for such an ordinary person, he died in an accident. And then he was reborn in the game that he once passed. He became Roel Ascart, who is known as a spoiled young man and the main villain of the game. 10 years later, he will not only be humiliated by the main character's team, but his end will be put by his sister, who, Alice, stands with a sword near Roel's corpse. Alice will kill him. Roel throws the book, shouting that the bastard sent him here to expect his own death. When Roel calms down, he takes the book, opens it and says it doesn't matter. It's useless to complain. You need to find a way to turn the game around. He looks at the book and thinks that there must be some clues why Alice wants to kill him. The book says that Roel often bullies Alice. Alice's father died protecting Roel's father. When the family collapses, Alice is given away as a bargaining chip. Roel says that the first is easy to fix, the second is discarded, and as for the third, we need to find out the reason for the decline of the family. Roel throws the book again and shouts that this stupid game could have been passed in one fell swoop. But now being on the other side, how should he know what to do next? Roel sadly says that everything is over and it remains only to wait for his death. He doesn't know what he can do as a 9-year-old child. He doesn't stand a chance. Here comes a notification about the system booting. Roel looks at the console in the air. A little later, Roel sits in the room and looks at the blue console. He is informed that the system download is complete. Welcome, he used the rebirth function. The world scan is completed. The host is detected. The exchange system is being reloaded. Roel says that this is his interface and I don't believe my eyes. The loading of the exchange system is completed. The loading of the gold collection system and the interface begins. His data appears on the console. The name is Roel Ascart. Gender male, age 9 years. Kinship is iron, title is not. His rank, F. Basic spells, microthermal wave, invisible hand. Roel points his hand at himself and says microthermal wave. The system reports that the microthermal wave spell is activated. Warm streams of air blow into Roel's face. It looks like a hair dryer. Roel thinks about the fact that it doesn't matter. He will be able to reach the peak of human abilities without it, whether there is anything else there. The system reports that yes, a console with a reputation store opens in front of him. Roel studies him and says that reputation exchange and gold exchange, he has so many ways. In it, a bowl of holy water costs 2,500,000 points, and a workshop costs 700,000. Roel says that the properties of these items are not clear whether the price matches the quality. For example, why the bronze kinship, which can turn a person into an idiot, is thus completely useless for sale for 10,000 gold. Roel talks about how he collects such a sum. He's not a local billionaire. That won't do. The system tells him that the prices of items are ideal. The better the properties, the more expensive the item. He is advised to consider the system more carefully. Roel is recommended to collect income from his family as a priority by exchanging reputation. Then use points to buy things to improve himself. Such a cycle will help him avoid death. Roel says no, he won't fall for it. The system reports that given the complexity in which the host turned out to be, it decided to give out the initial subject. A golden shield appears in front of Roel. The system congratulates him on receiving the Medal of Honor. The unstoppable charisma of the hero carries a light and imperceptible charm. Then the strength of the effect varies depending on the owner. Roel asks that, in other words, this subject will help him earn a reputation. The system responds to him correctly. The item has been issued. He should start using it as soon as possible. Roel asks if this item can help change his fate. Roel decides that he needs to test it. A maid girl is walking down the corridor. Something is getting her attention. Roel comes out from behind the door and asks the girl Anna about how long she has been waiting for her. She must be tired by now. Anna turns her head in surprise. Roel rushes to her and hugs her. Anna asks the young gentleman what happened. Roel answers her that he just read a fairy tale where it says that children like him are eaten by werewolves in the forest. Roel says he doesn't want to be eaten and starts crying. Anna pats him on the head and tells the young gentleman that this is all fiction. Even if they really existed, it is unlikely that they would dare to attack the Marquis Palace. Roel asks again the truth. He asks Anna for forgiveness for the fact that he had a fight with her yesterday, and asks for forgiveness for everything in general. Anna is amazed by his words. She thinks that the gentleman does not look like his usual self. When did he manage to become such a good boy? Or maybe Roel just always hid such a wonderful character in himself. Roel tells Anna that he will never do this again. She will forgive him. Anna answers with a smile, of course. His reputation increases by 50 points. Roel is amazed to think that it worked. He got so much reputation. As it turned out, it is much easier to farm a reputation than gold. And besides, the stores are almost the same. Roel clenches his fist with a smile, thinking that he is going to Alice. System description: reputation system. He can collect reputation from intelligent beings in a certain range and convert it into points for exchange for objects and items that will help him in the revival of his noble house. Reputation types include kinship, friendship, love, respect, and the like. Items are non-refundable. Roel and Alice are sitting at a large set table. They sit on opposite sides of it and hold their hands in their laps. Roel looks at the girl. He thinks that Alice is very wary of him. This is not surprising. After all, at the first meeting he did not leave a good impression of himself. If this continues, then he is finished. Roel tells Alice that he was uncomfortable when they first met, so he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Roel and from now on he will be her brother. Alice answers him, "Yes, sir." Roel continues, asking her not to hesitate to tell him if she has any difficulties in the future. Alice answers him, "Yes, sir." Roel tells her that if she gets bored, she can come into his room to play with him. Alice answers him, "Yes, sir." Roel smiles. Alice looks away in embarrassment. Anna comes up to her and tells Mrs. Alice that here are her cutlery. Roel ruefully clutches his head with his hands, not understanding how he can gain the trust of a 7-year-old child. Then the fork falls on the table with a clink. Anna asks Alice about what's wrong with her. She sits and looks at her shaking hands. Alice replies that she is fine and please don't pay attention to her. But it interests Roel. Anna asks Alice if she is sure. She replies with a smile that she just couldn't hold this fork. Roel understands that Alice is afraid of sharp objects. He recalls that Alice had a silver affinity, which is considered one of the rarest in the theocracy of St. Messit. It would seem that her childhood should have been luxurious. However, after the awakening of the first kinship, Alice received the ability to super regenerate, which led to a lot of troubles. Any wound of Alice heals almost instantly without a scar, so she became the object of bullying by other noble children. Since then, Alice is afraid of any sharp objects. Roel understands that this is his chance, but since they just met, his help should not go beyond what is allowed. Alice presses one hand to the other and thinks that he must not find out about this, otherwise she will end up in hell again. Roel puts his hands on the table and tells Anna that Alice is only 7 years old and it is inconvenient for her to use cutlery, so let her move his place closer to Alice. Alice addresses Roel as his lordship. He sits down next to her, takes a knife and tells Alice that he will cut this steak for her himself. Anna asks the young gentleman to leave these matters to them. Roel replies that this is not necessary. Alice is his younger sister and from now on he will take care of her himself. Roel takes a knife and fork with a smile and prepares to cut the meat, thinking that it's all for the glasses. He pins a piece of meat on a fork and tells Alice to open her mouth. She confusedly says okay. Roel himself opens his mouth and says ah. Alice repeats his actions. She swallows the meat that Roel has strung on a fork. He asks her how she likes it. A tear rolls down Alice's cheek. Roel shouts in shock why Alice burst into tears. Is it really tasteless? He shouts to the servants to change the dish right away. Alice answers no. She wipes away her tears, smiling. Roel's reputation increases by 1,000. Alice says it's amazing and thank you, brother. Roel looks at her in amazement. He happily clenches his fist, thinking that they gave as much as 1,000 reputation points for this. Yes, this is a gold mine. He demands Anna to bring him here his precious chocolate and milk candies that his father gave him, and also, in general, he asks to carry all the goodies on the table. Anna replies with a smile, yes, young master. Alice is sitting and eating chocolate. There are other sweets in front of her. For each bite, Roel's reputation increases by several hundred. He brings the girl a bottle with a purple bow and asks her to try this drink. It is very tasty. Anna, watching this, thinks that the young gentleman is so unusual today. Maybe he fell in love with baby Alice. Roel is sitting next to Alice and talking to her smiles, and she smiles back at him. Alice laughs, closing her eyes and embarrassedly puts her finger to her mouth. Anna thinks that Mrs. Alice is really beautiful. Attachment between children and all that, it's so cute. Anna happily closes her eyes. Roel falls on the bed, closing his eyes, and says that he has not had so much fun for a long time. He will be able to increase his reputation and it will be much easier for him in the future. Roel says that besides Alice is such a cutie, maybe he will take her as his wife. His points are just enough to try out the exchange store. Roel studies the store, saying that there is solid garbage there and why does he need an umbrella that screams during the rain. Here he finds something amazing. It's an army of skeleton pallbearers, summoned creatures of the gravediggers of the cult of the commandment, born for death. They bring joy to the living. They cost 25-0. Roel stands in the middle of the Ascart training field. He looks at the targets ahead and thinks that everyone has finally left. Now he will succeed. He tells the system that he wants to buy an army of skeleton pallbearers at the Reputation Points exchange store. The system responds to it accepted. She asks Roel if he is sure that he wants to spend 25-0 reputation points to buy an army of pallbearers. Roel answers yes. The system informs him that he has acquired an army of skeletons pallbearers and it is necessary to choose the place of their appearance. Roel answers here. He says release and a blue ball of energy lights up in his hand. Then a huge vortex of blue energy appears in front of him. Roel says that this power is just something. Energy mixed with smoke swirls in front of him. When it dissipates, skeletons are kneeling in front of Roel. Roel says it's really an army of skeletons, and he got as many as 6 pieces for just 25-0 reputation points. He folds his arms on his chest with a smile and says that it's too early to be happy. He still has no idea how strong these skeletons are. They need to be tested in battle. He points at the target and tells the skeletons to attack the target. Skeletons' eyes light up with red fire. The skeletons approach the large coffin and stand on either side of it, starting to lift it. Roel doesn't understand what's going on. Is the coffin a skeleton weapon? And why it seems to him that he has already seen it somewhere. Skeletons lift the coffin on their shoulders and walk. Loud music immediately starts playing. Roel doesn't understand what's going on. A little later, he lies on the grass and looks up at the sky, chewing a blade of grass. He understood what it meant to be born to die. They bring joy to the living. Not far from him, skeletons are walking and carrying a coffin, from which music is playing, and skeletons are dancing to it. Roel shouts at them to stop dancing. He is already sick to death of this music. He thinks that at least it was worth only 25-0 points. Roel thinks that apparently this coffin is good enough. He says exactly with a smile. A little later, he approaches his father sitting on the sofa with a cigar and tells him that he heard that he had returned and it so happened that he had something to ask him. The father asks Roel what happened, and he thinks to himself that his son will ask him for pocket money again. Roel says that he has an interest in agriculture and taxation. Can he temporarily work as a tax inspector to study the tax system? His father answers him to go to the butler and ask him to bring. Then the father realizes what Roel said to him and he is surprised to extinguish his cigar, asking again about what his son just said. The father is shocked and asks Roel if he is serious. He is amazed to think that this child, who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, wanted to study. It is not easy to work with peasants. They are so cunning that every year they come up with all possible excuses, just not to pay taxes. Let Roel experience for himself what it's like. Their family's money is not easy to get. He shouts to prepare the documents now. A little later, the peasants are walking, carrying heavy loads and driving carts. One man tells his son that George himself is riding ahead of them. They should not lag behind him. He answers his father with a smile, yes. An elderly man looks up and says that today we need to catch up. People approach the mill, standing in the middle of the hill. Someone shouts it's opened. Roel is sitting with a cup and someone is shouting to Mr. Roel to collect taxes from him first. Immediately someone shouts no from him. Roel says with a smile that this time there are a lot more people than last time he was lucky. There are skeletons in the mill. The man squeezes the bag and says thank you to the gentleman for returning 20% of their grain. He is so generous. Roel replies that the harvest is plentiful this year and do not forget about preparing for winter. The man replies yes sir. Roel thinks with a smile that the return of 20% of the tax really works, so he can quickly return the lost points. How convenient it is to be from the House of Wizards. He will simply hide the skeletons in the vault and tell his father that it is a family heirloom. He still does not know what is stored there. No family in this world can afford such skeletons. Their working potential goes beyond understanding, because they don't need food. Roel, with tears in his eyes, thinks that he would like to go home now, otherwise he will die of longing without Alice. At least that's what Anna, who is looking at him, thinks. She asks the young gentleman if he misses Mrs. Alice. Soon he will meet with the lady. Roel is startled and clears his throat and says yes. Anna tells him that the time has come, they are going home. She had just received a message that his lordship was returning home this afternoon and would be visited by an honored guest. Roel asks again about the guest. A little later in the Ascart palace, Roel says wow. She bows her head, saying well, young master. Roel looks at himself, talking about how handsome he is. Then Alice runs to him with a smile and shouts, brother Roel, welcome back. Roel also looks at her happily. He hugs the girl, telling Alice that she is as sweet as ever. She laughs and tells her brother that she is tickled. Roel thinks that the biggest reward for the last few days is Alice. How he missed her. Now she even calls him by another name. Anna thinks that the young master and mistress are so cute. She coughs, saying that she almost forgot. The gentleman and the others are already waiting for them at the entrance. Roel and Alice reply that they are already on their way. Roel thinks about the rush. No wonder Anna called today's guest an honorable one. Today will be a difficult day. Roel and Alice walk through the huge doors, followed by Anna. Roel sees someone in front of him and thinks it's them. In front of him stands a frost-winged horse, a hybrid of a mystical Pegasus and a unicorn. A beast of noble origin. There are very few of them left in this world. Only a person with an angelic kinship could cope with them, and only one family in all of Holy Misset could afford such a thing. He sees the coat of arms and says that it is the coat of arms of the royal family, the shield of shining wings. Roel's mouth is wide open, thinking that Cain Zekleid is in front of him. This is a man with blue hair. Roel says sorry. Alice calls her brother, not understanding what he is talking about. Roel approaches Cain Zekleid and says welcome to His Highness Cain. He is Roel Ascart. He has long heard from his father about his brave exploits, and it is a great honor for him to meet him today. He laughs, telling Roel that he is also good. Cain Zekleid turns to Roel's father, Carter, and says that he did not think that a guy like his son would say good things about him. Carter laughs, saying that oh, these kids. Carter thinks there's something wrong with Roel lately. Alice curtsies, saying that she is Alice Ascart, the adopted daughter of the Marquess of Carter, and she is pleased to meet His Highness. Cain Zekleid looks at her, saying this child. He pats the girl on the head with a smile, saying that she must be Larda's child. Alice asks him with a smile that he knew her father. Cain answers her of course, he was raised by him. Cain tells Carter that he is leaving Alice on him. The latter asks him not to worry, saying that he will not let Larda down. Here Cain shouts to Nora to come here faster and meet her new friends. In response, he is shouted yes father. Roel thinks that it's her after all. No wonder he took off his medal. The blonde girl is walking towards them. She smiles, saying that she is Nora Zekleid, and she is pleased to meet everyone. Roel smiles, thinking that he is not entirely pleased. Alice speaks admiringly about how beautiful the girl is. Later in the Ascart family's living room, Roel is sitting on one side of the sofa, and Nora is on the other. There is a teapot with cups on the table in front of them. Roel asks Her Highness Nora if she likes red tea. She replies that yes, it's very tasty, thank you. She asks him with a smile if she can call him Roel. He replies of course, it's an honor for him. Nora asks Roel if she can become his friend. He answers of course. Nora asks if it would be too harsh. Roel replies with a smile, no, it's his wish too. Nora takes a sip from her cup. Nora asks him what he thinks of her. Roel replies that her beauty is like the morning light. Her kindness and mercy to him is something he will always remember and believes that only a person like her can rule their country. Nora says okay, that's enough. She wants to show him something very interesting. Roel replies okay. Nora shows him a red stone, asking him how he thinks this pendant is beautiful. Roel replies that he thinks he's great. Nora says she loves this pendant because when light hits it, it refracts as many as 16 red rays and it has a special effect. Whether Roel wants to know. He replies that he will be pleased to learn about it from her. Nora replies that it works as a lie detector. There is a pause. Roel thinks shit. Nora Zekleid is one of the 4 heroines of the game. He imagines her as an adult girl. This seemingly almost perfect girl is not at all what it seems at first glance. To the outside world, she is intelligent and majestic, but inside she is a sadist. In the future, she will be called a bloodthirsty angel. Nora tells Roel that he surprised her very much. Roel replies to Her Highness that there may have been some misunderstanding between them, and he thinks to himself that why he has not met this pendant before. Nora says that, to be honest, she is already confident in her beauty. Why is Roel so wary of her? Unless, Nora leans very close to him, asking if maybe Roel knows her true nature. Roel thinks that he knows everything about her, but what should he answer, confess or deny? He realizes that Nora is playing with him. Roel pushes her away with his hand and says that it is true. He knows everything about her, so she can stay away from him. He doesn't think much about himself. Roel says that he is not interested in her or her house of Zeklites. He does not intend to have a close relationship with them, and she can be sure that he will not rebel. She can just leave him alone. Nora says that Roel probably already knows that she likes to see the frightened faces of people who beg her for mercy. Sometimes she even wants to step on them. Nora asks Roel if he thinks it's weird. Roel wonders if she's overestimating herself too much. He imagines collars, chains, whips. Soon he will be doing much more perverted tricks. Roel says that there is nothing special. There are a lot of people like her in this world, especially among the aristocracy. It's her little hobby, it doesn't even matter. Roel says that the main thing is to get consent from the other side and not to interfere with others. Nora asks him the truth. Roel answers her yes, exactly. Nora immediately says well then. She steps on Roel's foot and says that she thinks Roel agrees. He screams with his mouth open, it hurts. Nora leans towards him and says that from now on he will be hers. He thinks to wait for her, it's not fair. Roel asks if she doesn't have other favorites among the nobles. Why it has to be him. Alice walks in the door and apologizes to Her Highness for keeping them waiting. Nora is already sitting at the other end of the sofa from Roel with a cup of tea in her hands and says that it's okay. Let her rather sit down to have tea with them. Roel sits and whistles a cheerful tune. Alice responds well. She sits down on the sofa next to Nora and asks her about what she would like to know about what they talked about with her stepbrother. Nora replies with a smile that they were talking about. Roel takes a sip of tea and thinks that it was close. It would be impossible to negotiate with Nora. Fortunately, Alice returned just in time. Nora asks Alice with a smile what she is interested in. Roel spits out the tea. From the balcony, Kane and Carter are watching them. Kane says ah, and Carter asks him what's wrong. Nora tells Alice with a smile that this means they have common interests. Kane stares sternly at his daughter laughing while sitting on the couch. Carter asks Kane what's going on. He says nothing. Carter thinks about making Princess Nora, who is not close to anyone, communicate so joyfully. Is it really his son? Nora takes Roel's hand and invites him to play together more often. He answers her okay. This upsets Alice, who is sitting between them. Then Alice and Roel sit next to each other at dinner, and their father sits at the head of the table. Roel thinks that the guests have finally left. In the game, Nora put a lot of effort into killing Roel. He only wanted to establish relations with the royal family. He did not think that she would stick to him. No matter, now is not the time to get upset. He cuts the meat on his plate, thinking that he will just use the reputation system and live carefree. He looks at Alice and sees that his reputation is at 0. He opens his mouth in shock, thinking about where to do his reputation. He looks at his father, who thinks that Nora, who does not let anyone near her, has made friends with his son. What happiness. Roel watches him, wondering if the system is broken and what is happening to his father's feelings. Alice is sitting upset at this time. Roel asks Alice what happened. Is there something she can't say and that even he can't know? Alice asks her brother that he does not love her. She squeezes her dress with her hand and asks Roel that he likes Mrs. Nora more. She is more beautiful and does not require care from him. Tears come to Alice's eyes and she continues, saying that unlike Nora, she is just a child who brings trouble and can't even eat by herself. Roel says so that's it. And he thinks to himself that how can he like Nora when he tries to avoid her? He tells Alice that Nora can be beautiful, sweet and decent, so what? So what if Alice can't use a knife and fork? Roel feeds her of his own free will. In his eyes, Alice is the best. He leans over to Alice and tells her not to dwell on fears that will never come true. He would always be there for her. She understood him. Alice opens her eyes wide with delight. She throws herself into Roel's arms and tells her brother with a smile that she understood. He tells her okay, they should go and eat together soon. Anna, watching them, tells him correctly, sir, it is not necessary to leave Mrs. Alice alone. Roel looks at the maid and thinks that for her it's like a series about love. He understands that this world is real for him now. He is surrounded by real people and emotions. Roel thinks that despite the fact that all this was an attempt to regain his reputation, he doesn't even know if he was saying it from the heart or if it was just a pretense. There is no love that would arise for no reason, as well as hatred. Everything can be changed with actions. In his bedroom, Roel lies on the bed and thinks that despite the fact that he never got rid of Nora, their meeting with her did not go the way in the original game. It's for the best. The whole plot of the game is ultimately the result of a certain choice, so it should be different. Roel clenches his fist, thinking that he will become stronger. Anna comes into the room. He looks at the sleeping Roel and tells the gentleman that he will catch a cold if he sleeps without a blanket. Anna with a smile covers the sleeping Roel with a blanket. She strokes Roel's head with one hand. Anna smiles admiringly. and he says he's going to stay with Roel a little longer. Morning comes. The castle of the Roel family is illuminated by the bright sun. Roel flips through the book, talking about what can't be. He reads about the fact that the level of kinship determined the transcendental abilities of its owner. There were 4 of them in total: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Mana is the source of all transcendental abilities in the world. The strength of the abilities determines the rank, and the better the kinship, the stronger the abilities. Roel says that who would have thought that the only son from a famous family of magicians would be so useless. All its characteristics are at a minimum. He ruefully puts his head on the book, saying that there is not a single way to improve everything. Will he really have to turn to the system to purchase boosters? The system reminds him that his physical fitness is not enough, so he has difficulties in using boosters. Roel asks about what he should do then. Exercise until exhaustion. The system reports that Roel needs to develop a basic body. He can buy potions with low debuffs. Roel asks about that. So what? He does not have enough money to buy such a thing. The system will not make a discount for a small child. The system informs him about a 50% discount. Roel immediately asks admiringly to let him see. The system responds accepted. She presents a list of recommended potions with a 50% discount. This is a strengthening serum of Lauber 2. It costs 250 gold coins. This is a single-use item produced in the Lauber region, which has been at war for many years. Side effects: accumulation of heat in internal organs, shortening of life expectancy. Cooling serum of Lauber. Its price is 750 gold coins. This is a truly noble invention, a ray of hope for humanity. Laborians finally no longer need to burn their intestines because of their own medicine. Side effects: freezing of kinship. Roel is thinking about something. The system asks him what's wrong. Roel asks about how sick one can be to invent such serums. The system responds that it does not know this. Roel says that if all this is true, then these 2 items are really good, but the price is too high. Even the son of an aristocrat like him would have to save that kind of money for a whole year. Roel ruefully squeezes his head with his hands, saying that Nora's birthday is coming soon too, and her father told him to prepare a gift for her. Roel says that he is sure that Nora would be happy with a dog leash, judging by her face. He imagines the joyful expression on Nora's face. Roel shouts that it won't do, he has to come up with something, and quickly. If he fails, then he will really give her a leash to use on him. Here he touches a book with a red cover. Roel picks up a book and says Sorafia Trade Association. Due to the fact that they are located in the center, all kinds of transactions are carried out through them. Roel flips through the book, saying that it was possible to earn money in the game with the help of the trade association. Perhaps this will help him. He finds a list of urgent purchases in the book. That's what he needs. Roel asks the system if it has any of this. The system performs a check. It informs you that the check is completed. Item 172 was found. Its description: Sarchorm Soothing Lamp. This is an oil lamp created by the priest Sarchorm. He brings peace to those who have returned to Mother Earth. The effect lasts until the oil runs out. Price: 5,000 gold coins. Roel says that this should help. In the Sorafia Trade Association, the employee tells Roel that he hopes he liked this tea. She is the head of the trade department, and Roel can just call him Arwen. Roel is sitting on the sofa with his arms folded. He says that he is here to sell them an item from their purchase list. Arwen asks Roel what kind of product it is. Roel replies that it is item number 172 with a pacifying effect that suppresses spell erosion. Arwen is shocked to think 172. Roel asks him if there are any problems. Arwen answers him no problem. They have a good memory, and such an item is really on the list of purchases. Arwen puts the box down and asks about the item in it. Roel answers yes. The goods are in a box and will be transferred to them naturally when the price is agreed. Roel asks about the price Mr. Arwen is willing to pay for the goods. He smiles. Roel thinks that Arwen will not be able to deceive him. The cost of the item is not less than 5,000. Arwen asks that 20,000 gold pieces will do. Roel opens his mouth, shouting 20,000. Arwen says yes, such purchases are usually rare and do not guarantee accuracy, but he can assure him that this is the highest price. Roel shakes his hand and says it will do. Arwen thinks that he has overcharged too much. Roel smiles at him, thinking a little. Roel leaves, and Arwen looks after him, shouting, "Take care of yourself." Arwen is thinking about the Ascart family of magicians. They should have many more expensive things. This deal will help build a relationship with them. Arwen asks another employee about whether the deal was justified. The man answers him that the results meet expectations and even exceed them. Arwen says that it means he did not spend 20,000 gold coins in vain. This is an item from the list of urgent purchases, so you should hurry up and send it overnight. The man says yes in response. Arwen says, and all the information about the deal is shared with the family. In the palace of the Ascart family of magicians. Roel looks at the gold coin card. The card balance is 19,000. Roel shouts that he did not expect that he would earn 20,000 so easily. Now he's a real rich man. He actually takes all this out of thin air, so if he starts to enrich himself quickly at the expense of the system, he will attract too much attention to himself. Roel looks at the 2 flasks with the potion and says that it's okay so far. He only sold some trinket, so it's time to get down to business. Roel takes one of the flasks and says that you need to mix it to a cinnamon red shade, it's worth a try. The system responds that this is true. After that, the serum can be consumed. Roel says that's nice, otherwise he's already drunk. The system asks the question of why he is asking this. Roel says it tastes like milk with a banana, but why there is no reaction. He asks the system if it can't sell fakes. The system responds of course not. There's something going on with Roel. He bends in half, not understanding what is happening to his stomach and why it hurts so much. The system says it can't cheat. Something happens to Roel, he spits out blood. Roel is lying down, energy is swirling around him. Rose. The village is at night, lights are on in several houses. In one of the houses someone is shouting loudly working. It really works. The man looks at the oil lamp and says that the anxiety in his soul has disappeared. The effect of the undead is also gradually fading. And no side effects. He asks another man, Andrew, if he understood what kind of lamp it is. He replies that he has never seen such an object before, but looking at the workmanship, you can be sure. This is an ancient artifact created before the Third Epoch, and he is afraid that it will be difficult to replicate it. The man replies that's how it is. He would never have thought that his life would depend on some lamp. They have information about the seller. Andrew says that she was sold by the Ascart house to the theocracy of St. Messit. The seller is the 9-year-old son of the Marquis of Ascart, who seems to be the same age as their young miss. The man is amazed to ask again about the Ascart house. Andrew asks the boss if he knows them. The man replies that no, he is not familiar, but he has a little connection with them. The man comes to the window and asks Andrew about how he thinks who will sell the family heirloom for 20,000 gold. Andrew replies that no one. It's impossible. He looks at the watch in his hands and thinks that it looks like they still remember his promise, and this is a lamp that will help save his life, a reminder and a sign of goodwill. The man thinks about what is really fate and thinks about Charlotte. Roel sits chained and thinks that he is cold, hot, cold. He opens his eyes, thinking about how he got here. He's lying on the floor with a chain around his neck. Roel thinks about what the hell is going on here. He looks at the chain and realizes that he is on a leash. He takes the chain in his hands. Nora is sitting on a chair, holding a chain in her hands. She says oops, Roel forgot that it was his birthday present to her. Roel shouts Nora. She continues, saying that as a bonus to the gift, he provided himself. She touches Roel's head with her finger. Nora comes down and tells Roel that he knows that she really likes it. Nora puts her hand on Roel's chest. Here they simultaneously say wait. Roel shouts no. Then he opens his eyes abruptly. He realizes that he is lying in his bed, and it was just a dream. Roel turns his head and sees Alice, who asks him for a brother. She rubs her eyes sleepily. Roel shouts to Alice that she has been sleeping with him all this time. She doesn't know what to say to him. Then a joyful Anna appears behind Alice, who calls the gentleman. Alice also happily clenches her fists and shouts little brother. She throws herself on Roel's chest and says that her brother has finally woken up. Roel asks Alice about what's going on. His father abruptly opens the door and shouts that Roel has woken up. He runs up to his son and taking him by the shoulders asks him to just tell him where it hurts. Roel replies that he has no pain anywhere. Carter speaks perfectly, otherwise he felt the effect of the spell in the flask from which Roel drank. He will definitely find the one who dared to poison his son. Roel tells his father with a smile that there is no need to look for anyone, it's all him. He found a set of strengthening serums in the pantry and decided to try them. So there's no need to worry. Carter and Anna are shocked by his words. Alice tells her brother that he slept for 3 whole days. Shocked, Roel asks her about the 3 days. Carter takes his son by the hair and shouts about how it was possible to drink this serum. He does not know how long it has been there. And suddenly it is a serum that they inherited from distant ancestors. Doesn't he understand that if the expiration date has expired, then the serum can be not only useless, but also harmful? Roel shouts AI and rubbing his head asks his father for forgiveness, saying that he was mistaken. Roel thinks to himself that damn this system for not warning him about it in advance. The system tells him that he didn't ask. Anna tells the young gentleman that he has just left after a serious illness and he needs to change his clothes. Roel gets out of bed and says okay. He looks at his hands and thinks that he has just set off. It feels like something has changed in him. A little later on the training field, Roel stands with a sword in his hand and says that it is worth seeing what results it has led him to. Roel holds his sword out in front of him and destroys the target with one blow. Roel thinks that if the initial level corresponds to 6, then he can raise his rank to E. The sensations are completely different. The lack of his skills has disappeared, despite the fact that you need a baseline level 5 to access his abilities. This serum is really strong. Roel looks at the blue console and sees that his rank is now E. He says that at last he was able to take a small step forward, and hopes that this will help to avoid death. Roel looks at the map and says that he does not know how much money he will need for pumping in the future, and he also needs to choose a gift for Nora. But Roel comes to the conclusion that there is still time before Nora's birthday, so he will do pumping for now. This is all in order to avoid the death he has prepared for him. 2 months later, Nora's birthday. Winter has come. There's a blizzard outside. It is snowing in the courtyard of the royal estate. A horse-drawn carriage stops. Roel comes out and looking around, says what a luxury. He asks Alice how she is. She calls her brother. Alice says she's fine, she just doesn't like this birthday. Roel says he does too. Well, it's okay if she's next to him, then everything will be fine. There are a lot of people in the banquet hall. They stand, talk, drink. Roel stands and thinks about what is so boring. Even though it's Nora's birthday, it's so clear that this is just a big social reception, and that the purpose of these people is to establish relations between various nobles. Roel talks about how sorry he is for Nora, because she was born into the royal family and she has to go through this every year. At this time, Nora appears like a shadow to the side of him. She sneaks up to Roel and asks him a question in his ear about the fact that he feels sympathy for him. Roel shouts as he did not expect her to appear. He makes a bow, saying His Highness Nora, and Roel thinks to himself about when she managed to approach him. There are so many people here that he didn't notice anything. Nora, covering her face with a fan, says that she is glad that Roel has arrived. She says with a smile, continuing that Roel is the only one she has been waiting for here. Alice opens her eyes wide. Roel realizes that all the people around are looking at them. He understands that Nora is doing this on purpose, and he underestimates her. Alice tells Nora that she wishes Her Highness a happy birthday. She continues by saying that it was nice to chat with her last time, but could she stop making fun of her older brother? Roel thinks it's a great move. The atmosphere seems tense. Nora looks at Alice thinking interestingly. This girl does not take her eyes off her older brother. Roel is standing in the middle of the hall. All the attention of people is focused on him. He looks at the beginning of the feud between Alice and Nora. He wonders if he should stop it. Roel thinks that Alice is so angry when Nora communicates with him. Is she really? Then Roel comes to the conclusion that Alice doesn't like Nora either. They're just like a real brother and sister. Roel looks towards the drinks table where his father and Nora's father are standing. He thinks about how their parents don't care about them. They just watch everything from the sidelines. Nora interrupts the silence, saying that she only says what she thinks and does not try to offend anyone. Alice answers her, so that's it. So she and her brother had not been waiting for an invitation from her for several months in vain. She thanks Nora for her kindness. Nora has been thinking about the words for several months. This is true. Now it is clear to her what Alice feels for Roel. She mentally asks Alice a question that she is jealous of her older brother. It's interesting for her. Nora says to Alice, I'm sorry, she's been busy studying for the last few months. She continues by saying thank you to them for being able to attend her birthday party, and she hopes they will have a great time here. Alice curtsies, saying thank you to His Highness. Nora thinks that this is not the end. She will not give Roel to Alice. The same one thinks that it's finally over. He tells his sister to go get something to eat. Alice replies to her brother that she is not hungry. She'd better go get some fresh air. Roel tells her okay, just don't let her go far. Alice answers him don't worry. She walks alone along the banquet corridor and thinks that she has nothing to do here. Her father still said that the main task of establishing connections is assigned to Roel. After all, Nora is a princess and it will be beneficial for her brother to make friends with her. Alice thinks that she may have stumbled now, but this should not affect Roel. Then someone behind her shouts at her to stop. These are 3 guys, one of them is a blonde, says Alice has not seen her for a long time. He asks her about the fact that she doesn't remember him, and he missed her so much. In the ballroom, Roel is standing and eating sweets, thinking that Alice has been missing for a long time, because she could not get lost. He wonders why they haven't seen any of the children from Elric's family, who, according to their father, have a grudge against them. Here he eats the food from his plate. Some thought dawns on him, and he thinks damn. The man leans over to Nora and says happy birthday, His Highness. Nora thanks him with a smile. Roel runs through the hall, saying that if they are not here, then they can only be next to her. He needs to hurry. Nora notices him and his behavior attracts her attention. The guy presses Alice against the wall and puts one hand over her head, saying that it's been so long since their last meeting. He wants to play with her. The other guys behind him are laughing. The guy leans over to the girl and says that it's him, his best friend Braun. You shouldn't refuse his offer, otherwise he will get angry. Alice asks him what he wants. Braun replies that he just wants to talk to her about an old friendship. Did not expect that she would join the Ascart family and she would have a loser brother. Alice shouts at him not to dare insult her brother. Braun thinks about it and asks her if she really likes him so much. Braun asks Alice if her brother doesn't know she's a monster. Alice opens her eyes wide. She squeezes the dress, and Braun continues to say that after all, Alice did not show him how quickly her wounds heal, and how she is in pain in the process. Braun asks Alice who needs her like this. Alice tearfully asks him to stop. Braun brings a fork to her eye and says that he is already full of anticipation. Alice shouts no and let her brother save her. Then a chair flies into Braun's head. He falls to the floor, screaming in pain and who dared to do it. His friends rush to him. Roel stands further down the corridor and shouts to Braun who bastard and what he is going to do with his sister. Alice screams little brother. He hugs the girl, asking her for forgiveness and saying that he was late. She answers him nothing. Braun shouts to Roel what a weakling he is and attacked him from behind. Roel tells Alice to move away. Braun tells Roel that he will take his life today. A green fire flashes near Braun's hand. Roel thinks that in the past he would have been beaten to death, but now Alice stands behind him, pressing her hands to her mouth and saying little brother. Roel clenches his fist and says that he is not the same as he was before. It activates the Mana glove skill. Roel and Braun rush into battle. Roel shouts to Braun that he is not afraid of him. In breaking through the spell of the ladder, Roel grabs Braun by the arm. He knocks Braun in the stomach with all his might, shouting that this is for him for Alice. He falls to the floor and the bastard screams through the pain. His friends run away, shouting that this guy is strong and we need to run away from here. They're leaving. Roel pulls the leg off the chair and squeezing it in his hands says that it looks like Braun is no longer an authority for his friends. He leans over to Braun and asks him why they bullied his sister when she was little. Braun answers yes with a smile, so what? Roel smiles, telling him to get yours. He hits Braun's chair leg on the head with all his might. Roel throws the leg to the side and turning his back to Braun tells Tom that if he touches her again, he will kill him. Alice runs after him, saying so to him. Braun thinks angrily that he has never been humiliated like this before. He pulls something out of his pocket, thinking that he won't let Roel leave so easily. He rushes after Roel and Alice. She turns around and shouts, "Brother, beware." Roel also turns his head in surprise. Braun stabs him in the stomach, screaming at him to die. Roel thinks about why he didn't see this coming. Braun stabs Roel in the stomach. Blood splashes. Alice, her eyes wide open in horror, screams her brother. Roel presses his hand to the wound. Braun stands in front of him with a bloody knife in his hands. Roel shouts at him that he is crazy and how dare he use a knife here. Roel opens his eyes and mouth wide. Braun tells him with a smile that he does not know about the enmity that arose between their families during the Gemini War. Braun shouts that then they helped that ugly woman to ascend to the throne, but now they have a chance to take revenge. Braun attacks Roel again. He rushes at him with a knife and shouts die. Roel stops his attack with his hands. He looks at the knife at his throat and thinks damn. Alice shouts at them to stop. She understands that she has to help her brother somehow, but how? Then she notices the fork that Bro threatened her with. She covers her mouth with her hands, thinking oh no. She raises her fork with a trembling hand. Alice thinks that she is so afraid of him clutching a fork with a trembling hand. Alice picks it up and thinks that if she does not overcome her fear now, she will regret it all her life. Alice clutches her fork tightly, thinking that she will protect Roel. She rushes into the attack and with a fork pierces the arm of the armor. He drops the knife because of it. Blood gushes from Braun's wounded arm. He pushes Alice away with his hand, shouting at her to get out. Roel shouts Alice, seeing his sister flying away. He immediately throws his fists at Braun, shouting bastard to him. He punches Braun hard in the stomach. He flies away from the blow and falls to the floor. Braun is lying on his back, and Roel comes up to him and says that he also told him what would happen if he touched his sister again. He grabs Braun by the hair and he screams in pain. Roel forcefully hits Braun in the direction of the window. Roel smashes Braun's head through the window. The floor is covered with blood and there are shards everywhere. Roel thinks that after that, Braun should have understood everything. He shouts Alice, seeing that the girl is still lying on the floor. He runs up to her and exhales with relief, seeing that she just fainted. Roel says more thanks to Alice, she saved him. It's over. Here someone shouts hurry up here. A crowd runs to Roel, who shouts bro Braun and they will take revenge. Roel gently puts Alice back on the floor, thinking that it seems he can't help them, he's too sick. He stands up, taking the broken leg from the chair. He stands between the crowd of friends of Braun and Alice, clutching a chair leg in his hands and thinking that he will not let them near Alice. There's someone walking down the corridor wearing red shoes. Nora appears next to Roel, who tells the others to stop immediately. Nora tells Roel that she likes it when he rides in pain, but she doesn't like the fact that he rides in pain in front of another person. Roel tells her in response that as strange as it may sound, he is glad. Roel asks Nora to take her foot off his leg, it hurts him. She replies with a smile that he likes it. Roel tells her that she is incurable. Nora says that maybe it is, but now. One of the guys tells the princess that they are sorry, but this is their business with Roel. The other says yes, they didn't mean to offend her, they just need to avenge a friend. Nora says with a smile that Braun really has a lot of friends. Compared to them, Roel is pathetic and it looks like she is the only one who intends to be friends with him. Roel starts to tell her, but we don't. Then Nora steps on his foot again. He says it hurts him. Nora tells him that he's so cute when he snaps, but right now he can only rely on her, so he should keep quiet. Nora tells the others that she will protect her friend just as they will protect their own. Nora opens her fan, telling them to just enjoy her appearance. She raises her folded fan up. Light wings open behind her back. She shouts that in the name of the House of Zeklides, she demands that they all leave immediately. She directs a fan at them and hits them with a flash of energy. The guys cover their mouths in horror. Roel looks at Nora and thinks that it can't be, she's only 10 years old. The ability to materialize disordered and distorted mana in a specific form is achieved only with the help of the original attribute. This symbolizes a true practitioner, and in order to use the original attribute, the 5th initial level is needed. Nora stands with wings behind her back and asks the guys why they are procrastinating. It's her first time fighting against peers. She says not to be afraid, after all, they are guests. She won't use all her strength. After these words, everyone looks at her in horror and trembles. They froze in fear. Roel thinks that the difference in strength between each initial level is great. Being at the 6th level, they don't have a single chance even if they attack together. He realizes that he underestimated Nora. She reached the 5th initial level too quickly. She lets out a sigh and removing her wings says that it looks like her performance is over. Roel turns his head to the side saying that someone is coming. It's Carter calling for Roel and Alice. Carter leans over to Roel and asks if he's okay. He stands with his hand pressed to his bloody stomach. Roel says he is unharmed, but Alice has fainted. Carter tells Kane behind his back that they need to resolve this issue properly. He says who dared. He sees Braun lying in splinters and blood, Alice lying unconscious on the floor in Roel's bloody stomach. Kane shouts speak up. The crowd starts talking about how it's all Roel, and they have nothing to do with it at all. Then someone puts a hand on Kane's shoulder. He turns around. It's a man with a scar on his face who looks at Braun. He bends down to the boy's body. Roel realizes that it is Brian Elric. I came to protect my son. The man looks angrily at his son and squeezes his hand with all his strength on the neck of the armor, which makes him start coughing up blood. Everyone looks at it calmly, except for the shocked Roel, who thinks about how heartless Brian Elric is. He tells everyone that he sincerely asks for forgiveness on behalf of the House of Elric. He made Braun pay the price for this outrageous act, asking for their understanding. He tells His Highness Kane that unfortunately he has a lot to do, so he needs to leave. Carter tells him to go. He walks away, leaving his bloodied son lying behind him. Roel looks at Braun's body in amazement. He thinks that despite the fact that the Elrics were one of the 5 big houses, it could not allow Braun to escape punishment for such a misdemeanor. But no one expected that Brian would go so far and lay his hand on his own son for the honor of his house. He's a terrible man. Roel says you have to be careful with Brian Elric. The same one thinks about why Roel Ascart is still on his feet after such an injury. The day is coming. Roel is lying on the sofa with a smile thinking that it's been a long time since he relaxed like that. Alice asks him to open his mouth, intending to put food there. He confusedly opens his mouth, saying Roel swallows the food and thinks that not everyone can experience such an experience as he does when he is fed by such a beautiful girl. Alice asks him if he likes it. Anna watches them with a smile. Roel stands and smiles. He thinks that in the original game, the incident at Nora's birthday party should have been the key reason for the breakup of the relationship between Alice and Roel. Therefore, it is now unlikely that Alice will want to kill him in the future. Anna, covering her mouth with a smile, thinks that it's unprofessional of her to let Alice feed Mr. Roel. But it's so cute. Carter asks Roel about his wound. He should praise him for his courage, but from now on he should not be so reckless. When it comes to this, it's better to find him. Alice bows her head, saying hello sir. Carter puts his hand on Roel's head, and Roel asks his father if he found the records of that war. Carter replies that, of course, it is important to know about this. Carter says that once Prince Wade unleashed the March Uprising, he wanted to prevent his sister Princess Victoria from exposing his involvement in the cult, and the Gemini War began. 3 of the 5 great houses sided with Aida. 1 house was neutral, and only their house decided to side with Princess Victoria. For the forces commanded by their ancestor Pont, the situation seemed unsuccessful. He tells his son about the events of that war, about the battles. Victoria and Pont were wounded during the battle, and the requested reinforcements could not make their way into the city. Desperate to survive, Pont used a family heirloom and turned the neighborhood into a real maze to hide Victoria in it. They were able to wait for the news of the uprising to reach His Holiness, after which he returned with his army and defeated the troops of Aida. So Pont saved Princess Victoria. Roel asks his father that the place where they live is the heart of that very labyrinth. Carter tells him right, this palace was built 3 generations before them by his grandfather Pont, so it is the property of their family. Roel asks if this relic is still here. Carter replies that unfortunately not. That relic was a stone that was turned into powder due to overloads of magical power. Only fragments of this stone have survived to their days. Alice says it seems better not to mention it. Carter replies that nothing can be done. Pont refused Princess Victoria several times because he was already married, so this is not the first time that someone from their family refuses the princess's proposal. Roel thinks about how his father knows. He does not regret his choice. Roel thinks that these records say that the Elric family was the most influential at that time. But this information is not enough. He should know. Roel says he will take a walk for a while. His father shouts to him that isn't he supposed to recover yet. He closes the door and replies that it is already easier for him and see you later. Alice touches Carter's sleeve, calling for her father. He asks Alice what it is. Alice says that since Roel has left, there is something she would like to talk to him about in private. Carter tells Alice that she is his daughter now, so she should not be shy and always tell him if something is wrong. Alice, embarrassed, says she wants to. She wants a brother. Carter is amazed to tell Alice about what she just said. Alice repeats the words "I want" again. Carter is amazed to say that it can't be them. Alice says that she wants to protect brother Roel. Carter sighs with relief, talking about Alice saying everything at once next time. Alice squeezes the dress and says that her brother suffered from the House of Elric because of her. There was nothing she could do that night, but he wanted to protect his older brother, and that's why she has to become stronger. Carter puts his hand on her shoulder and says that it's not her fault. Besides, that's when she protected him. Carter tells Alice that although she is afraid of sharp objects, but she dared to use a fork. If not for this, Roel might have already been dead. Alice, lowering her head, says but. Carter interrupts her, telling Alice that the path of practice is not as smooth as many people think. It is full of dangers and horrors. He asks Alice if she is sure that she wants to go down this path for the sake of another person. Alice answers him that there is nothing more terrible than the loss of her brother. She clenches her fist and asks her father to teach her magic. Carter replies to Alice that it was stupid to ask her about such a thing. She will become strong. He promises her that. Arwen walks into the room and is greeted by someone. He turns his head and sees Roel sitting on the couch. Arwen says, "What kind of guests? Is it really young Mr. Roel?" He replies that he has heard that he has been promoted to the position of manager of the Theocracy Chamber of Commerce. Arwen answers with a smile, everything is so without his help. He would not have achieved such success. Speaking of which, he had also heard good news about Roel. He did a heroic deed at the birthday of Princess Nora. He even wanted to come to Roel to congratulate him, but he beat him to it. Roel replies that it's not about that right now. He came to ask him for information about the House of Elric. Arwen says House Elric. Roel, seeing his reaction, asks what is wrong. The information is confidential and not subject to disclosure. Arwen replies that of course not. He is an honored guest, and he is ready to make an exception. But given the information they have at the moment, we can conclude that this family is a bit unusual. Roel asks Arwen what it means. Arwen replies that as Roel knows, Sorophia is a merchant organization, so they are very scrupulous about such things as information. However, despite the fact that they invest a lot of money in data mining, they failed to get reliable information about the Elric house. Roel asks again about failed. Arwen answers correctly. As a result of the Battle of the Twins, the House of Elric was exiled to guard the border that ran between the three countries, namely the Austin Empire, the Night Kingdom of Pendor, and the Theocracy. This place was very dangerous, and according to the royal family's plan, it was supposed to weaken them. Roel continues his words, saying that everything turned out differently. During these decades in exile, the House of Elric rose from its knees and re-entered the top 5 of the strongest houses. They even managed to take a leading position, becoming stronger than the House of Ascarts. Arwen says that this means that they had a huge amount of money for such a rise, but he could not find out where they got it from during all this time. Count Elric did nothing remarkable. He only increased the number of practitioners and kept a low profile. Despite all this, it cannot be denied that their power has increased. Roel says it's really very strange that such information has escaped their eyes. Arwen tells young Master Roel that perhaps the words that will be spoken now will be superfluous for him. But in any case, he needs to be careful with the Elric. It can be very dangerous. Roel opens the door and says he's back. Someone says welcome back to him. Roel turns his head in surprise. This is Nora, who is sitting on the couch. Roel asks Nora what she's doing here. Nora says with a smile that she was just worried about his wound, but it seems he is quite healthy. Roel sits down on the sofa to Nora and she says that if his servants don't bother them, they are busy with household chores. Roel says he'll be damned if he believes it. He asks Nora about where Alice is, didn't come to keep her company. Nora asks Roel with a smile if he is not happy to be alone with him. He doesn't know what to answer. After a little thought, Roel says that Nora is the one and only princess of his theocracy, and it is an honor for him that she came to visit him. However, Nora steps on his foot again. Roel shouts to Nora if she could take her foot off and not do it anymore. Nora tells him with a smile that she can't. It's more comfortable for her. She hands Roel the box and tells him that she almost forgot. She came here to give him a gift. Roel opens it by saying this: the Holy Blade of the 12 Wings. Roel asks that this holy relic is a gift for him. Nora says that of course she can't hand it to him directly. To begin with, Roel must be ordained a saint. In addition, his qualifications and age do not meet the requirements, but he showed himself worthily at her birthday. Therefore, this blade is not given to him for a while, but to the House of Ascarts. Nora holds out her hand and asks Roel to give her his. He holds out his hand to her, not understanding what she wants. Nora takes and bites his finger. Roel screams about what she's doing. Nora forcefully clenches her teeth on Roel's finger, biting it until it bleeds. Roel winces in pain. Nora says that this is a necessary ceremony. Nora cuts her finger with a knife and asks for forgiveness, saying that this is a necessary ceremony. Roel shouts to her that it was impossible to use the prepared knife right away. Nora holds out her bloody finger and asks Roel to give her his. He fulfills her request, saying that it doesn't seem to end well. They put their wounded fingers to each other. Blood drips onto the blade of the Holy Blade of the 12 Wings. Roel looks startled in front of him. Smoke starts coming from the blade. Roel falls to his knees, and Nora, sitting on the sofa, calls him. She asks him if he's okay. He replies that he's fine, but it feels like. He wearily puts his hand to his head. Meanwhile, somewhere in the room, a red stone is shining brightly on a pillow. Nora brings Roel a glass of water and asks if he is feeling better. He puts his hand to his head and says he's fine. Roel asks Nora about what just happened and accepts a glass from her hands. Nora replies that it was a blade initiation ritual. Roel drinks the water and asks about it again. Nora replies that the angel's bloodline is needed to use the 12 Wings. By mixing their blood, the blade recognized him as its master. Nora continues, saying that their blood has also created a special ability that others cannot use. It usually takes a whole month. Nora takes the blade in her hands. She puts the blade to Roel's chest, saying that he is his now. Nora asks Roel to try using the blade. He takes the blade in his hands and thinks that it is a weapon of the divine class. Roel thinks with a smile that he has hit a huge jackpot. Nora sees how happy Roel is with the weapon and asks him if he liked the blade. He raises his weapon in response with a smile. Nora takes out a small knife and says that she also has to thank Roel for the gift. Although it's not very practical, but she likes its design. She holds out a small knife. Roel says with a smile that he is glad that Nora liked him. He thinks it can be called an exchange of daggers. Privately, he thinks it's better to stop there. Otherwise, she will have another problematic offer. Nora presses the knife to her chest with a smile, asking Roel if he knows what it means to exchange daggers. Roel asks that it should mean something. Nora hits Roel on the head in response and tells him to ask someone, calling him an idiot. She still has things to do, so she's leaving. Nora turns around and says that she has heard that this year they will not return to their territory and will stay in the holy capital for the new year. Roel better prepare, her grandfather wants to see him. Roel asks again about her grandfather. He opens his eyes in surprise, thinking about his eminence. A little later, Anna breaks the window with a smile. Then, humming a cheerful tune, she folds the bedclothes. Then Roel calls Anna, who is passing by. He asks the girl what the exchange of blades means. Anna turns around, asking what Roel means by the tradition of exchanging daggers. Anna is startled to notice a box in Roel's hands. Anna says with a smile that representatives of military or knightly families usually give a dagger to the woman they are courting as a symbol of recognition. And if the woman agrees, she gives a dagger in return. Anna adds that this means that the couple shares the same feelings. Anna asks the young gentleman if she can find out what's in the box he's holding. He takes his head aside and replies that it is a gift from His Highness Cain. Anna asks that this is so. Then she'll go clean the main room. Roel exhales with relief. Anna leaves, thinking that Miss Alicia has bad news. The fox has gone on the offensive. The young gentleman is still a womanizer. After a while, on New Year's Eve, Roel walks up the stairs. Someone tells the young gentleman to be careful. Roel responds with a smile. Well, the crowd around looks at Roel. Someone says that it's worth looking at this child. He's so cute. Someone says that Roel is like an angel. Maybe he's a scion of the royal family. Roel thinks that even though he knows that people of this world often attend New Year's prayers, but this is too much. It's more like a red carpet event. Roel is walking down the street among a crowd of people, all of whom are looking at him with interest. He approaches the big gate and gives the guard an invitation, saying that he is here to see His Holy Eminence. Roel looks around, thinking that everything is so luxurious. He looks at the door in front of him, thinking it's so big. Roel remembers that the Right Reverend never appeared in the game. It's better for him to be on his guard. Roel opens the doors and they say that he has finally come. Roel kneels down in front of the throne on which His Eminence is sitting. Roel gives his first and last name, saying that he has arrived for an audience. It's an honor for him to meet him. His Eminence tells Roel to come closer. He stands up, pressing his hand to his heart and says yes. Roel climbs the steps to the throne, thinking that it is because of the compassion inherent in the origin of His Eminence. He cannot get rid of the feeling of closeness. Roel is asked if he wants candy. A man with a smile says that he has a little. They were given to him as a tribute. He hands Roel a box filled with candy. Roel replies no, the tribute should not be eaten so thoughtlessly. His Eminence laughs, saying that Roel is probably right. He doesn't need to be so nervous, it's just that Nora mentioned him. Roel is shocked to think that this is more than compassion. His Eminence has become like a kind grandfather. He says that he did not call Roel for anything specific. He just wanted to see him. He asks Roel how the dagger is. He looks at the dagger on his belt with a smile and says that it is very easy to handle. Miss Nora said it was because the dagger had absorbed his blood. His Eminence says that this is not bad. Winged daggers can unlock new abilities. Roel's dagger is full of holy energy, so it will be fully ready within a couple of days. The man stretches out his hand to the dagger and says that such a high degree of compatibility. The blade has already spawned 2 abilities. The man is in shock. Roel is amazed to think about 2 abilities. His Eminence puts his hand to his cheek with a smile, saying to his little friend with high compatibility, "It looks like the 2 of them are destined to be together." Roel thinks about the high compatibility with this sadistic angel. This is nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. The man puts his hand on Roel's head, saying that he knows what happened at Nora's birthday party. Roel did well. Only a few heirs from noble families have such a just heart. These few decades have really spoiled people's hearts. His Eminence tells Roel that the Ascart family has a worthy legacy, but the years have taken a lot away from them. He hopes that Roel will be able to regain the former glory of his family. The man suggests that Roel talk about it next time, and invites him to go to Vespers with him. Roel asks again about heritage and fame. The man asks him to forget about it. Then Roel will worry about it. The opportunity to attend Vespers with the Holy Right Reverend is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Roel answers yes with a smile. His Holiness John Heathcliff is the ruler of the theocracy of Saint Mesite, the head of the Heathcliff family. He is the great leader of the Church of the Goddess, the messenger of God, the first apostle, the hero of the sacred warriors, the exterminator of deviants. He had many titles and was adored by the people. The crowd stands and looks at the man who came out on the balcony shouting, "This is the Right Reverend, the Right Reverend." Roel stands next to John Heathcliff on the balcony and thinks with a smile that being the guest of honor, we can say this is the highest award. Some time later, the day comes, and John Heathcliff and Roel are still standing with their hands raised. There is already snow on them. Roel thinks about what kind of torture this is. A little later, he lies wearily on the bed completely exhausted. Roel says it's finally over, he's so tired. He thinks that at least he got a lot of useful information. But that conversation he should not let Nora find out about him. A maid comes to him and tells the young master that she has a message from his father. He is lying on the bed with his hands behind his head when he sees the girl and asks if he has seen her before and where Anna is. The girl replies with a smile that this year His Highness Kane invited great families to the New Year's hunt. Her father and Mistress Alicia went with the others. They will be back by tomorrow evening. In shock, Roel asks again about tomorrow, saying that his father and Alice left him alone to go and have fun. Roel lies down and says that okay, he's too tired, he'll go to bed. The girl can leave, and let him not be there unless something important happens. She bows her head with a smile and says yes. Roel looks at the blue console. He thinks about how empty it is here. If he had known, he wouldn't have come back here. The console says fierce first battle. In the dark room under the shadow of the ice blade, he defended his sense of justice with his own hands. 30% discount on all special event items. Freed wings. He freed the silver bird from the cage. Now it has spread its wings to fly without stopping. 40% discount on all special event items. Roel reads all this, thinking that this event has been active for quite some time. Roel had seen him several times already. With the compensation from Eric's family, he has a lot of money so he can fork out a little. Roel thinks that this ability, it seems it can be useful, but it has a damn low trigger rate. Roel sits up on the bed in his thoughts. He opens the disaster of bloodshed on the console. It is considered a failure of the Magical Eye Research Society. At a certain distance, those who have the intention to kill in relation to the owner, the name will be displayed in red. But we must remember that it is not worth shouting, and immediately leave the very place. Its price is 42 gold coins. Roel clicks on the buy icon. Immediately, Roel promptly lies back on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He lays his head on the pillow and pretends to be asleep and has a 10th dream. The doors to his room open. This is the maid who came to him earlier. She sees that Roel is asleep. Then, the girl smiles and says that it's time to get started. After some time it took Roel to sleep. The boy woke up because of the rays of the rising sun. Taking a deep breath, Roel rolled over onto his back. The boy wanted to call Anna, the maid of their house, and ask at what hour he woke up, but he did not feel too well. While Roel was trying to open his eyes, suddenly a soft female voice rang through the room. A girl with a warm red tinge of lips replied to Roel that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. From surprise, the boy began to look for the source of the voice. At arm's length, Roel saw in front of him Nora Zeklide, who was smiling smugly. The girl giggled. Nora was sitting next to the boy, touching him with her feet. Frightened, Roel asked what she had left in his room, sitting on his lap, while the girl continued to look into his eyes and smile. After a short pause, Nora covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. The girl cheerfully recalled the face that Roel had at the moment when he had just woken up. Satisfied, Nora said that she had not been waiting for the Marquis' son to wake up in vain. Trying to get up, Roel asked the girl when she managed to come, and for what reason no one bothered to notify him about the guests. Approaching the boy's face, Nora told him that all the servants of his house had been replaced by her, and therefore only her people were in this place. The smug girl asked if Roel was surprised by her cunning trick. The tense boy said that there would be very little surprise here, because this is a real kidnapping. Continuing to look into her eyes, Roel asked if the girl could let him go in honor of the new year. Nora got up carefully, but did not get to her feet. The girl's face changed to a slight offense. Nora said that Roel shouldn't be so serious at all, because she was just joking. With a grunt of displeasure, she said that she had come specially to celebrate this new year with Roel, so she also brought sweets. The girl glanced at the door, then called her maid Mia by name. Oddly enough, it turned out to be exactly the girl that Roel himself saw yesterday before going to bed. The maid stretched out her hands to Nora, in which she held a small iron container. The princess stretched out her hand and took one pink candy without a wrapper. Nora turned to Roel and handed him a candy in her right hand while leaning on the bed with her left. Approaching the boy's face, she offered Roel a taste of the treat from her hands. The boy was a little wary and said that the princess really does not miss the opportunity to look at how Roel eats from her hands. In response to this, the girl just chuckled. Nora told Roel to stop making things up, because sweets are an integral part of celebrating the new year. The girl smiled and noted that it was important for life to be as sweet as these candies in the new year. Roel looked away with displeasure, then, squinting slightly, suggested that the princess just toss the candy so that he caught it. After these words, the boy grinned and asked if she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to. The smug Roel thought that Nora would obviously not be able to compete with him. Contrary to his thoughts, the girl with golden hair threw a candy towards the boy, also calling him with a small command. The boy reacted quickly and caught the candy with deft movements. As soon as the candy was in Roel's mouth, the boy suddenly felt like a little puppy following the commands of his mistress, Nora Zeklied. Embittered, Roel wanted to attack the cruel girl, but he could not. Nora closed her eyes and, blushing a little, said that the boy had asked for it himself. Smiling contentedly, she declared that feeding Roel was fun enough. The girl was already looking forward to finding a new entertainment. Feeling humiliated, Roel exhaled heavily and leaned back, falling into the arms of the soft bed. The boy covered his body close to the neck with a blanket, then exhaled and asked Nora to stop, because he would go to sleep. Nora approached the boy's ear and, slightly lifting the corners of her lips, asked if it was really so difficult for him to just show her the maze, because they say that Queen Victoria herself once lived in this place. The girl pulled her skirt slightly and, smiling slyly, said that if Roel still decides to go to bed, then everything is fine. However, Nora stated that she could not guarantee that nothing would happen to him during sleep. Hearing what the impudent princess said, Roel exhaled heavily. After a while, the two children found themselves in a large and elegant room full of tall bookshelves and sunlight coming in through tall windows. With quick steps, Roel approached a tall wooden chair with a fabric lining. The guy casually touched the handle of the chair and told Nora that specifically it was a chair on which Queen Victoria herself once sat. Disinterested, Roel approached the lamp that stood on the fireplace and said that this thing was a lamp that Queen Victoria had turned on in the past. While the boy gave the princess a little tour, she smiled calmly, but looked only at the marquee sun. Walking around the room, Roel reached the bookshelves. The boy raised his hand and said that all these books were diaries left by his ancestor. Roel exhaled heavily and said that Nora could look through one of the diaries if she wanted to. The girl was amazed by the huge number of diaries, which is why she decided to ask why there are so many of them. Roel started pulling out one of the books with an ambiguous expression on his face, after which he said that these were only the diaries that he managed to save. The boy said that his relative Pont was very fond of adventures, and he must have recorded them in order not to forget. With light movements of his hands, Roel pulled out a neat notebook in a sky blue cover. The boy opened one of the pages of the diary, after which he began to read what Pont had once written, describing everything by day. Having finished reading the notes for the 14th of August, Roel closed the book and threw it on the table. The boy's face looked displeased, which had a strong effect on the strength of his throw. The boy no longer wanted to even touch this diary. The princess looked over Roel's shoulder and asked if something had happened, because earlier he himself had said that you need to be careful with these notes. The guy casually said that it was okay, because these are just stories, and there is nothing important there. Roel looked with disgust at the remaining shelves of diaries and wondered why it was necessary to write something so obscene at all. The guy thought that Queen Victoria didn't kill the man only because of Wade's rebellion. Looking at the huge bookshelves, Roel decided that he would burn all these obscene records. Suddenly, Nora grabbed Roel's shoulder. The girl looked very tense, and her gaze was full of emotions incomprehensible to Roel. The boy asked wearily what else had happened. He was annoyed when he said that the princess herself had asked him to show the estate, and it was absolutely not his fault that she might be bored. The princess looked around with her sky blue eyes, and then said that she was haunted by a strange feeling. Even more alert, the girl asked if Roel had a protective amulet with him. The boy pulled a small diamond-shaped azure stone out of the pocket of his white suit and asked if that was what she was talking about. Looking at his own stone, Roel added that lately he has not been parting with this amulet at all. A small stone is a protective stone of Silly, a protective amulet capable of repelling several attacks of a high-class master, and it was created by the great magician of the state of researchers of Bologna, Silly. The girl looked sternly at the stone in Roel's hands, then in a tense tone asked the boy to hide the amulet away. Nora turned to the empty room and said that she couldn't explain it at all, but she had just felt something strange. The princess clenched her hand into a fist, after which she said that she could not leave the feeling that someone was watching them closely. The girl hesitantly said that there was a possibility that it was just her imagination, which made her awkwardly silent. Roel looked at the princess warily, then grabbed her small hand. The guy looked into Nora's eyes and said that he believed the girl, and something really happened, because it became too quiet, and there was no servant. The princess was taken aback, because she did not expect that Roel would really listen to her. The girl blushed a little, after which she asked in surprise what the boy had just said. Suddenly, Roel pulled the girl by the hand. The boy went on the run, keeping Nora with him, not leaving her in the tense room. He loudly exclaimed that they needed to get into the vault, which is located in the central part of the maze, because it would be safest for them there. The princess was a little taken aback. However, she also ran after Roel until a slight blush appeared on her face. A stranger with azure hair covered with a cream-colored hat. The man smiled slyly and grinned, scattering a small space in the air as if it were a sheet of thin paper. The man walked into the room. Continuing to smile, he, full of madness, declared that he had been discovered after all. Seeing the unknown man in front of them, Roel and the princess were very scared, continuing to run away from the stranger. At the same time, in one of the luxurious castles of the kingdom, a man with pleasant lilac hair was drinking tea. Seeing a person approaching him, the man smiled, congratulating the person on the upcoming holiday. The man turned to His Excellency Brian and greeted an old friend in a slightly nostalgic tone, recalling how many years and winters had passed since their last meeting. A stern man with a large scar on his face replied that the royal family had been watching him too closely lately. But before the holiday this observation had weakened a little, so he had such an opportunity to slip away. The man continued to drink tea with a relaxed smile on his face. He stated that he had once heard that Brian's plan had failed miserably. The man only asked what could have gone wrong. The man's gaze took on a more severe look, after which he declared that his worthless heir and his friends were ready and they picked the right time, but for some unknown reason the prophecy did not come true. The man, continuing to drink his tea, said that that guy is a big problem for them, and he will remain it as long as he is alive, or is not on their side. Brian looked into his old friend's eyes and asked if they should try something again. The man with lilac hair looked at Brian through his forehead, then sighed and said that they were not the only ones with prophecies. The man said that there is a possibility that very close, there must be those who are afraid of the coming days and want to prevent this at any cost. The man impressively stretched out his hand, which was adorned with a silver ring. Holding out his hand to Brian, the man asked if his old friend would like to evaluate the painting the man had recently acquired. After a small wave of his hand, something resembling a large TV monitor covered with a cloth appeared in the air. Brian found this thing somewhat familiar, but he didn't say anything more. After the peach-colored fabric parted to the sides, two small children could be seen on the monitor trying to escape from a danger previously unseen by them. The two men watching from afar easily realized that these children were in great danger. The artist on human skin, Peter Carter, raised both hands, in one of which there was an artistic palette knife, and in the other a long brush. Trapped, the children tried to retreat, while Peter Carter did not give them a single step, like a predator enjoying playing with a victim. The man raised his sharp gaze from under his hat, watching the children. A cold sweat broke out on Roel's face, and he began to tremble mercilessly. The boy noticed the effect of a newly acquired ability on Peter Carter. He noticed that this man was glowing red, which can only mean one thing, a high level of danger. Roel's breath caught in his throat when he realized that Peter Carter was going to kill him and Nora Zeklide. The next moment, a system window appeared in front of the boy from the Ascart family, which said that the enemy had a fourth initial level, which greatly exceeded the possible abilities of Roel himself. The system advised the boy to flee immediately. At the palace, Brian asked his old friend about who it could be, to which he quickly received an answer. The man thought for a while, then said the name of the Mithril Priory. Continuing to tell, the man said that these people initially wanted to cooperate with them, but he had already refused them. The man's face took on a more serious shade, after which he said that the Mithril Priory did not have too much to itself. The man said that not only the Ascarts, but also the Zeklides are experiencing unpleasant changes at the same time. Brian Elric grunted heavily, after which he said that in the holy capital they would not be able to do everything their heart desires, and besides, the Holy See would not be able to be fooled so easily. Examining the remaining tea in the mug, the man exhaled and said that Brian had noted everything correctly, and these people may have power and connections with His Excellency, but this radiance is on their side. The man exhaled wearily and said that their friends, apparently, did not realize their situation at all. Raising his hand to his painting, the man smiled again and noticed that Lord Brian was clearly interested in his painting. The man smiled slyly and asked if it was because of the kid that he was so interested. Without seeming to show any emotion, Brian replied that this was not the case, or to be more precise, because of him, too. Brian Elric told his old friend that whenever he looks at this place, he succumbs to an inexplicable feeling, as if he has known this person all his life. At the same time, a small letter was lying on the table in the throne room right in front of the Emperor of the current kingdom. A young guy with an unusual, but quite stylish styling bowed. The guy's face was slightly covered by a black mask. In a low bow, the guy wished His Eminence a good evening, after which he introduced himself as one of the members of the Mithril Priory. The guy was the deputy head, and his name was Lacras. The corners of the guy's lips were raised when he informed the king that he had arrived at the castle in order to express the sincere intentions of the Mithril Priory. His Eminence, in turn, looked extremely annoyed. Looking down at Lacras, the ruler coldly stated that he clearly did not remember anyone inviting the Mithril Priory to an audience. Raising his head, Lacras put his hand to his chest and loudly apologized for his uninvited visit. Lacras stated that they had an extremely interesting proposal, and probably, as the ruler may already know, they would very much like the king to continue to remain indifferent to the priory's case. Lacras smiled slyly, while involuntarily squinting his eyes, after which he said that they did not want to harm the daughter of the Zeklide family, Nora Zeklide at all. The guy also added that the Ascart family, which is also under the patronage of His Eminence, is not their target. Lacras said that all their organization needs is a child of prophecy. After these words, the king's gaze became noticeably strained, and the atmosphere in the audience hall heated up to the possible limit. In a deserted corridor of the Ascart estate, two children were cornered by Peter Carter. A small cloud of dust that formed after the publication of The Unknown began to gradually dissipate while Peter was approaching the children. The man smiled at first glance friendly, but his eyes were full of bloodlust. Peter Carter greeted the kids sweetly as his young friends, after which he said that it was rude of him to break into them like that without a special invitation. Peter Carter quickly and elegantly introduced himself, calling himself a member of the Mithril Priory. The man deftly moved his artistic tools and was about to give the reason for his visit, but the children, feeling fear, immediately rushed to run away. While Roel was trying to get Nora as far away as possible, the girl looked at Peter Carter out of the corner of her eye, as if trying to find out something. While the guys were trying to escape, Peter Carter was offended that they behaved so impolitely. Running away, Roel exclaimed that he didn't give a damn about what the man who had so calmly burst into their estate was. The boy exclaimed that Peter Carter should not think that the guys would just stand and listen to his nonsense. The man smiled slyly and said that, unfortunately, he could not so easily let these children escape from under his nose. Peter Carter pressed his palette knife to his index finger, after which a small stream of blood flowed from it. At this very moment, Peter Carter was using his ability, a personal workshop. Drops of his blood quickly dripped onto his hand, and after a quick wave of his hand, they headed for the children, simultaneously transforming into something frightening. The dark and scarlet liquid increased in size as it headed towards the children seeking salvation. As soon as the liquid touched them, Nora screamed in fright and loudly. In a single instant, the entire room in which the guys were reincarnated into a dark and seemingly endless space, on the walls of which hung various paintings in wooden frames. Trapped in an endless and dark gallery, Roel and Nora began to look around, wanting to find a way out of this place, at the same time wanting to understand where they were at all. Peter Carter came out of the void with long and graceful steps, still holding a neat palette knife. The man, still smiling, said that this space is his innate ability. The man kindly told the guys that this ability can completely isolate them from the outside world. Maybe the technique of this ability is quite complicated. However, apparently, the bumps at the top attach great importance to this. With his deep eyes, Peter Carter looked at the children cornered in his gallery. The man informed them that in such a place their talismans would be. They are completely useless, and their only choice will be to listen to the members of the Mithril Priory to the end. Nora Zeklide looked at Roel with a worried, but willing to fight look and said that they were not opponents of Peter Carter. The boy agreed with her, after which he glared at the man with a look full of disbelief. Roel kept trying to figure out if the course of this game had changed, because he had never had to face something like this in the game. The boy smartly stated that the guards were still at the entrance, so how exactly the man was able to get into this place was completely unclear to him. Peter Carter smiled smugly, then ran his tongue over his upper lip. The man apologized to the children, saying that this information is a trade secret, and therefore he can only tell them how they can get out of the gallery. Raising his palette knife higher, Peter Carter calmly stated that one of the two children in the gallery would have to die. The man admitted that he really doesn't care which one of them completes his lifeline in this place. After that, Peter Carter suddenly suggested that they decide for themselves who will survive and who will remain in the walls of the gallery forever. Roel immediately exclaimed in response that Peter was trying in vain, and he would not succeed in pitting them, but Nora was ambiguously silent, which alerted Roel as well. The boy tensely turned to the princess and asked her to say something, because silence presses much harder than a couple of possible words. At this time, Nora folded her arms on her chest, silently looking at the floor. Perhaps the girl was thinking about something that would decide her future and whether it was possible at all. Suddenly Nora grinned and chuckled loudly. The girl came forward and asked if Peter Carter really thought they could believe a man like him. The man smiled. His smile was frightening, reminiscent of the savagery of a predator who has met his prey and is ready to entertain himself with a long hunt for a small and defenseless animal. Peter Carter pulled his palette knife forward and said that in that case they didn't even leave him a choice, and he would have to kill both of them. The girl gracefully fluttered up and, landing on the ground, declared that she was Nora Ascart, and as the heiress of the ruling house, she was fully responsible for Roel, her future subject and a close friend of the girl. Nora gracefully turned around, then walked up to Roel and said that no one dares to offend her Roel unless this someone is personally her. The boy looked at her awkwardly and said that, of course, he was touched by these words, but it all didn't sound very good. Peter Carter brought his palette knife closer to his face and, smiling broadly, said that what Nora had just said were the words of a true ruler. The man looked at the girl again and asked if she was sure of her decision. After this question, terrifying consciousness sounds were heard from different corners of space. Monsters of all kinds began to emerge from all the paintings located in the endless gallery. Tentacles of huge octopuses, creatures with the head of a bull or a phoenix, and maybe even those whose origin is far beyond the planet Earth. Seeing this picture, which suffocates just by its appearance, Nora sighed tensely. Roel, in turn, was a little taken aback, which caused his back to shrink a little. The boy was scared, but he didn't want to show it. Peter Carter laughed hysterically, watching with delight how scared the children were. The man laughed so hard that just this sound made goosebumps run over his skin. Peter Carter was genuinely having fun, because he had already foreshadowed how he would paint beautiful pictures with the insides of Roel and Nora. At that time, in the royal palace, Lacras again bowed to His Excellency, saying that, probably, all the conditions that he kindly provided to the ruler in the document would be able to arouse in him at least the slightest drop of interest in further possible negotiations. Holding a small piece of paper in front of him, which had previously been neatly packed in a small envelope, His Excellency read the contents of the sheet. In it, he uttered several names aloud, which definitely had to evoke certain memories in Lacras. The ruler took turns naming the names of Caroline Ascart, after Vincent Ascart, and eventually ended up with Roel Ascart. The ruler asked if these names were familiar to Lacras, after which he began to observe the reaction of the latter. Lacras' confident smile gradually subsided, after which he looked directly at the king. At that moment, the ruler rose from his throne and, taking his magic staff, exclaimed that the Zeklades had promised to protect the Ascart family at the beginning of the Third Epoch. The king stared sternly at Lacras, who was silently watching him. The man said that he was a monarch, as well as concurrently the head of the ruling house. He said that the offer of the Mithril Priory may be attractive, but first of all he is still the Holy See and Patriarch. The man looked at Lacras with eyes in which there was no place for mercy and forgiveness. His Eminence declared that he should be an example of dignity, righteousness, and justice for his subjects. Lacras felt that everything was fried, and the negotiations reached an impasse. The guy understood that he was in big trouble, being in such a position. However, with the fury of His Excellency, it was already impossible to do anything. The man pointed his staff at Lacras and exclaimed that the actions of the Mithril Priory dared to offend the church, and they also hurt the righteousness of the king's heart. His Eminence ordered Lacras to get as far away as he could. Suddenly, Nora heard a voice that was painfully familiar and close to her, which penetrated into the infinite space along with the blinding light. Roel and Nora heard someone's voice spreading throughout the gallery. The voice kept saying that they needed to protect their friend with their personal strength, and then testify about everything. The tension began to increase while the children tried to find the source of the unknown voice. Roel looked around, as if recognizing the Holy See in the unknown voice. The boy's head suddenly began to hurt, which is why he tried to do something by putting his hand to the top of his head. The boy did not understand why he was suffering from headaches again, but it was clearly not up to that. Peter Carter, silently watching this, closed his eyes, as well as the children, not understanding what was happening in his own space. In an instant, a huge flash of light flashed in the endless dark gallery, which took with it both the paintings and the monsters that had recently tried to get to the children. Along with the magic, the flash took Roel's consciousness with it. Opening his eyes with difficulty, Roel noticed that right at this moment he was lying on Nora Zeklade's lap. Seeing that the boy had regained consciousness, she was finally able to exhale. The girl asked if her dear friend was okay as soon as he opened his eyes. Looking around, Roel couldn't come to his senses. He did not understand at all where the light could have come from, because it had been night recently. Realizing that he had been unconscious for some time, Roel quickly jumped up from the lap of the girl, who continued to look at him with concern. Rising, Roel saw before him many ruins belonging to the kingdom in which he had lived for so long. The bodies of unconscious people were lying on the ground, and God only knew if they were able to get up again and meet the next dawn. The boy went to the ruined wall and took hold of one of them. Roel Ascart had to see in front of him a picture of a city already completely unfamiliar to him, which turned into a ruined wreckage. The boy asked Nora, who had been with him all this time, what kind of place it was. A system message appeared, accompanied by a loud sound. The activation of the system began, followed by a reboot as the database update began. New data has been received. A window with a description of Roel Ascart appeared on the screen. He is 10 years old, and he has a kinship with iron. The boy got 2 titles, Fist of the Emperor and Defender of the Ladies. The boy's rank became E+. He also added basic spells besides the ones he had. A small heat wave, a shapeless hand, a directional explosion, even breathing, magic gloves. All these are his current basic spells. Roel looked at his stats and was very surprised because there were a lot of changes. He frowned slightly and froze as suddenly a large red inscription appeared on the screen. It was a warning, and after it a text appeared on the screen stating that signs of the awakening of the blood kinship of the ancestors had been detected. An assessment of the risk level of awakening has begun. The risk turned out to be extremely dangerous. There was an interweaving of history and reality, as well as the merging of light and shadow. Among all this text was a line that said that there was a lonely figure standing in the midst of the bustle. In this great epoch, the flower blooms and withers. The degree of kinship awakening is 17%. Roel was so surprised that he grabbed the system window with his own hands. He was thinking about the awakening of kinship when the text on the screen changed again. It said that for the safety of the host, the system strongly recommends canceling the wake up. Immediately after this text, a large red button appeared in order to cancel the wake up. Roel stood in shock and tried to understand what was happening, since he did not know that the Ascart family has an inherited kinship. Even if my father didn't mention it, there wasn't a word about it in the game either. His mouth opened slightly, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead from the accumulated tension. The boy wondered if he should continue. After these words of his, the system notified the boy that it could offer assistance in awakening for an appropriate fee. She added that, according to preliminary estimates, the chance of success is 40%. Under the patronage of the angelic bloodline, the chance of success will be 50%. And the preliminary cost of the system's assistance will be 500,000 gold. Roel angrily yelled the question of where he would find such money. 500,000 gold is a very big sum for him at the moment. The system sighed at his response. Due to the fact that the user does not have the necessary funds, the system has opened access to the activation of the loan function. She explained that Roel could borrow 500,000 gold coins, but to do this, he offers as a pledge to disable the system for 10 years and 6 months. In this case, the system will continue to function, but if he does not repay the loan within 5 years, the system will shut down automatically. After such an offer, a button about acceptance or rejection appeared. Roel gritted his teeth and frowned, because 500,000 in 5 years. Normally, he wouldn't resort to this, but now he is being chased by a mad artist who can't wait to smear him on the wall. Roel thought that, of course, it was nice for him to hide behind a hole, but he still had dignity. For him to refuse in this case means to condemn himself to certain death. So he no doubt decided to accept this offer. He activated the wake up with a quick push of a button. A sharp glow and a flow of power began, and the system said that help in awakening kinship was activated. And in addition, auto-regulation of pain sensations was activated. A bright ball of light hovered near the boy's chest, and the awakening progress increased to 18%. At that moment, Nora Zeklied, crossing her arms over her chest, turned to the boy with a question about whether he was okay. Roel, closing his eyes, replied that it seemed like yes, and then asked the girl an answer question about whether she had managed to learn something, while calmly walking in her direction. Nora, looking out of the window with Roel, gave him the answer. She said that while not really, but the street of the campaign on the battlefield, however, it is unclear where exactly they are. The bodies of the fallen soldiers lay on the ground under the windows. They deftly jumped down, landing next to them. Roel responded to Nora's words by saying that it's not worth guessing. You just need to examine the bodies. Maybe it will give them something. Immediately after landing, a terrible fetid smell hit them in the nose, from which the boy immediately clamped his nose. He mentally apologized to the fallen warrior for bothering him, and then quickly straightened the cloak he was wearing. A coat of arms was painted on this cloak, at the sight of which Nora exclaimed, How is this even possible? The cloak was depicted with the emblem of the House of Elric. Nora, with a surprised look, wondered where the soldiers of the House of Elric came from in this place. Carefully examining the body, she suddenly exclaimed and said that his uniform belongs to the Victorian era. Roel, hearing these words, was very surprised and turned his head towards the girl and asked her if she was sure of her conclusion. Nora Zeklade confidently responded to his words by saying that there was no doubt about it, since she studied the history of military equipment. She explained to the boy that the armor with the chainmail of their multi-layered fastening is characteristic of the Victorian era. Roel lowered his head in complete confusion. Cold sweat broke out on his face and his mouth opened slightly. He began to add up the details in his head: the Victorian era, the soldiers of the House of Elric. After a little thought, he came to the conclusion that then it must be the place of the March uprising of the Gemini War. By this time, the wake-up progress indicator has changed in the system window. 21% was now shown on the screen. After some time, they found a letter in which someone wrote to the esteemed Sir Rhodes. The author of the letter said that on the advice of Sir Rhodes, he secured his property in advance and sent his family members away. However, the fighting in the city is getting fiercer every day. The author was afraid that if this continued, the enemies would win. He hoped that Sir Rhodes would find a way to help them through this hell. At the end of the letter was the signature of the author, Edward Pont, dated March 13, 828. After reading it, Roel with a tense look uttered the words that they really got into the time of the Gemini War. The boy began to think out loud that it was really his grandfather who sent them to this place. However, he didn't remember anyone in their house having such abilities. Roel sat down, leaning on one knee, and continued to speak. He suggested that perhaps it was an artifact of the labyrinth that worked, or the boy himself has some mysterious ability. But anyway, they need more information and supplies to survive. Roel and the princess set off to look around, but they were hampered by a thick fog. Nora, looking around, asked about where this fog came from and why it was getting more and more. Roel slowly uttered the words that it must be the fog of the March uprising, and then the realization dawned on him. He abruptly exclaimed that it was a bad thing, and this seemed to be the effect of the maze. Nora asked again and then added that she could not see beyond the outstretched arm, so they would easily get lost here. Roel, looking around, replied that this was not the worst thing right now. After all, in addition to stopping enemy troops, the maze fog has another special role. By this time, the children were standing back to back, and a soldier approached them from the side, who shouted at them to stop. He, dressed in full equipment and with weapons in his hands, ordered his knights in the same equipment to seize the uninvited guests. He told them not to break formation and to hold their positions. The soldiers shouted loudly, thereby accepting the order. When they got closer to Nora and Roel, the captain noticed that they were children and asked what they were doing here. He ordered them to be captured anyway. The soldiers surrounded them with their weapons in their hands. Nora, preparing to run immediately, stretched out her hand towards Roel and shouted at him to grab and run. The boy took Nora's hand with a straight face, but did not move from his place. The princess ran, but the boy who remained in place did not let her move. She immediately called out to him with an uncomprehending face, and Roel told her to wait, still not letting go of his hand. His gaze was directed somewhere into the crowd of soldiers, and after a moment he raised his hand up and shouted words to someone that it was necessary to act now, since the soldiers were caught. He called the man, calling him Uncle Peter, and the girl at that moment looked at the boy with disbelief. The man in the hat commented on Roel's words with the words that he had not addressed him so affectionately for a long time. However, now is not the time for such strange words. He cursed the boy, and the soldiers turned around in confusion at the man, who was not noticed immediately. The fog hid him until this moment. The soldiers immediately assumed full combat readiness, as they first need to deal with him. They immediately started attacking Peter Carter, who was as annoyed as possible. Wreaths swelled on his face, and his eyes rolled back in anger. Peter Carter dodged the flying blow from the soldier, stepping back a little, and then abruptly grabbed the soldier's face, which was in a mask. His face became even more irritated, and his eyebrows were drawn together so much that there was a furrow between the eyebrows. The hat that was on his head created a shadow that fell on his eyes, making them blacker than night. Peter Carter loudly asked why he couldn't just kill these children, and after that he began to swear at the place they were in, as well as at the fog that surrounded them. At the same moment, Roel, who was holding Princess Nora by the hand, ran away shouting that the soldiers would detain Peter Carter, and they had to run before the fog cleared completely. Nora, hearing the words of the boy who held his hand tightly, asked him how he knew Peter's name. Roel, turning his head slightly towards the girl, replied that it was magic, but it didn't matter. He said this because no matter how powerful the maze is, the rooms stay in their places, and their task now is to find a safe place as soon as possible before something else happens. And also haven't run into anyone yet. Roel confidently ran forward, and then continued to say that the spell of the labyrinth cannot be broken, and only the owner of the treasure of the labyrinth can move freely here, and it should be in their hands right now. The princess asked the running boy about his words, and then assumed that Roel was talking about Mr. Ponta and Her Majesty Victoria. Suddenly the boy stopped and turned in the direction of the burrow, running after him, which is why the princess collided with him. Roel said that her hands were burning, and then suggested that she must have a fever. Roel approached Nora's red face and put his hand on her forehead while she tried to push him away with the words that she was all right. But Roel intercepted her hand, checking the girl's temperature. The boy said with a serious look that she was not okay, as she could not even keep up with him despite the fact that he was only at the 5th initial level. He repeated that she was definitely not alright. Nora shifted her gaze to the side and bit her lip, but at that moment Roel picked up the flushed girl in his arms, so that she sat on his back. Nora began to beat the boy, who grabbed her with her fists, and then she screamed that everything was wrong, and also added words about him letting her go, calling her a stupid subject. Roel reacted to this behavior of the princess quite calmly, just slightly furrowed his eyebrows. He turned to Her Highness the Princess with the words that they are not in place yet, so now is not the right time for whims. He asked the girl on his back to be patient for a while. However, the girl did not listen at all to what the boy was saying to her. Princess Nora continued to scream for Roel to let her go. At this moment, her face was still red as before. Simultaneously with the events taking place that night, in the labyrinth estate, the man looked at the device he was holding in his hand and thought about what had happened to him. He assumed that the kinship detector was probably out of order, and then he shifted his cunning gaze back to where the girl was sleeping on a soft blue sofa. She was wearing a transparent nightgown. The hem of her clothes lifted up a little, exposing the girl's light long legs. She had blonde golden hair that she had pulled back into a bun. The man, looking at the girl, thought that when Victoria sleeps, she is like an angel. He carefully looked at her body, which was slightly covered with a transparent cloth that did not hide her graceful curves. The man thought about how sorry he was that over the past few months, Victoria's figure has not become even more feminine. He was holding his notebook in his hands, in which he wrote something down from time to time, as a girl suddenly called out to him, asking him that her teacher was apparently making some notes again. This scared and confused the man quite a lot at the same time. He shuddered and blushed. He awkwardly turned to the girl and, calling her by name, stated the fact that Victoria had woken up. The girl took a horizontal position on this sofa and stretched. Her nightgown still barely covered her hips, and there was a rather deep neckline on her chest. Both her arms were thrown behind her head. Victoria told the teacher the words that he was apparently interested in the body of his own student, which for him is quite obscene behavior. She leaned forward, resting her body on her bent leg, wrapping her arms around it. The girl with a slight smile looked at the teacher with a notebook in her hands and asked him that maybe then he would read the notes out loud for her. At this moment, her violet eyes were looking straight at the man. The man turned to Victoria with a guilty look, saying that she should know perfectly well that this is the price he has to pay for his strength, so he can't do anything about it. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that of course she knows, and then added words that a man would see his face at that moment. Victoria said how much she wanted to continue teasing him, but for now she would stop there. The teacher exhaled after her words in a relaxed manner, and then, handing her the kinship detector, asked her to look at it, because it seems to have broken. Victoria looked at the object with great surprise. She exclaimed that the kinship detector simply could not fail, but there was a contradiction, because for what reason then he found the blood of the Zeklides on Lock Street? The man doubtfully replied to the girl that the Holy See definitely cannot be there, which can only mean that Victoria believes that this red dot on the kinship detector must be an illegitimate child. The teacher looked at the kinship detector even closer with obvious shock on his face, and then with surprise uttered the words that His Eminence was giving this, and he also added that he seemed to have learned something that he should not have known. Victoria began to tell the teacher that there had always been rumors among the people about the dishonesty of the Holy See, but this child was not to blame for anything. She suddenly exclaimed to the teacher with a rather serious and resolute look that she wanted to save this child. The man replied to the girl that she was still sitting on the couch in a nightgown, that she should understand the associated risks. It is possible that as a result of this sortie, they will encounter Prince Wade. Victoria in this case will definitely put herself in great danger. The girl slightly furrowed her eyebrows and stretched out her back after the teacher's words. She told him that she knew about it, but Prince Wade also has such a device. Victoria thought about how he wouldn't let him meet his father. Meanwhile, on Lock Street, where the fog had not yet lifted, in a large dilapidated castle, in the rooms of which the walls were already cracked, Roel was sitting on the floor, his arms crossed over his chest, frowning. His face screamed about the boy's displeasure. Roel reflected that it wasn't like Princess Nora had a simple cold. She has accelerated blood flow, and this is a clear symptom of an increase in the level of kinship. However, there is nothing in this place that could help Princess Nora. He sighed as he sympathized with the girl. Silver kinship at the age of 10. Roel assumed that he was surrounded by monsters alone, as this is a very large force. Also, in addition to this, they had a lot of problems in this place. At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of the guy, which indicated the progress of awakening equal to 60%. Also on the screen was a countdown to the end of the witness's condition, which was 73 hours and 55 minutes, and the average score was 59. Roel, looking at the screen, thought what else was the witness's condition and assessment. After his mental question, the system replied that the assessment is based on the actions, decisions, achievements of the user as well as on many other factors. It is impossible to list them all. The system has notified that it is recommended to use the spirit of the House of Ascarts, as it will be useful for awakening the bloodline of Roel. The boy thought about it. He could not understand what kind of spirit he was talking about and what it was all about. The system immediately explained to the boy that there is no single correct answer to the question of the heart. In addition, the system reminded the user that a person should constantly strive for self-improvement. At that moment, Roel, frowning and raising his hand, told the system to stop and disappear. After that, the boy lay down on the bed, throwing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. He began to talk out loud about the fact that he had 73 hours left, so whether he needed to have time to do something before the time ran out or just lie down. He decided to let things take their course. He was still lying with his eyes closed, and then he said that he would live and see, but as it is, he is already at the limit. After a few moments, Roel began to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The boy was standing in the middle of an incomprehensible hilly wasteland, in the middle of which stood huge skulls. The sky in this place was so gray that it merged with the ground, and not a very thick fog created a slight contrast. Roel was very surprised. He stood with his eyes wide open, and could not understand where he was now, as well as whether it was a dream or reality. He was standing in front of a huge skeleton that had a red cape, and a huge sword was sticking out of his chest. Seeing this picture, the boy exclaimed the question of where he was, when suddenly this very skeleton spoke, and red lights lit up in his eyes. He asked loudly who it was that had come. The skeleton bent down to the boy with the words that it was him again, and this time he had a small child. But it didn't make any difference to him before. He told Roel to answer his question. The dead man looked closely at the boy, and his eyes turned yellow, and asked about how the dead transmit their power. Roel shuddered after hearing this and asked the question again. The skeleton leaned even closer to him and told the boy that he didn't have to answer his question right away. He could think a little first. Roel was covered in cold sweat from excitement and could not utter a word, just looking at the skeleton opposite with his mouth open. The creature, noticing that the boy hesitated, informed him that it looked like Roel was having difficulties, so he told him to come back next time, but he should not forget to give him his answer. At the same moment, Roel woke up on the same bed he had been lying on before. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, lifting himself up on his hands, trying to recover. And then there was a system notification. It said that the first meeting was completed, and the awakening progress was 80%, and was also now frozen. In addition, the user received a unique status of Grandar's promise. The system explained that Roel had made a promise to the king to bring him back to the real world. The effect of this greatly enhances his strength, and also grants temporary invulnerability, but it lasts 30 seconds. The boy has only 3 uses of this effect left. Roel began to process the new information and came to the conclusion that this skeleton gave him a new skill, which is invulnerability. It turns out that the progress of awakening is frozen because of the answer to his question, how the dead transmit their power. He also said that the boy was having difficulties. He had some guesses about it. A little later, he went to Nora, who had been sleeping all this time, opened her blue eyes and called Roel. The boy stood next to her and after her words exclaimed joyfully that she had woken up. Roel asked how she was feeling, to which Nora replied that she wasn't. She had never felt so bad. She asked about what it was like to be sick. The girl's face was still burning. She got up from the bed and sat up, and her eyes were slightly closed. Nora told the boy with a half smile that it seemed he didn't hate her so much anymore. Roel awkwardly replied that he had never hated her. I was just a little scared, but now it's not like that. The princess replied with the words that this is what it is. And then she suddenly informed the boy that the 15th of June is the day of her baptism, so he should remember this date well. Nora explained that if her father or grandfather directed his anger at him, then the boy just needs to name this date, because the day of his baptism is revealed only to the closest people. They will understand everything when they hear this date. Roel was surprised that only those closest to him knew this. The princess said very seriously that Roel should leave at dawn, since only an ancestor can direct her awakening of kinship now. Because of this, she would only become a burden. But Roel did not listen to her, apologizing with a gloomy look and saying that they did not have many options right now, so it would be better for the princess to have a good rest. He lit a stick of incense in her room, which turned out to be a sleeping pill that Roel had bought for 800 reputation points. A light smoke began to spread around the room, so Nora quickly fell asleep again. Roel thought that there were no deaths in the original plot of the chronicler's testimony. Nora herself said in the story arc that she never gets into desperate situations. The change in Alice's fate entailed a number of further changes, although it was all fun. But Roel could not imagine that in the end it would put Nora's life in danger. He looked at the sleeping girl with regret and thought that it was obvious that it was his fault that she was here. And she still continues to take care of his safety. She must be a fool. Roel, leaving the princess's room, thought about her relying on him. The boy received the ability the promise of grandeur for a reason, because a great power foreshadows a great danger. The boy walked down the gloomy corridor with the same gloomy look and continued to think that the only threat he knew was Peter Carter. He pursed his lips and looked more determined. Roel was staring intently into the distance, and by this moment a man in a hat with a very frowning look was standing near the castle where they were staying. The cloak that he was wearing was slightly fluttering in the wind, and in his hands was a small artistic brush. It was the middle of the night. Roel was sitting in the large spacious hall of the castle, and thinking that Peter Carter should be at the peak of the 4th true level right now. And even if those nights had exhausted him, it would still not be so easy for a boy at his 6th level to deal with him. Roel was sitting on the steps under the bright moonlight and flipping through the system window. Next to him on the step was a small flashlight that illuminated the space with a warm yellow light. The boy, leafing through the store, said out loud that the price of using transcendental abilities is too high, so cultists cannot participate in protracted battles. From what Roel found out about Peter Carter in the last fight, it is that his ability is to summon monsters from paintings. Scratching his chin, the boy thought about what he turns out to be: a summoner. His weakness must be close combat, and Grandar's promise is Roel's trump card. He kept thinking about how to strike at close range, and then decided that he could only rely on the blade. He was holding in his hand the blade that Princess Nora had given him. Peter Carter was standing on the street by this moment, bleeding, cursing along the way. His eyes were burning red, and he was standing slightly bent down in the thick fog. She said that if he hadn't been stuck at this 4th true level, those soldiers with their 5th level wouldn't have touched him. Blood trickled down his arms, dripping onto the ground, turning into a puddle. Peter Carter directed the brush that was in his other hand to the side, thereby calling a girl in a black dress with an umbrella in her hands and a blindfold. She had a very long tongue that hung down to her neck from her mouth, and in her other hand was a leash. A long leash led to a huge dog with red eyes and spikes all over his body. Peter Carter commented that the hound did a great job, because there are traces of the presence of those 2 children in this place. He watched as the hound and the woman headed inside the castle, as he wondered why they had left the doors wide open. His face suddenly darkened, and he looked at them from under his brows, holding a palette knife in his hand. He pointed his finger towards the open door and ordered the hound to check there. He was not mistaken. As soon as they entered, the dog began to bark with such force that saliva began to fly in all directions. Roel, who was immediately discovered, cursed and began to wave away the dog. He used the Shadow Lover skill, which is a disguise. The hound rushed at the boy with its mouth open, and the boy, making a swing with a dagger, plunged it right into the mouth. He began to move against the movement of the dog in such a way as to cut the hound along. The blow was so strong that it cut through both the hound and the woman with the umbrella. There was a trail of sparkling energy behind Roel's blade, and his gaze was full of determination. The boy whirled around, looking for the figure of Peter Carter. Roel quickly realized that he needed to use the item reset now. The enraged man, holding a brush and palette knife in his hands, most of all wanted to kill Roel. The man stretched out his hand with the objects for drawing forward, after which he activated his spell, which is called colorful drawing. Colorful splashes flew from small objects, aiming directly at Roel Ascart. Holding his sword in his hands, the boy covered his chest with his hands, after which he activated his ability, which allowed him to become elusive. After that, a dense shield of magic appeared in front of Roel. Colorful footprints dug into the place where the boy had recently stood. After Peter's magic dissipated, only a dent remained at the site of the blow, and there was no trace of Roel's presence. The man visibly tensed. He couldn't understand if he hadn't hit the enemy himself, because Roel was no longer there. Peter Carter quickly realized that the boy's weapon was a blade designed for close combat. Peter Carter started looking around for Roel, but he couldn't find him. At the same time, a boy from the Ascart family was standing on the roof of the castle and looking down. Roel was extremely glad that he had already managed to awaken the blade's ability earlier, because otherwise he could have played into the box with Peter. The boy's gaze was very tense. His weapon, the Holy Blade of the 12 Wings, is the result of the crystallization of the energy of the Awakener of the first kinship and the bearer of the attribute of compassion. Thanks to this weapon, Roel was able to unlock a new ability. The boy looked at his blade and said that even if his ability only allows him to make a jump within 50 meters, and also consumes 10% of mana at a time, this skill is still pretty good. It was also extremely fortunate that Roel had chosen a place for such a jump in advance. Another skill of the boy is called elusive. 3 times a day, the user is able to teleport to any place that is within his sight. The maximum jump distance is usually determined by the user's magic power and attribute. Looking around, Roel noticed that the fog had gathered too thick, and because of this nothing could be seen. The boy stated that in such conditions his skill is very limited, and he is very lucky that he has his lamp. The fog lantern of the Black Raven helped to illuminate the area for the boy. The warm light from the lantern has the ability to penetrate through all obstacles. This is a device that points the way home to the people of the foggy capital of Sharu. The boy looked down and said that his jump had only 2 charges left. This is 1 round trip. In other words, Roel needs to defeat Peter Carter with the next punch. At the same time, Peter was a little startled, because a small lamp appeared right in front of him. The man looked at her intently and asked aloud where she came from. Roel used the item drop to ambush the enemy. Roel Ascart jumped out from behind Peter Carter. The boy was going to use his elusive skill and attack the enemy. The man did not expect this, which is why he turned around sharply and tried to block the attack. But he failed. Roel struck Peter with his Holy Blade of the 12 Wings, after which he staggered a little from loss of balance and coughed, causing a clear liquid to flow from his mouth. The man looked at Roel, and then said that he did not even expect that everything would come to this. He said that, apparently, he underestimated the heir of the House of Ascart. Peter Carter said that Roel is indeed a more formidable opponent than he previously thought. Roel glared at Peter and said that he also did not think that the man still had enough strength to carry such nonsense. The man smiled broadly, after which an unknown gas, similar to steam, went out of his mouth. Peter Carter grabbed Roel by both of his hands and asked if Roel really thought he could kill him so easily. A white painting with a golden frame appeared in the place where the boy had recently struck with a blade. The man said that Roel underestimated the power of the transcendent 4th level of origin too much. Peter Carter asked again if Roel really thought he could pierce the artist's heart. Peter opened his mouth wide and shouted that his main trump card was immersion. A part of his body had already turned into a painting. The man said that Roel could no longer kill him. Suddenly, a large figure of a nun appeared from Peter's painting, straight out of horror movies. The man smiled smugly and summoned a portrait of the guardian, whose name was Smiling Mother. The man pointed at Roel and ordered the nun to kill him. The ghost's claws dug into the boy's body, piercing him through. In response to this, the Ascart heir only laughed, after which he looked up and asked if Peter Carter really thought he could do it. At the same moment, the boy activated his ability, after which a system interface appeared in front of him, on which it was written that the activation of the Promise of Grandeur ability was successfully confirmed. After activation, a countdown began in the system, in parallel with which the fatal wounds of Roel Ascart were recovering with incredible speed. Peter Carter exclaimed in surprise, asking what kind of ability it was, and whether it was invulnerability. The man was amazed that Roel dared to make a deal with such a creature. Peter wanted to say what could happen to Roel one day because of this, but the boy did not let him do it. Roel Ascart smiled slyly and thanked Peter Carter for the warning while the countdown continued. As he continued to speak, Roel gripped the hilt of his blade harder and said goodbye to Peter, dividing him into 2 parts, slowly flying off to the sides. The man dissipated into dust almost as soon as Roel wounded him. The fog began to clear as the boy tried to catch his breath. As soon as the promise of Grandar spell was completed, the system gave the boy a fairly high score of 78 points. Finally, Roel was able to exhale calmly. After that, the boy noticed that the speed of recovery of the skill was simply amazing. But for him it was too debilitating, which made him feel that he was about to fall to the ground and fall asleep. The boy touched his head, trying to somehow get rid of the accumulated pain, and was surprised that it was already quite light outside. Roel Ascart was about to return to the Zeklide burrow when he suddenly heard someone's voice behind him. A man with blonde hair and a blue suit stood behind Roel. The frightened boy turned around sharply and was about to attack the unknown with his holy blade of the 12 wings. But suddenly the man stopped the blade of the weapon with only one hand made of metal. Roel looked up and thought that this man had come at too bad a time. Roel Ascart quickly recognized in the stern face of the man Prince Wade, the instigator of a riot and revolution in the distant past, in which he and Nora happened to be. In front of the dumbfounded Roel stood Prince Wade, who was at the 3rd true level, which means that he is 1 level stronger than Peter Carter. The boy quickly realized that he clearly would not be able to defeat him, especially considering that he had already spent all his strength. The guy, still holding the tip of the blade that was pointed at him, spoke to the boy. He asked him a question about how it turns out that he has now killed an opponent of the 4th true level. Wade concluded that the boy must be from the aristocracy, as he appreciated his clothes. It became quite a curious moment for him. Wade had never heard of nobles being granted a holy blade, much less an activated one. The prince was still looking at the boy in front of him, who was thinking that Wade had started this war in order to remain the sole heir of the House of Zeklide and leave only his supporters. However, for Nora, who supports Victoria, the very idea of joining Wade was simply unacceptable. Gritting his teeth tightly, Roel thought that he needed to come up with a way to save the princess. At the same moment, Prince Wade stared intently at the boy, who abruptly became even more tense, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his face. Roel bent over, clutched his head, and wondered why this was happening right now. The silhouette of the girl was reflected in the golden eyes, after which the boy himself plunged into darkness. Small children were standing in a green clearing, behind which trees grew, and even further over the hill a mill was working. The boy called out to Queen Marie to call her to them. At his call, a girl in a long dress and with a white blindfold turned around. She had golden hair that was gathered into a neat hairstyle. She asked the children where they were, smiling at the same time. The queen said she would catch them and tickle them. The girl caught someone, clutching the child's head with her hands, saying that here he was caught. Queen Marie carefully pulled off the blindfold from her eyes and, seeing a boy with the same golden hair as her, addressed him by name, calling him Wade. The girl touched the child's face and stroked his cheek, and the boy, calling her mother, said that she had come to this place again. Marie, turning back to the children who were playing hide and seek, replied that it was because these children were so cute, just like Wade and Victoria. The queen crouched down to be on the same level with her son and poked him on the cheek. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, standing with a straight face. Marie sadly said that besides, Wade and Victoria do what they study every day. They don't spend any time with her at all. The prince calmly replied to his mother's words that nothing could be done about it. The queen turned to Wade with the words that he was not like these kids. He is the future heir of the sacred theocracy, and these children were left without a mom and dad for completely different reasons. Marie, approaching the boy, gently stroked his head. She went on to say that Wade is responsible from birth since he is a future monk of the theocracy of St. Messit, as well as a messenger of this and an angelic child. The prince will have to rule justly, and his subjects, in turn, will sing his glory and name. However, he should never forget that all people are equal, regardless of their status. She also stroked the boy's face and head, and the prince nodded after her words. At the same moment, there was a building not far from them, and its roof was covered with tiles, a piece of which suddenly broke off and began to fall. Noticing this, the nun shouted that the girl who was passing under the roof at that moment should be careful. The tile flew straight at her, and the girl did not have time to react in time to dodge. Queen Marie and Prince Wade, hearing the nun's cry, immediately turned in that direction. The queen managed to react. She immediately waved her hands forward. Her face was very focused, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The dark energy slid away from the queen and quickly smashed the tile flying at the girl. The nun, seeing the power of the queen, was horrified and covered her mouth with her hands, exclaiming the words about the attribute of the queen. Soldiers immediately ran to Marie, surrounding the queen from all sides. She was silent, and the shocked Prince Wade called out to his mother. A moment later, Queen Marie, with the same warm smile, extended her hand to the girl who almost got hurt, and asked if she was okay. The girl's face at this moment was very gloomy. There were rumors that the attribute of Queen Marie does not belong to any of the three main ones. Who would have thought that the monarch's wife would be from heretics? It became a great shame for the whole theocracy. Behind the bars, under the rays of light from the window, Queen Marie was sitting in torn clothes, thinking about her children, Wade and Victoria, and whether they were okay. The prince began to study hard. He hoped that his mother would wait until he became the Holy See and change everything. To do this, Prince Wade read and studied a lot. One day, a maid came running to him screaming, which immediately informed the prince of the shocking news. Wade, who was studying at that moment, heard the maid's words, shuddered and froze. He ran to the place of detention of his mother, but he was not allowed inside with the words that His Highness could not go any further. The man informed the boy that the plague was raging in the area, and also that even though Marie and his mother, she was still a heretic. Prince Wade could not go further, and his mother was branded a heretic, and her death because of this did not become something special. Prince Wade and Princess Victoria came to their mother's grave when it was raining. The children were crying bitterly. The girl was sitting on the ground, and the boy stood with his fists clenched, and thought about where the attribute of compassion was. Roel clutched his head in pain and bent even more. The adult Prince Wade looked at him and said that the boy didn't seem to be able to fight anymore. Roel sank to the ground and, sweating, thought that he had just seen Wade's memories. He realized that the prince is not a cultist, he is a heretic, and this completely changes everything. The prince turned to his soldier with the words that he was going after Victoria, and the soldier just needed to look after the boy, as he had had enough because he was already exhausted. The soldier accepted the order, and when Wade left, he told the boy that he did not know where he came from. But next time he had better be more respectful in the face of His Highness. Roel wondered why the bloodshed disaster skill was activated right now as the system window appeared. It said it was Whale's assistant, Felder Elric, or Brian Elric. Roel was shocked by this information. Prince Wade entered the room where Nora was sleeping on the bed. He said that nevertheless, he did not expect Pont to leave her and run away alone. He thought it was the two of them. Suddenly the prince realized that although the girl is similar to Victoria, but it's definitely not her. The guy ordered to bring that boy to him right away. Notes began to fall from the bookshelves, the leaves scattered all over the room, and the prince mentally cursed. Suddenly a man appeared behind him, with Nora lying on his shoulder, and then disappeared. At that moment, a piece of paper flew in front of Prince Wade, on which it was written that it was the 5th of March, and the weather was sunny. Victoria is wearing yellow underwear on this day. The soldiers entered the room, and Wade shouted that they should still be nearby. He ordered the soldiers to hurry up and find them. On the street at that moment, Felder Elric shouted that they were being attacked. Roel was happy that his ancestor was here, which means that he was saved. Victoria, who led the army, shouted the order to attack. He was completely shocked by such an order because he was still here. Victoria's soldiers, pulling the string of their bows, aimed arrows at the castle where Princess Nora and Roel had been hiding before, and began to shoot. The arrowheads are enveloped in energy, because of which the shots were so powerful that they destroyed stone buildings. Roel sat on the ground in shock with his dagger in his hand. His face was covered in cold sweat, and there was a column of dust around him. He thought that the fact that they were using arrows was a joke. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that the ancestor had already taken Princess Nora away from here, but they must not know about him. He was confident in his words, so he began to get ready slowly, as he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. He raised his sword while Marquis Elric was distracted by the soldiers attacking them. At the same time, Nora, who was unconscious, began to gradually come to her senses. She asked where she was, and when the princess fully recovered and opened her eyes, she exclaimed, because Her Highness Victoria herself was in front of her. The girl was completely dumbfounded. The princess sat in front of her and used her power that sparkled with yellow light. With a smile, she told the girl not to be afraid, because she is safe, and the princess is now directing Nora's rush, so she shouldn't worry. The girl loudly addressed Victoria with the words that her name is Nora Zeklide, and although they may not believe her, she is a distant descendant of Victoria. The girl added that she was not alone here. She said those words very quickly, and then she explained that she had a boy with her, whose name is Roel Ascart, and he is an important person for her, so she asked Princess Victoria to find him. The girl and the man who stood behind her were surprised to hear this name from the girl. Victoria turned to the teacher and asked if there was such a person in his family, to which the man replied that there was no such thing in his family. He scratched his chin in thought, and then sat down next to the girl and asked her a question again. Teacher Pont asked if the girl was sure that her companion really came from the house of Ascart. Nora clarified the information from the man that he was also the Marquis of Pont, and then the princess swore by her kinship and asked to find the boy. Victoria, looking doubtfully at the man, said that the search for a child in the rear of the battle was too dangerous an undertaking. The Marquis of Pont agreed, and then thought about it, since his Ascart house has too few descendants, and even if Roel is from a side branch of the family, he can't just leave him there. Teacher Pont told Princess Victoria not to worry because he would have time to activate the maze before Wade got to them. At that moment, a yellow crystal appeared in the Marquis of Pont's hand, which easily hovered over the man's palm. While the battle was in full swing not far from them, he said that he would create a fog screen with which the princesses could retreat. Dust stood like a high wall on the battlefield, and soldiers fought among themselves. Suddenly, a blue lightning flashed and hit the ground, and the Marquis of Pont cursed nervously, and announced that it was Wade who had arrived. The prince appeared with a sword in his hands. He turned to his assistant Felder with an order that he bring that kid back. The soldier quickly accepted the prince's order and went to get the child. At that moment, Roel Ascart hit an ordinary soldier between the legs, after which he maliciously said that such an important place was left unguarded. It is not surprising that this armor will be replaced with a more advanced one in the future. While he was saying this, another soldier noticed him, who asked where the child came from in this place, and Roel happily asked him if this man was a soldier of Victoria. He waved his dagger and said that he had an important report, and needed to be escorted to Her Highness right now. Roel showed his weapon with the words that she personally honored him with this sacred blade of the 12 wings. The soldier turned to the others, telling them that plans had changed and they were retreating, as they had to deliver an important message to Victoria. The soldiers accepted the order, but suddenly someone used the blood mist skill. The soldier who gave the order identified the man. It turned out to be Marquis Elric, who immobilized the soldiers and very quickly and deftly neutralized them. Roel immediately used a protective stone. He tensed and clenched his teeth. The system immediately gave a hint that this is a protective Seelie stone, which is a protective amulet capable of repelling several attacks by a high-class master. A small barrier appeared around the boy, which prevented the red mist from attacking him. From behind the protective barrier, a worried Roel watched as the soldiers of Her Majesty Victoria one by one fell to the ground lifeless bodies. Marquis Elric Brian was walking through the red mist towards the boy with a sword in his hands. He turned to Roel with the words that, apparently, he has a lot of interesting artifacts, and then asked the boy if he would go himself or if it was better for the soldier to cripple him and take him by force. He was looking at the prince intently. Roel looked at the man warily and thought that Elric had appeared at a very bad time, because under the influence of the protective stone, he could not move, and if he continued to stand, he would be quickly captured. However, he can use the jump one more time, but with his strength, a distance of 50 meters will not give him any advantage. The boy wondered what he should do then. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and decided that he could only fight. He got into a fighting stance, and Elric stated that the boy was coming out. He also prepared to fight. The man, quickly approaching Roel, said that he had chosen the second option. The prince swung his sword in response to Elric's attack and activated the Promise of Grandeur ability. He tensed and clenched his teeth, and the system started counting down the ability. King Grandeur stood behind Roel while the boy fought Felder Elric. Their blades collided, and the man saw a huge skeleton. He turned to the boy in shock, saying that he was a heretic, so why was he going to Victoria? Doesn't he know what His Highness Wade is fighting for? The Marquis was completely perplexed by this behavior of the boy, and Roel, being at the limit, replied that the man talks too much. The boy thought that this war was much more than just revenge for his mother. When he saw Wade's memories, his thoughts filled Roel's head. Her Highness Queen Marie died because of illness, because of the nobility, and because she was different, from another region, another race, another nation, another faith. Regardless of her actions, as soon as they found out that she was different, not like everyone else, they began to persecute her. The victory over discrimination generated by different views is the main goal of this war. Prince Wade wants to create a world without borders and oppression, where all people will be equal. He wants to create a great empire, as great as the ancient Austin Empire 1,000 years ago. Thanks to this great ideal and the mighty power of Wade, there are so many followers. Except Roel isn't in the mood to think so much right now. He used the elusiveness skill, and disappeared from the sight of Marquis Elric, who was confused because of the loss of the boy. Roel was thinking that he had to survive and save Nora. At that moment, he appeared behind the Marquis and began to attack him with an awakened sword. Yellow sparks flew in different directions, and Roel's face was full of determination. Contrary to Roel's expectations, Brian effortlessly blocked his attack by covering his back with his sword. At that moment, the boy realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Brian turned around and said it was weak enough, and apparently Roel's skill time was over. The man presented his hand 10 centimeters from Roel's face and cast a spell, an explosion of blood. A powerful force spun and hurled Roel away. Before hitting his back against the wall, the boy managed to activate his defense, after which a magic barrier appeared around him. Unfortunately, this did not save Roel much from a painful blow, and he hit hard while Brian looked at him in silence. Due to the strong impact, the walls of the building crumbled, creating a small dust cloud. Roel coughed up blood. The boy realized that Brian Elric easily realized that his ability had a time limit. The man has been looking for an opportunity to counterattack all this time. The boy also noticed that his defense partially withstood the blow, although this usually depends on the force of the blow. The stronger the attack, the worse the defense copes with it. Brian walked slowly over to Roel. The boy glared at Brian, then thought that he was unlikely to be able to find out the secret of Elric's longevity. A small system window glowed next to the man. He was Wade's assistant, Felder Edric, who also owned Brian's name. Roel looked at Brian and, smiling, asked if he had changed his mind and now wanted to take him with him. The man looked at the boy and said that he had talent, and if given enough time to develop, there was a chance that Roel could become a great man. Brian also said that as an opponent, the boy could provide Wade with a greater threat. Roel thanked the man for such a high assessment and said that in this case he would also give Brian some advice. While the man was swinging his sword at him, Roel said that the next time Brian wants to kill someone, he should talk less. After these words, Roel Ascart smiled broadly. The boy was about to come face to face with the tip of Brian's sword when suddenly someone used a spell, the center of gravity, after which Roel was able to escape from enemy weapons. With a cruel grimace, Brian turned around and cursed at another of Pont's tricks. A man from the Ascart family gently caught Roel and said that the boy had done a good job, and now he could rest. Brian stood in front of Pont and said that the boy who is now being held by Ascart is a heretic. Pont asked the man if, after this information, he should give the child to Marquis Felder. Pont Ascart smiled and took out a small book. The man said that he had a lot to do lately, so he apologized to Elric for not being able to keep the man company. He carefully opened his book and said goodbye. A lot of sheets flew out of it, after which the man disappeared from Brian's field of vision, who again cursed into the void. After a while, cheers rang out in a place filled with many red flags. One girl was glad to see her teacher, and the other was glad to see Roel. With tears of joy in her eyes, Nora hugged the boy. Clinging tightly to him, the girl was sincerely glad that her friend was safe and sound. Roel Ascart awkwardly raised his hands and said that he was in pain. Nora quickly moved away from him and apologized guiltily, saying that she did not want to hurt him at all. They were on the front line in the midst of the war. Pont raised his hand up and ordered the troops not to spare supplies, because now they will send their last salvo, after which they will retreat. The man took a small amulet of preservation in his hand and said that they needed to return as soon as possible and cure Roel. While Roel was sleeping in reality, he was conscious in a mountainous area. Before him again appeared a huge skeleton, which he had previously seen. Sitting on the ground, the huge creature noted that their second meeting had already come. The boy stared intently at the creature and was silent. The skeleton peered at Roel, then said that of all those who had ever received his power, Roel was the first to return to him so soon. Unlike others who valued this ability immensely and did not allow themselves to use it so easily, Roel used this ability twice in just one day. The boy smiled and asked if this skeleton had given him the ability to use it. Roel said that at a critical moment he simply played a trump card. The great creature agreed with the boy's words, also saying that this power really should not gather dust in the dark. The skeleton gave it to Roel so that he could use it. He told the boy that great warriors showed their bravery during battles, thereby making enemies tremble before them, and it was this awe that gave them power, making them stronger. The skeleton stated that the second time Roel used the ability too recklessly, and now those who saw him will become much more careful. After that, the creature asked why Roel used it for the first time. He asked if it was for the sake of that little angel. The boy sat down opposite him and said that he had killed Peter because there was no end to the man's atrocities. Roel also added that he protected Nora only because he thought she deserved his protection. He agreed that the girl has flaws, but he doesn't care about it. The boy looked at the creature and asked if he had any more questions. Putting his bony hand to the skull, the skeleton said that he understood everything, because he liked Nora. Roel abruptly stood up and said that he had never said anywhere that he liked the girl. He added that he had previously said that he had done everything right. Roel asked with displeasure how the monster even thought of such a thing. The skeleton only replied to him that he had said it earlier because it was on the surface. Turning to another topic, the great creature said that it did not matter because it was already quite late. The skeleton said that he gave the boy to use this ability 3 times, while Roel had already spent 2 of them. Covering the boy's small body with his hand, the skeleton said that at their next meeting he would wait for an answer from Roel, and now it was time for him to go. Slowly, the boy began to lose consciousness, disappearing from the great space. Suddenly, Roel jumped up from the neat bed, covered in sweat. Before he realized what was happening, the boy fell into the arms of Nora. The girl hugged him tightly and happily said that he had finally woken up. The boy hugged her back and said he was fine. Roel said it was because of the awakening of his kinship. The boy apologized to her for dragging her into all this. Nora noticed that Roel's kinship awakening was due to her grandfather. On top of everything else, the girl thanked him for saving her from the hands of that heretic, Peter Carter. Roel looked at her and noticed that she already knew about it. Broke the embrace. The girl said she was half asleep and heard sounds. She stated that she was obviously stronger than him, and therefore she had to protect Roel. The boy looked at her and said that, after all, he was a man, and it was his duty. Nora looked at him and said that this was not the case at all, because he was her property and only she had the right to hurt him. Nora looked completely serious when she asked Roel if that was true. The boy answered her sharply that this was not the case at all. Nora gently put her hand on his and said that even if it's not right now, but she promises him. The girl gently took his hands in hers and, looking into his eyes, promised that she would protect him. She declared that she would jealously protect him and also become his shield. Nora gave her word, reinforcing it with the fact that she would give her life in order to keep it. The boy looked straight into her eyes, trying to figure out what to say in response. Suddenly Victoria and Pont entered the room. A tall girl, vaguely similar to Nora, said that this is what true love between spouses looks like. Victoria said that the current children, although so small, are already flirting with each other like this. The girl glanced at Pont and continued, saying that this was clearly different from some cowardly gentleman she knew. Roel looked at Victoria and thought that he and Nora looked like 2 peas in a pod. The boy thought that he had seen the characters' sprites in the game, and in a few years Nora would look exactly the same. Victoria turned to Pont and asked if her teacher thought that these children had a very nice relationship. She urged him to think about it, because very soon some families will oppose the tradition of arranged marriages. She noted that, probably, especially it will be young people. Victoria said that young people accept everything new very quickly. Pont looked away and agreed with the girl. Victoria approached Pont's face and asked what he thought about it. Pont tried to look away again and said that he already had a wife. Watching them, Roel thought that he clearly understood why Nora had such predilections. He thought it was a high-rank atavism she had received from an ancestor. Victoria smiled slyly and asked if Pont was talking about the wife he had told her about. That girl he only saw, and he was at the wedding, and there was nothing more between them. The girl asked, already knowing the answer in advance, if Pont had married just so that he would finally be left behind. Looking at the girl, Pont asked her not to start developing this topic. The girl approached his face even more and asked what she shouldn't start, after which she asked him to continue his proposal. Roel turned to Pont and said that he wanted to know something about their kind, and then asked him to answer the question. The man quickly distracted himself from Victoria and hurriedly agreed, asking about what kind of question it was. Pont approached Roel and asked more precisely about the boy's name. The man stated that he is the current head of the Ascart house, so Roel can safely turn to him for all family matters. The boy looked at Pont and asked him if their family had a kinship, also wanting to know more details. Hearing about this, the man quickly approached the boy and asked if Roel was able to hold out on the battlefield thanks to the power of kinship. Pont quickly grabbed Roel's arm and pulled him out of bed while Nora was trying to do something about it. The man hurriedly left, saying that he and Roel would take a walk to the office, and it was better for the Zeklade girls to wait for them. Nora wanted to say that Roel still has wounds, but at this time there was no trace of them in the room. In response to Nora's concern, the man only briefly said that the boy was already fine. As they moved along the corridor, Roel asked Pont if something had gone wrong. With a stern expression on his face, the man said that their family really has a kinship. Only in the 3rd century it was interrupted, and only 2 awakened as well as Roel did. However, eventually they both disappeared without a single trace. The man said that if they did die, it means that there is no wet spot left of them. After a while, in one of the rooms of the castle, Roel examined the system. He was thinking that even if his ancestor shed some light on the mystery of kinship, the family records are still badly damaged, so nothing specific about the ability is unknown. The boy suggested that it was quite possible that it had something to do with the study of the past and its legacy. He decided that this was most likely the truth, because now he is actually researching the history of his family. Roel thought about the fact that those two ancestors who were able to awaken their power apparently disappeared in their travels to the past. Sighing heavily, Roel was upset because he had already thought that he could finally get to the truth. The boy was interested, and he did not know when he would finally find out the whole truth of the Ascarts. Looking into the system, he knew that they only had 32 hours left, after which they would be able to leave this place. In order to allow them to leave, Victoria decided to fight Wade the next day. Roel noticed that the score had changed from 73 to 87, which meant excellent. The boy noted that his grade had improved quite well, but there was something that did not give him any peace. After a brief look, Roel asked the system if the score could be lowered. A message appeared on the system window stating that the score is determined by the actions of the owner, and, in accordance with them, may change for the better or for the worse. Roel let out a frustrated sigh, realizing that they would not be able to leave so easily. The next moment, Nora entered the room, who told Roel that she had some information that she would like to tell the boy. He looked at her a little surprised and asked what happened. The girl came closer to him and said that Roel had already heard about the upcoming battle between Victoria and Wade. Nora looked at him and said she was going to stay in the past. Surprised, Roel asked why the princess had come to this decision. Because it was too dangerous. The girl looked away and said that after they rescued her, she couldn't just run away like that. Nora said that such actions contradict her principles and beliefs. She stated that if she had done so, she would have been unworthy to own the kinship. She got closer to Roel's face and noticed that besides everything else, the boy was not going to run away either. Roel looked away and said it was different, and he had a good reason for it. Nora sat down next to him and said that her grandfather wanted her to witness these events. She decided that if this was the case, then it was her duty to see everything with her own eyes until the very end. The girl added that on top of everything else, she does not want to part with the Roel. She put his hand on hers, after which he looked at her in surprise. The boy looked away and said that if everything had come to this, then he should tell the girl something about this war. He looked at Nora and said that the reason Wade untied her was completely different from what they imagined her to be, and it wasn't a riot. The next day, the troops in red and blue robes met. Wade turned to Victoria and said that he did not expect that she would decide to come herself. He asked if his sister remembered how their mother was treated and decided to leave the resistance. The girl exclaimed that she had never forgotten about their mother, so she would not dissuade her brother from revenge. However, she said that you can't change everything overnight. The girl urged Wade to look at the consequences of his so-called revolution. Victoria said that in less than a month the holy capital was filled with rivers of blood. Victoria asked how many people died because of Wade. She urged her brother to think about those who fell because of him. The guy looked into her eyes and said that revolution is impossible without victims, and at all times revolution has threatened the interests of the powerful of this world. Wade asked his sister about how you can build something new without turning everything old into ashes. He said that if wood was thrown on the bonfire of the revolution, the flame would be gradually extinguished by aristocrats and bishops. Not wanting to listen anymore, Victoria said that, apparently, they would never come to an agreement. Holding his sword in his hand, Wade said that she was right, and this battle was inevitable from the very beginning. Wade urged Victoria to draw her sword, and so the battle began, in which Victoria fought for peace and Wade for justice. Standing on the roof of the estate, Nora and Roel watched what was happening, after which the girl noticed that the battle had begun. Nora said that although her grandfather wanted her to see all this, she still does not know who is right about them. Roel agreed with her, because sometimes you just can't divide everything into black and white. They watched as hundreds of soldiers killed each other, thinking that the brutality that occurs for the sake of future justice, and the confrontation that occurs for the sake of stability in the future, can be understood. Roel said that each of them is right in his own way, and you just need to understand which side you are on, and which of them you are holding. That's all. Nora looked at him and agreed. Holding back to back, Victoria and Punt fought on the battlefield. The girl turned to her teacher and said that they did not have a numerical advantage, so they could not delay the fight. Punt briefly replied to Victoria, saying that he also knows about it. The man pulled out a red amulet and used his labyrinth spell. Suddenly, a thick fog covered the entire battlefield, tearing the clouds out of the maze. Wade cursed because Punt had pulled that pathetic trick again. When the guy made his way through the thick fog, he saw Victoria and Punt. The girl had a shining weapon in her hands. Wade recognized the sacred blade in this weapon and was very wary. Victoria held the sword with one hand and Punt with the other. The girl looked sternly at her brother and said goodbye to him forever. A quick magic attack in the shape of a ball was directed at the guy. Under his own command, he raised his blade above his head, after which it shone with magic. His blade met the attack, after which the entire battlefield met with a bright flash. The power of this attack spread throughout the kingdom, destroying many buildings in its path. At the end of this attack, Victoria tried to support her hand, in which she held the sword with the other. Together with Pont, they looked ahead and worried about whether everything was over, because their strength was at the limit. When the haze created by Victoria's powerful spell dissipated, the guy's metal knees began to appear. When the smoke finally cleared, Victoria and Pont saw Wade holding his sword on his knees. The knights in red uniforms began to look at each other, wanting to understand whether they had won or not. Brian got closer to Wade and tried to call him. The guy looked at the floor with his empty eyes, simultaneously asking his assistant if it was really over. Wade stared at the floor in silence for a while, then tensely closed his eyes. Before the eyes of the guy there were memories of his mother, who tried to call him by name. As soon as the guy answered his mother, she again told her son that he was responsible from birth, because he was the future monarch of the theocracy of Sin. Messit. Wade turned to her and asked if he could live up to his mother's expectations. Memories flew through his mind of the day when the queen played with orphan children, of how the girl sat in a dungeon waiting for her end, and also of how she and her sister mourned the death of their mother. Thinking about it, Wade was able to gain strength and clenched his weapon, not wanting to end up like this. Wade wondered if it was faith to define a person to be a noble or a commoner. Is it possible to judge a person just because he is of the wrong religion? Since when do people judge not by a person's actions, but by his true attribute? Since they hated heretics, Wade decided to become one. He rejected mercy, since everyone reveres him for weakness, and then chose anger, since it is impossible to extinguish anger in a person's heart. Slowly, but surely, Wade began to rise, feeding on thoughts of his mother. The guy was struck by red lightning, after which he asked her to see the glory of her son. Gradually, the smoke from the lightning began to dissipate, and people saw the outlines of the new Wade. Victoria and Pont looked at the guy in complete defeat, because they could not even imagine that he would be able to break through. Wade stood in front of them with empty eyes. Nora, who had been watching the battle from the roof of the building all this time, realized that the guy had reached the second true level. Wade's Zeklide was able to break through thanks to his willpower. The girl quickly realized the reason why Victoria and her troops could not defeat her brother. Roel noticed that, apparently, the course of history has not changed much. The boy looked at Nora and said that it was the best moment for them to make their choice. Wade slowly pulled his sword out of the ground and brought it closer to his face. The guy looked at his sister and said that justice goes without compromise. With quick movements, the guy swung his sword, after which a large wave of magical power dissipated. The attack was coming straight at Victoria and Pont, leaving them no way to evade. When the girl panicked, Pont pulled her to him and used his amulet, thanks to which he activated teleportation and escaped from the powerful attack. The attack spread across the square, breaking everything in its path. Wade looked at the spot where his sister had been standing a short time ago and realized that they had made a leap. At the same time, Pont and Victoria were transported to one of the points of the kingdom. As soon as their feet hit the ground, Ascart started coughing up blood. Victoria approached worriedly and said that her teacher was no longer able to use magic. The man replied that he was still fine, and they had gone very close, so they would be found soon. Because of this, they have to run as far as possible. Suddenly, Pont's eyes widened as he saw something ahead. Not far from Victoria, another scarlet flash was heard, which destroyed some part of the earth. Pont hugged the girl to him when she was scared. Victoria turned in the direction of the blow and saw her brother in front of her. Wade stood in front of them, drawing his blade. Looking at the enemy, Pont suddenly said that it was time for the student and the teacher to say goodbye. Wade looked at them sternly and told his sister that this was the end. The guy pulled out his sword while he activated another spell with his other hand. Lightning was fast approaching Victoria and Pont as they hugged, trying to hide from the attack. Suddenly, a girl in red shoes and a dress jumped forward, after which she used the skill and activated protection, saving Victoria and Pont from attack. Nora spread her arms wide, trying to protect her savior. Victoria asked the girl in surprise what she was doing in such a place. Pont immediately asked anxiously where Roel was at that moment. Suddenly, the figure of a 9-year-old boy appeared behind Wade. Roel looked at the guy and said he couldn't dodge here. After that, he activated his Grandar's Promise ability almost immediately. The ground next to him began to crack, until he himself found himself in the mountains next to a huge skeleton. The boy was looking up when the huge creature asked him if Roel was ready to give him an answer. The skeleton asked the boy how the dead transmit their power. Roel smiled and said he had 2 answers to that. The first is for the question, and the second is about the skeleton. The boy asked which one of them the creature wanted to hear. The skeleton was interested in Roel's words and said he wanted to listen to both answers. The boy raised his hand and said that after what Roel saw in this era, he thinks that the skeleton already knows his answer. The boy said that spirit, will and aspirations are what the dead use to transmit their power. He said that there are those who write historical works because of them, there are those who do research because of them, and there are those who pass on their ideals to others all their lives. When all this is in its entirety, it turns from ordinary pages into culture. This inheritance is the way the dead transmit their aspirations, change the present, discarding unnecessary and adding new things. And the more time passes, the stronger their influence, and in the end it becomes a link between the dead and the living. Roel added that this only works when there is a descendant, and that on follow, while the skeleton has none of that. The creature glared at the boy and told him to watch his tongue. The boy said that, apparently, he was right. Besides, Roel was sure that the skeleton would not kill him, because otherwise he would not have helped him so much. In response to this, the creature only remained silent. After a while, the skeleton laughed and said that Roel obviously had a lot of courage, but that's what he likes about him. The skeleton almost covered the boy with his brush and said that it was so. The creature reported that this was exactly the answer he wanted to hear so much. The skeleton even wondered how many years had passed, and how many people he had seen. None of them would dare to say a word against him, even with imminent death. He continued talking, telling Roel that one day there was still one smug boy who dared to say these words. Roel looked at him and said he could have called him something else, like cocky. After removing his brush, the skeleton decided to ask Roel Ascart something else. He asked the boy who they were to each other. Without really thinking about the answer, the boy said that they were friends. The skeleton quickly accepted this answer and agreed with him. The skeleton stood up and said that now, as his friend, he asks Roel to return with a victory. Prince Wade turned back to look at Roel, but after he saw the boy, he paid attention to the aura surrounding him. He was surprised by what he saw, as it was the favor of an ancient deity. The guy did not think that he would be able to meet someone like this in this place. He asked the boy shrouded in a dark aura that this was his trump card, but Roel only silently looked at the prince. Wade waved his sword with words about how sorry he was that for the ancient gods such as him were just toys, and it was not interesting to spend their strength on him. He pierced the air so that the shock wave went towards Roel. The boy was still calm. He raised one of his hands to chest level and blocked the prince's powerful blow. From such active actions, dust rose into the air, through which energy was flowing. The prince's blue eyes were directed forward. Wade was surprised, as he was surprised that Roel had not received any damage, and a drawing appeared on half of his face. Roel, with determination on his face, held a glowing lightning bolt in his hand and said that until the guy tries, he will not find out whether it is interesting or not. The boy smiled slightly and, swinging well, threw a lightning bolt at Prince Wade. The guy managed to dodge, but the lightning flew in critical proximity to him, and a drop of blood appeared on the prince's cheek due to a scratch. He was shocked by such a blow from the boy. Roel loudly shouted the name of King Grandar, and behind him blazed golden energy mixed with black, and the boy did not take his eyes off the guy opposite. The skeleton responded to the boy's cry by appearing behind him. King Grandar headed towards the prince shrouded in black power. A red cloak was fluttering on his shoulders, and his eyes were burning red. He towered over the prince, who shouted with shock on his face that this was not just a blessing, it was a real contract with an ancient deity. His eyes became much bigger, and sweat broke out on his face. Roel called the king and told him that it was necessary to take Nora from this place at any cost, and then asked Grandar if he could do it. Roel's eyes were burning with determination, and his hand was clenched into a fist. The skeleton answered him with the words that, of course, but now with him the boy will have enough to win in one blow. Roel asked again about one punch. The deity exclaimed that one would definitely be enough. The boy directed the force into his fist and, saying that then he would act, made a swing. Grandar, standing next to him, accepted the instruction and also prepared for the attack. An insane force was blazing around them, and Prince Wade, who was still standing in front of the boy, clutching the hilt of his sword to get it out of the scabbard, shouted with full readiness for them to attack him. Grandar, sparkling with energy, made a swing and sent his fist straight at the prince with such force that the wind flew in all directions. At the moment of the attack, Wade drew his sword from its scabbard and struck back. An incredible collision occurred, from which an explosion occurred, and the earth split under them. Nora was still standing and protecting Princess Victoria, and the Marquis of Pont with a barrier. The strongest shock wave hit the dome of the barrier mixed with stones. Princess Nora shouted the name of the boy who was now fighting with the deity against Prince Wade. Victoria turned to the girl with the words that the boy was definitely alright, so she had better take care of herself. The worried girl looked at the girl next to her who was trying to comfort her. A huge wave of energy hit him, and a giant crater formed in the courtyard of the castle from the collision of two forces. Dust and smoke covered the entire space, and two people stood in the center of everything. The hand that was shaking so much was holding a sword broken to the hilt. Prince Wade fell face first to the ground, completely exhausted, and Roel continued to stand in front of him. However, he also sat down on the ground with a tired look. The boy lowered his head and held his hand. Wade's voice came from the ground, telling the boy that he had managed to surprise him. Roel looked up at him, still holding his hand, and said the words that he was also surprised that the guy was able to talk after such an attack. And Prince Wade turned to the boy for this. He also asked Roel with a sad look that he was using heretical power, so why was he trying to stop the prince? The guy was lying on the ground, just turned his head to the side. Roel, gradually rising from the ground, said that there are many reasons for this. For example, he believes that now, instead of this war, it would be better to throw all forces at improving people's lives. The boy added that there was a more important reason. If Prince Wade could have picked up a sword to protect someone close to him, would he have acted differently? From such words, the guy opened his eyes even wider and then relaxed, lowering his gaze. The prince replied with words that this is what it is, and also added that it looks like they are the same with him. Wade uttered the words that he was sorry that when a person close to him was in danger, he could not lift this sword, and when he firmly squeezed it, she was no longer there. The rays of the sun broke through the clouds, which illuminated the place of battle. Roel came closer to the lying guy and said that even though Wade lost, the boy considers him a worthy ruler. He recognizes his talents and intelligence, but he does not support his views and ideas. The prince, without raising his head, replied that Roel was indeed a stubborn subject. At that moment, Nora ran up to them, who called the boy by name, and Wade said the words that it looked like this young lady would have a hard time in the future. The princess threw herself into the arms of the boy, shouting that he was safe. She hugged him tightly by the shoulders and closed her eyes, and then pulled away, leaving her hands on his shoulders. Roel, with a smile, told the girl to be calmer, and then added that he could barely stand on his feet. Prince Wade was lying on the ground with a sad look and thought that the children might be able to cope better than him. If this boy's power is used with the unique abilities of the Zeklides, then everything will change for the better. With such thoughts, the young guy closed his eyes, addressing his mother. Princess Nora and Roel turned in the direction of Prince Wade, who had left them, who fought until the last moment. The Marquis of Pont and Princess Victoria also watched the prince. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and the man put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the blue sky above them. A system notification appeared stating that the observer's goal was completed, and the countdown was stopped. The remaining time was 4 hours and 22 minutes. The score was excellent at 102 points. The countdown to the return began, which was equal to 4 hours and 42 minutes. Roel thought that they had finally completed this mission. Roel turned to Nora, but she interrupted him because she noticed his body, from which steam began to emanate. The boy did not pay attention to this, and after the girl's words he began to examine himself. The Marquis of Pont was very surprised, and then reported that the boy's body was already half dead. Victoria covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and asked if this was really the price for the power of an ancient god, and Nora frowned. Roel had no idea that his body was dead, nor the price of the ancient god. He thought about the fact that there had been no sign of the skeleton after that blow. It turns out his body is no longer able to withstand. Victoria addressed the girl by name and told her that they had no mana left at all. The girl hesitantly said that she had never used healing spells before. The girl turned to the boy and pointed to his holy blade. She said that their mana merged together during the activation of the blade's power. They need to use this shrine to transfer mana to each other, whether through blood exchange or intimate contact. Princess Victoria touched her forehead and closed her eyes. She said that the boy could not afford to lose even more blood, otherwise his condition would worsen. Roel immediately assumed that he was hiding under intimate contact, but the princess interrupted him with words that this was not even discussed. At this point, Nora intervened, who told the boy to just be quiet, after apologizing to him. The boy rolled his eyes in mute shock, and the Marquis of Pont turned to Victoria with a question about whether it was too early for children to do this, but the girl interrupted him, telling him to be quiet. Nora turned to Victoria and said with a confident look that she knew what to do. And Roel at this moment, with a confused look, decided to clarify what exactly the girl knows. However, before he could say anything more, Princess Nora turned her whole body towards him and quickly approached. She touched her lips to the cheek of a sharply flushed Roel. The time has expired, and the system has reported that the activation of the return has begun. At this time, a girl with blonde hair was sitting under a tree by a small fire, and a tall man was standing next to her. Marquis Carter turned to the bored Alice with a question about what she thinks about Roel all the time. He looked at the girl, and Alice replied to her father that she could not even think that Her Highness the Princess would dare to invade the estate like that. She also added that Nora is definitely hurting her brother now. The man awkwardly told Alice that he did not even know that he had answered the girl to this. Suddenly a servant ran up to them and shouted that an urgent telegram had arrived from Marquis Carter. The man exclaimed, rearranging the servant about his words. Alice turned around and thought with excitement that something had really happened to her brother. Everything became cloudy, and she pressed her hand to her chest, looking anxiously in the direction of the servant who ran by. A middle-aged man with blonde hair was standing in a magnificent hall, and worried about the fact that things were not going right. The man thought that there was a binding spell between them, and one of them must have injured himself, after which the other resorted to the treatment of the holy blade. He suggested that for this reason they should not be separated. He remembered that as soon as the attack happened, he hurried to this place, but there were no opponents there. He suggested that, apparently, they had managed it themselves, and he didn't have to worry about that. He tensed, thinking that it was much worse in this situation that at least 10 people had seen them, and this was very bad. Suddenly, the man named Bishop was hailed by someone. It was Carter Ascart, Marquis of the House of Ascart. The man walked with confident steps to the bishop, telling the saint that he wanted to know what was wrong with his son. Behind the Marquis ran a little girl with blonde hair, Alice Ascart. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she asked the bishop about what happened to her beloved brother. The man raised his hand and said that they shouldn't worry so much. Even if for some unknown reason the boy can't move now, he definitely should be fine. The man smiled awkwardly and thought that these were relatives, and therefore he would let them take a look once and make sure that everything was in order. The man opened the door and, looking at the Marquis, said that everything was fine with them, and they could see it for themselves. Marquis Ascart asked what they meant, after which the bishop looked into the room, and the expressions of all those present froze in surprise. The bishop and the others asked what the children were doing when they saw Nora kissing Roel on the cheek while he was blushing. In one holy capital of Lauren, there were 2 children in love who grew up together. They were the only heirs of the high houses. However, since they were already engaged, their wishes were not granted. But on the first day of the new year, they realized that they could no longer restrain their feelings for each other. Taking advantage of the opportunity when their family members were absent, they swore to each other in love and ran away from home. But who could have known that at this moment, burning with the passion of bliss for the young, evil cultists would take advantage of the carelessness of the sacred capital caused by the celebration of the new year and attack. Although the young ones won a fierce battle, but the young man was also seriously injured. And to help him, the innocent girl gave her first kiss with healing power. However, the rescuers sent to help them saw it, and everything became known to their families. Their secret affair was revealed. They were put under house arrest and severely punished. After reading this fairy tale, Roel maliciously threw the book and asked who could have picked up such pictures for this story, and why by the end she had completely lost touch with reality. Anna, standing next to the boy, smiled and said that this book goes from aristocrat to aristocrat. There are rumors that there are 3 more in military units, and when she went to the market for shopping, she heard that there are 3 more in another place. Roel stopped the girl, not wanting to listen to this anymore. The boy hit his head painfully on the table and asked who would have thought that rumors could spread so quickly, and even Alice believed them. The boy remembered how Alice had asked if she wasn't good enough for him and he didn't need her anymore. Tears were pouring out of his eyes as he talked about how now Alice was avoiding him again, and even eating in her room. Roel didn't understand if all his efforts had been in vain before. Anna asked if the young gentleman was worried about Alice. The girl said that she must have been just jealous, and he needed to give his sister a few days to move away. Roel looked at the maid in surprise and asked what it meant to be jealous. He smiled and said that this could not be, because Alice is still quite a child, and she is too small for jealousy. The boy turned away and wondered again what the problem was. Anna silently watched and smiled, thinking that the main problem in all this was Roel Ascart, the young master of this house. The boy turned around again and asked where his father was, because he had not seen him anywhere that day. The maid answered him, saying that the gentleman had been called to the palace early in the morning, so he was absent from the estate. Roel leaned back in his chair and wondered if his father had been called to the palace because of what had happened between him and Nora. He sighed heavily, thinking about how much trouble there was in this. The boy looked out the window and thought that it had been a whole week since they returned. He noticed that the history of this world has not changed in any way, and apparently he and Nora went only to a short copy, just like in the game. The boy opened the system interface and began to consider what he had achieved during the adventure in the past. He received an excellent grade, which was 102 points. The guy was able to successfully awaken the bloodline that was called the bloodline of the creator of kings. The bell rings in the fog, giving direction to the lost. When he finished reading all the characteristics, Roel thought that he had become much stronger, and at the same time much poorer. The guy irritably asked if it was a notification panel or an account. The boy said that there is a feeling that the system wants to extract 500,000 gold from the Ascart house in order to destroy the economy of their lands. Roel asked again why the system needed so much gold at all. The boy asked what they should do if the system drains all the gold reserves of this world. A small response appeared on the window, which stated that the gold received by the system would be redistributed to gold mines around the world. The system undertakes not to destroy the economy, so the user does not need to worry about it. Roel angrily asked what was the point of this at all, if, in other words, all the gold would return to where he took it from. He looked at the window again and sighed. Roel said that it was not a pity for such an increase, because now strength is the most important thing. He stated that in the future, Awakening can recoup these investments. Roel pointed out the window and said that, on top of everything else, he had another ability. The general statistics of Dar Wade opened in the window. In his last moments, the dying king recognized Roel's beliefs and cast aside his hatred, which brought him peace and quiet in the afterlife. Roel said that abilities related to army spells capable of massive reinforcement are incredibly rare on the entire Zia mainland. He said that although the cost of using them was great, it was thanks to her that Wade did not leave the slightest opportunity for Victoria's soldiers. However, Roel doesn't have the ability to use this skill right now anyway. The boy said that after returning from Grandar, there was still no sign of him. Roel wondered if it could be because of the lack of a true attribute. Anyway, Roel knew he needed to get stronger. The boy turned to the system again and asked if there were any new elixirs at a discount for the long time he spent on rest. The system began to boot, scanning the user's status. After downloading, information appeared on the window that the user is recommended to purchase the following items for a breakthrough. Laborian Improvement Serum. When he finished reading, the boy was surprised that there was only a small serious illness in the side effects. Roel said that in the past he had not drunk enough to burn his stomach. Fortunately for the boy, Marquis Ascart was not at home, and no one would notice that Roel was drinking anything. With a quick movement, he pressed the button and bought the drug. At this time, the lights were still on in the royal palace. Carter Ascart was kneeling in front of the king, who asked him if the Marquis was familiar with the details of the incident that happened to the children. Marquis Ascart did not raise his head. He addressed His Excellency and said that he deeply regretted this incident. The man said that it was an attempt on Roel's life, but in the end they dragged Her Highness Nora into this case, putting her life in danger. The Marquis apologized, saying that he could not have foreseen this. The king said that this was a situation that none of them could have foreseen, but since it had already happened, he thinks they should work together and develop countermeasures. The governor asked the Marquis if he did not think the same. Carter looked up and agreed with His Eminence's words. The man wanted to ask what the king was offering, when suddenly he got up and began to approach the surprised Marquis. The king smiled and said that first of all they should take care of their children. The king was standing a couple of meters away from Carter. His Eminence said that he wanted to make Nora the protector of Roel, after which he asked the Marquis's opinion on this matter. Carter exhaled, realizing what the king was saying about Nora's protection. The next moment, the Marquis realized and asked again what it meant that the princess would become a protector. The man looked up and said that, probably, His Excellency already knows that there are a lot of gossips about Roel and Nora. He asked if it would back up the rumors if the king appointed Her Highness as Roel's protector at such a time. His Eminence looked at the Marquis from the side and said that people always like to gossip. Truth and lies always fought on the battlefield. After everything that has happened, they can no longer retreat. The king said that in the hours of increasing lies, they all the more need to illuminate the truth. The Marquis was about to say something, but fell silent. He thought that although it sounded logical, but for some reason he still had a strong feeling that something was wrong. At that moment, the king exclaimed that a treaty had been concluded between the Ascart and Zeklade families. The Marquis asked what this meant, to which the king replied that at the beginning of the Third Epoch, the founders of their families made a contract. If a child with the power of kinship awakens in the Ascart house, the carriers of the angelic bloodline will protect him until adulthood. Roel has awakened the bloodline of the House of Ascart, and the contract is still in force. The king declared that the Zeklides were always true to their promises until the very end. Now that a serious threat is looming, they cannot abandon their debt. His Eminence looked at the Marquis and asked if he really wanted to break the contract between their families. Carter bowed low and said that this was absolutely not the case. At the same moment, Marquis Ascart thought that it was the king who had asked his opinion earlier. The man smiled broadly and said that now it has been decided, and in 6 months he will implement all this. The Marquis had no choice but to meekly agree with His Eminence's words. At this time, Carter increasingly felt that something was definitely going wrong. As soon as the Marquis left the room, the king looked out the window and began to reason. The awakening of kinship, the ancient god Grandar, even without the attribute of origin, Roel was able to defeat Wade, who broke through to the second true level. If everything Nora said is true, then the Zeklades should never ignore Roel. The man exhaled and said it didn't matter now. He scratched his beard and said that he did not know at all what this boy had done. But Nora could not live without him. She did not eat or drink. Today, he even had to act directly. His Eminence said that he had done everything in his power, and he left the rest in her hands. At the Ascart estate, a young maid, Anna, began a meeting. The girl asked everyone to report on the current situation. One of the maids quickly began to tell that today the young lady turned her gaze to the door 11 times. Every time someone knocked on the door or there were footsteps in the hallway, she reacted violently. The girl started using a fork and knife while eating, but her mood still remains gloomy. Her appetite disappeared even more, from a third of a serving yesterday to a quarter today. Their young master's appetite is normal, decreased by only a third. The girl tensed up and said that their young master was a glutton, so the fact that his appetite had dropped by a third should indicate a serious problem. Another girl said that Miss Alice's amount of sleep has also decreased over the past few days. On average, she sleeps only 4 hours. Another maid said that the young lady asked them to keep a secret from the young master that the fact that she's learning spells. The girls suggested that, apparently, Alice is afraid that this could hurt the young master's pride and deprive her of his care and protection. Adding on her own behalf, the maid said that the young mistress should not worry about this. Another girl said that if Miss Alice takes the initiative in her own hands, then the situation will become such that while she will work hard for the young master will be with another. Hearing this, the other maid began to cry, feeling sorry for poor Alice. Anna tried to calm them down and said that the meeting was not over yet. The maid said that after the young master was repeatedly rejected for several days, he began to withdraw into himself and stopped looking for an approach to Miss Alice. The girl continued, saying that on the other hand, Miss Alice does not know how she should behave with the young gentleman after she threw a tantrum. That's the problem that the servants have to solve right now. The girls wondered how they could do it. Anna glibly exclaimed that in that case, since they could not cope on their own, they just needed to demolish the door that stood between the young gentleman and Miss Alice. After a while, lunch came. Alice was sitting at the table, but she didn't start eating. One of the maids asked the girl to eat at least one more piece, because this is Haley's freshest fish, which was delivered to the estate today directly from the port. Alice lowered her head down and apologized, after which she said that she was really full, and lately she hasn't had much appetite. The maid said she understood Alice. After that, she put sweets and tea on the table. The maid told me that recently the young master also began to eat much less, and the whole problem must be in the cooks. Alice looked at the servants in surprise and asked if Lord Brother's appetite had also decreased. The girl looked away and said that it was not completely lowered, because, in fact, it does not exist at all. She whispered that Roel didn't eat half of the usual. Alice was very surprised to learn new information. The maid said it was terrible, because he had lost all his appetite just when he needed a speedy recovery. The girl raised her hand and asked, who knows, maybe his appetite will also decrease. The girl wondered if Roel was sad about something. She said that lately he has been depressed every day, and therefore everyone is worried that if this continues, he may really fall into a severe depression. Alice looked even more upset than before. The girl suggested whether it could be because she refused to meet with her older brother Roel for the last few days, and therefore he does not eat anything at all. Tears welled up in her eyes, after which she said that today she would eat at the dinner table and meet with Lord Brother. Hearing this, the satisfied maids exchanged glances. One of the girls asked what the young miss was talking about, and had she already managed to forget about what had happened. She asked how Alice could forgive the young master so easily, after only a few days had passed. The maid said that if she were in Alice's place, she would not want to see him for the next month. The girl asked in surprise, because a month is a lot for her. Alice wanted to say something, but the second maid interrupted her and told the young miss not to worry, because everyone in the villa supports them. She said that whether it was eating, walking or bathing, She and the young master's maids would make sure that she and Roel did not accidentally bump into each other. Alice tried to say that, in her opinion, this is a little too much. The girl did not know what she needed to do in such a situation. One of the maids showed a sign, after which another girl who had been watching at the door all this time accepted it. Suddenly a maid burst into the room and exclaimed that the young master was unwell. Alice was very surprised and abruptly turned to the door. There was a small empty flask in Roel's room at that time. The boy exhaled heavily and said that there was no strength left at all. His head was terribly telling, and he was also tormented by dry mouth. He thought that the bodies of people with superpowers had good immunity. He looked up and said it would be better if he just fainted. A system window appeared in front of Roel, in which comments were written. The remedy imposes a forced negative effect. It cannot be removed by ordinary immunity. The boy said wearily that it was already clear, so the system could not say it. The boy said that he really feels the growth of mana, and this disease is only a small price for such power. It was written on the system window that the progress of the medicine was 35%. Suddenly, an agitated Anna came into the room. Roel greeted her and said it was very good. He wanted to ask her for something, but the girl interrupted him. Anna exclaimed loudly, apologizing for her tactlessness. The girl said that it was very important, and then asked if Roel wanted to make peace with the young mistress Alice. Roel rose slightly and loudly agreed. He said that if he could, he would have reconciled with his sister long ago, but she does not give him a chance. The boy asked in surprise if Anna had found some way. Anna cheerfully agreed, saying that they would give them and Alice the opportunity to reconcile, but for this Roel would need to pretend to be ill. The boy looked at her wearily and thought that it seemed that his illness was too much unnoticeable. Almost immediately, Alice ran into the room, shouting her brother's name. The girl jumped on the bed and hugged Roel, after which she began to cry. Alice said that it was all her fault, and she would never do that again, to which Roel only gasped in surprise. As soon as he realized what was going on, Roel gave Anna a smiling thumbs up, thinking that the maid was just a genius. Roel gave Alice a little hug in return and looked at her with eyes full of kindness. Roel said it was all his fault. He realized that he had previously neglected the girl, and deeply regrets it. The boy said that he was very lonely without Alice. Roel said that he did not want this to continue at all, after which he asked if Alice would forgive him. The girl stood up slightly and quickly agreed to forgive Lord Brother. Alice said she could forgive Roel anything while he was recovering. Alice tried to wipe away the tears with her hands, but they did not stop. The girl said that she wasn't really that angry with her brother. She said again that it was all her fault, because she kept turning away from him. She sincerely asked her older brother not to die. The boy looked away and said that he was not going to die. Roel raised his hand and told Alice that next time she should not express her feelings in this way. He asked her at least not to ignore him. When the boy thinks that Alice hates him, for some reason his heart breaks with pain. The girl shrank and said that this would not happen, because she would never hate her older brother Roel. Alice smiled and said she had learned her lesson. The girl said that if he offended her, she would just start crying. The boy said that he was the only one who was to blame, and he would never do that again. Anna sighed calmly, because they were able to reconcile brother and sister Ascart. Roel turned to Anna and said that he was still exhausted, so he asked if she could ask in the kitchen to cook porridge. He also added that it would be nice if they had more headache medicine. Anna was surprised, after which she realized that Roel was really sick. The girl felt very stupid. A few moments later, a cup of porridge was already on the tray in front of Roel. Anna feverishly apologized to the young gentleman, as she thought that he was only pretending. The girl said that it was only her fault, as Roel's personal servant, that she did not notice his illness in time. The maid promised to be more attentive in the future. Roel smiled awkwardly and told Anna not to worry so much, because he would rest a little and get better. Alice picked up the porridge and said that she had come to feed him. Roel agreed without any problems. The girl presented a spoonful of porridge to Roel's face and warned him that the food was hot. While Alice was feeding her brother, Anna left the room and closed the doors, after which she smiled happily. She was about to leave when she suddenly noticed someone with blonde hair. Nora Zeklight opened the door to the boy's room and greeted him. She was wearing a nice cream-colored dress. Roel turned in surprise towards his guest while Alice was feeding him. The girl covered her face with a fan and said that there were rumors that Roel was ill. There was a cup of hot porridge on the table in Roel's room, which no one ate, and all because of the fact that two girls who ran into each other in the boys' chambers sat silently and looked at each other. There was silence in the room for a long time, and at some point Roel felt uncomfortable from the tension. He scratched his head and slowly asked the girls that he could eat porridge, as it would not be very if it cooled down. But Princess Nora and Alice immediately gave a negative answer. The first said she just didn't want to, and the second replied that she wasn't hungry. Not a word from them. The boy was very upset and thought that he was hungry. Maybe they would take care of the patient. Crossing her arms over her chest and crossing her legs, Princess Nora turned to Alice with the words that maybe she should have left such a dreary task as feeding to the maids, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Alice, with a slight smile, put her hand to her chin and answered the princess with words that her brother was in a weakened state, and besides, it was not at all dreary. Then the girl added that, after all, her lord brother fed her himself, and every day she specially highlighted these words. Nora turned her head in annoyance towards the boy and asked him about it. Roel became very nervous and, covered with a cold sweat, replied that Alice just needed care. The princess turned away and, lowering her head, replied that she would miss this moment. After that, she turned to the boy again with the question of where the room in which they were hugging was, because everything had changed so much in 100 years. Alice, hearing these words, shuddered, and Nora continued to speak, assuming that it seemed to be in this room. At these words, she raised her gaze directly to the girl who was sitting opposite. Alice turned to Roel with slightly furrowed eyebrows and asked him about the princess words. The boy was very uncomfortable in such a situation. He tried to justify himself, but thought that there seemed to be no way to explain it to her. Roel leaned back against the pillow and pulled the blanket up to him. He rolled his eyes and thought about who could finally tell him what was going on here at all. Nora, with her arms still crossed, suddenly turned to the boy and informed him that when she arrived, she met Uncle Carter. He told her that he hadn't had time to tell Roel the news yet, so he asked the princess to personally deliver it. Roel was surprised and asked if this news might have something to do with him, to which the princess gave an affirmative answer. She looked directly at the boy and began to explain what was the matter. An agreement was made between the Zeklides and the Ascarts, according to which Nora would become Roel's protector. She got up from her chair and continued to say that their relationship, the defender and the protected, had already been confirmed by an ancient vow. They were originally classified as the second level of protection, but due to Princess Nora's personal promise, an exception was made and the level of protection was upgraded to the first level. From now on, Roel will be treated as a member of the royal family, the person closest to the princess, especially since she is now his guardian. Any attempts to harm him will be considered as disobedience to the crown. At this statement of the princess, Roel widened his eyes, and the girl, turning to Alice, said that now she should understand that the boy belongs to her. Alice, in turn, frowned at the princess. She squeezed the hem of her skirt in her hands and answered Nora with words that that's it. The princess decided to act by such methods. Alice discontentedly said the words that the princess could really take advantage of the position of Lord Brother's protector. Alice lowered her gaze, got up from her chair and said that this did not mean that she had lost. She asked Nora about how a busy person like Her Highness could be a protector. And then, with a confident look, she said that on the other hand, Alice could always be near Lord Brother and ensure his safety. She added that compared to all these measures after the fact, isn't it better to prevent any possible harm to Nora's loved one from the very beginning? At least, this, in Alice's opinion, is the true definition of protection. Princess Nora was silent on such a statement and frowned. After that, both girls turned to Roel at the same time and asked him how he thought which of them was right, and Nora asked him if she had said something wrong. The boy, finding himself in an uncomfortable position again, remained silent, quickly covering himself with a blanket. He thought that he would probably go to bed, which shocked the young ladies who were waiting for his answer. After some time, the system window notified the boy that the effect of the medicine was over and the progress was completed. The 5th true level, and the crown origin attribute is also obtained. The familiar dark wasteland and sharp rocks, sparks of energy that look like blue fireflies rarely appear in the air. The gloomy space is shrouded in a not very thick fog. Roel stood on the ground, looking up. He said the words that everything was because of the true level, and he already thought that he would never see Grandar again. The boy greeted an old acquaintance. The skeleton in the red cloak said that since Roel came, it means that the level increase was successful. He uttered these words, extending his brush towards the boy. The deity put his hand on the ground in front of the boy, who immediately began to climb it, simultaneously asking the skeleton about why they met. After all, if the strength of his kinship gives him the opportunity to enter into historical events and witness what has been forgotten by mankind, then how is he connected with Grandar? The deity died a long time ago. By this time, Roel had already climbed onto his shoulder, and the skeleton replied that he had become like this after death. He began to talk about how much of his life had been forgotten, and he himself no longer remembers anything. Roel, putting his finger to his lips with a grin on his face, said the words that, well, Who would doubt it, because the skull is empty. As he spoke these words, he turned his gaze away. Grandar said that in fact, there were several people like him who could penetrate into this world of eternal twilight. But each of them was dressed differently. The skeleton, sitting on the ground, with the boy on his shoulder, continued his story. Perhaps these people were from different countries, or maybe from different eras. It was somehow difficult for Grandar to estimate the time. They had a similar strength to Roel. Among them was a human woman, which according to the skeleton is quite strong. Roel listened attentively to the narration, and at the last words of his old friend, he was surprised that he even considered her strong. He suggested that she must be an outstanding general of her time. The boy asked why the skeleton did not choose her, to which he, laughing, replied that she did not even listen to his question. Grandar stared ahead, lost in old memories. He told me that this woman said that there was some kind of ancient vow between them, which said that they can turn to the gods for help, and they can also return to the world with the help of people. But it seems that this requires a catalyst. However, that woman had a ring from Grandar's past life. The boy did not have anything like that, so it also remains a mystery to him how Roel got into the world of eternal twilight. The woman also said that Grandar would have to come to her aid when she faced a serious danger. At that moment, she looked worried, but anyway, she was not his follower, so he had no reason to help her just like that. Roel turned to the skeleton and asked about the followers, to which Grandar replied that just as humans have 3 compatible attributes of origin, giants also had the attribute that suits them the most, and that is strength. Those of the people who began to develop this attribute after the giants founded their own cult. The Transcendents, with the help of special rituals, could offer their prayers and sacrifices to the beings who were at the origins. Grandar put his finger to the skull, remembering past events, and the boy still listened attentively to him. The skeleton said that this, in fact, is the goal of most of all cults. From time to time he heard something like voices. Perhaps there are still those in the world who use the attribute of strength. Roel understood what his friend was talking about and asked him if he could feel them now. Grandar replied that it should be so. He could even conquer them with his will, but they are just a bunch of pathetic weaklings, so they will be of little use. To these words, the boy uttered the words that he was now at the 5th true level. His strength should have increased. Roel wondered how many blows together with Grandar he could withstand this time, while waving his fist in different directions. The skeleton, amused by this situation, replied that now Roel would most likely be able to talk to him without entering this world, which is quite convenient, and then laughed out loud. They continued to sit silently and stare into the distance, the skeleton on the ground and the little boy on his shoulder. After some time, Grandar asked if it was time for the boy to go back, to which he replied that everything was difficult there. This time he doesn't want to go back, so he invited a friend to sit a little longer. Roel suddenly asked Grandar if he could play Jenga. To such a question, he only remained silent questioningly. Lands of Chaos, Tunson, Mount Kelon. There were a lot of fallen people lying on the ground among the rocks, and in the center sat a man with a big sword, who cursed at the cultists with a grin. He was swearing because they wanted to steal the scales of the snake god without paying anything. Suddenly, something began to rapidly approach from the sky. The man did not have time to raise his gaze, as he was nailed to the ground. A little grandfather landed on his head with a cane in his hand and glasses. He turned to the man, calling him Rodney. The old man was glad that everything was fine with the man, and then added words that he had already managed to deal with those who had made their way into the village. Grandfather was sitting on Rodney's head in the lotus position, and the man under him asked the elder that he could not land somehow softer. To this, the elder replied that there was no such word at their level. Then he asked Rodney if it really hurt him when the old man lands like that. He said that it didn't matter because the cultists were no longer a problem, since their deity had awakened. Rodney sighed and, closing his eyes, said that the elder was wise, and then asked if there was anything else. The old man sharply hit the man on the head and swore at him, and then said that he had passed the effects of transcendental ability. This means that the old man is now in his right mind. Many who have a stronger spiritual sense in their village have also seen the vision. Rodney's attention was caught by the last words. The elder said that later they got together to share what each of them saw, and it turned out that the visions coincide. A little boy on the shoulder of a huge skeleton. Rodney asked what was wrong with that, and the elder added that they were playing Jenga. Rodney asked in surprise about what the old man had just said, and then burst out laughing because the deity was playing with a certain boy. He was holding his stomach with laughter, and the old man was standing next to him with displeasure. Rodney, laughing, said that Wood's jokes were much funnier than his. The old man was annoyed because he wasn't joking. The man suddenly became serious and said the words that it was time to return to what he had managed to get. He said that the Association of Merchants of Martha has already set its eye on them, and it seems that their target is the scales of the snake god. Elder Wood replied that not everything is so rosy. If they lose the protection of the idol, then the village will be in mortal danger. The old man stood with a serious look and looked in front of him, and then added that in this case, all the residents would only have to hide in the mountains. Rodney, who had been sitting up to this moment, stood up and slung his sword over his shoulder. They set off through the rocks, where a gentle wind blew. Rodney told the old man the words that he had apparently completely lost his mind. However, Wood exclaimed the question of what he had said, especially since his madness effect had already subsided. Meanwhile, in the city of Rosa, a carriage pulled by 2 white horses was driving along the Osier street. She stopped and her door opened. A woman's foot in red shoes was stepping on the ground. A girl with long pink hair came out of the carriage, and people who were passing by at that moment turned around in shock with the words that wasn't it the young miss of the Sorafia house, Charlotte. This is the house in whose hands all the money in the world is concentrated. Charlotte was walking down the street with her maid. She was wearing a long red dress with 2 cutouts to the hips. Her eyes were a bright emerald color, and her pink hair was half pulled back. 2 servants politely opened the doors to the mansion, where a girl with a maid entered. There were a lot of people on the street at that moment, and the situation seemed lively. Everyone was walking and talking. A large chandelier illuminated the room where a stout man with a monocle greeted Miss Charlotte. Wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, he awkwardly addressed the girl with the words that her arrival was a great honor for him. Charlotte Sorofia and her maid silently walked past the nervous man. The girl sat on the sofa and crossed her legs. The man was still standing there and trembling a little. The girl stretched out her hand, and the maid handed her the papers that she had been carrying with her all this time. Charlotte informed the man that she had read his financial report. Mr. Robert stood silently in front of the girl. She went on to say that it looks like his income has grown significantly this year, and Robert, sweating even more, replied, slightly stammering, that it was all thanks to the support of the Sorafia house. Lady Charlotte asked the man if this was their first meeting, to which Mr. Robert replied in the affirmative. He said their trade association only joined Osier Street last year. The girl got up from the sofa and threw all the papers at the man with the words that his license to operate on Osier Street would be immediately revoked, as the man should retreat. Mr. Robert stood in front of the girl in shock, and then 2 servants, taking the man by the arms, began to take him out of the house. Robert screamed in panic and asked why the girl did this. Charlotte replied to him with a straight face that Mr. Robert was mired in gambling, and he no longer smelled profitable. She sat back down on the sofa and asked her maid, Grace, how the development of the Land of Chaos was progressing. Grace leaned forward slightly, serving tea, and replied that the Martha's Trade Association had good news, as a local population had been found possessing a certain artifact called Scales of the Snake God. Charlotte, taking tea from the tray, said that this was great news and ordered them to inform them that the Sorofi were ready to pay any amount. The girl took a sip of tea and said the words that if everything goes well, then maybe she will finally be able to replace her father. At the same time, Princess Nora was also having tea at the Ascart mansion. Roel, who was fast asleep, opened his eyes and saw the princess, who was sitting on a chair above the boy, putting her foot on Roel's torso. He screamed at what he saw and asked how he ended up on the floor and why Nora's foot was on him. The princess put the cup on the table and said the words that she congratulated the boy on breaking through to the 5th true level. She stood up without removing her foot and said that, whatever it was, she had already developed her kinship to silver quality, so Roel was a step below her anyway. Roel, awkwardly averting his gaze to the side, replied that it seemed her lower carried a different meaning, and asked Nora to remove her foot from him first. The girl agreed with the words that, fortunately for him, she needed to discuss something more important with him. The boy cleaned himself up and, passing the documents to Nora, said that these were the last materials he managed to find. The kinship result shows that Felder and Brian are one person. The princess was surprised, and then said that that knight did not look like the cunning Brian at all. According to historical records, Felder ended his life. Perhaps the cultists were able to revive him somehow. Nora, after hearing this suggestion, said she would ask her family to pay attention to it. She added that after returning, she also searched through many sources and managed to find something secret. She revealed that she is actually a descendant of Prince Wade. In their world, Wade was defeated in the Gemini War and was imprisoned. William, Victoria's husband, was actually a servant in disguise. She played this performance for the Marquis of Pont. A few years after the death of Queen Victoria, the Marquis of Pont also mysteriously disappears. They are both powerful transcendents, so Nora assumed they were still alive. Such a guess shocked Roel. When the princess left Roel, he thought that if the Marquis is alive, then the Pont diaries are still going on, which means that these pages no longer represent any historical value, and it would be best to burn them. Roel remembered how, before leaving, Nora whispered to him the words that she would tell him another secret, that it was her first kiss. The boy tried to discard these thoughts and thought that it was worth focusing on what methods to develop further. He needs to understand what the strength of his origin attribute is, and this can only be done through strengthening the body. Roel wondered what the crown attribute meant. He decided to look for the answer in the ancestral books, one of which was written about Vincent Ascart and Roel Ascart. They were both surrounded by the attention of powerful women. Both had serious quarrels with their partners. Moreover, it seems that both disappeared after they left home. Roel thought for a moment, and then cast aside doubts, because this is not a bit like his story. He does not have such a formidable bride. Apparently, the Ascart's possessions are little explored. It is not surprising that their family is still in decline. The mountains in the south of the domain border the Rosa Trade Association. Roel thought that he would like to establish paths with them. Early in the morning in the theocracy of St. Messit, Nora took a bath with flower petals. The girl came out of the water, after which the maids began to wipe the princess. When the process in the bathroom was completed, Nora went into the room where the maids were standing in formation, offering the girl various jewelry and clothes. After she chose an outfit, she was successfully helped to change. At the end, the girl was put on beautiful white shoes and a tiara with blue stones. One of the maids who helped the girl was delighted, saying that Nora looks like an angel who came down from heaven. The girl looked around and smiled, hoping that during the ceremony he would think the same. After a while, the bells rang in the royal palace. Arm in arm with Alice and his father, Roel walked forward on the red carpet. At the same time, the aristocrats whispered to each other, saying that of all the gentlemen who passed through the hall of St. Messit in the entire history of its existence, he really is the youngest. Someone supported this idea, also adding that he and Her Highness Nora are very suitable for each other. Roel began to get nervous, thinking that he had clearly underestimated the scale of the ceremony. Slowly, the Ascarts found themselves at the very rulers, the Zeklades. Roel quietly climbed the steps, getting closer and closer to the hole. Looking at the beauty of the girl, the boy blushed while she silently looked at him and smiled. The girl was holding a blade in her hands. She said that now, with the testimony of many, she, Nora Zeklide, promises to fulfill the ancient vow of the royal house and become the defender of the descendant of the house of Ascart, Roel Ascart. After these words, the girl announced the beginning of the ceremony. Roel bowed his head in front of her, after which she quietly said that it was not necessary. The boy looked up at her in some perplexity. The girl said that she does not like it when people close to her kneel in front of her in front of everyone. Roel blushed even more, thinking about Nora. The princess gave Roel the sacred blade in her hands and said that she, Nora Zeklide, obeying an ancient vow, would become the defender of Roel Ascart. After that, the boy said that he, Roel Ascart, obeying an ancient vow, accepts the protection of the Zeklides. Holding the sword, Nora asked him if he agreed, to which Roel also replied positively. The sacred blade shone in their hands, scattering rays of light. On the girl's back were small golden wings, which Roel also had. Nora's wings grew to her usual size, after which a system notification appeared. Intertwined wings is a fusion of bloodlines that leads to the exchange of gifts. Seeing this, Nora smiled, because once every 7 days she will be able to check where and with whom Roel is. Suddenly, the boy began to worry, not understanding why goosebumps ran down his back. One by one, the aristocrats began to approach the boy. One of them turned to young Mr. Roel and said that he was the vice-chancellor of the tax bureau of the Holy Capital, George. The man asked if he could shake the young Ascart's hand. Another man came up and politely asked the boy to shake his hand. He introduced himself as the deputy head of the Department of Homeland Security, Sanders. The aristocrats began to swear at those who climbed without a queue. Together with all these people, Roel began to receive a lot of affection points. At the same time, the young ladies wished good luck to the two of them, bowing before Princess Nora. Slowly Alice began to approach the girl. Upon seeing her, the aristocrats behind her began to whisper, recognizing her as Lord Roel's foster sister. The girl wanted to assume something, but the other stopped her, saying that she would not say something that she was certainly not sure about. Alice slowly approached Nora and curtsied. The princess looked at her and asked what she needed. Alice smiled and politely asked the girl not to worry. She said she appreciated everything Nora was doing to protect Lord Brother, and she had no intention of making her life difficult. The princess looked at Alice incredulously and chuckled. The Ascart's adopted daughter said she didn't think it was a bad thing at all if she defended Roel instead of her until Alice was strong enough to do it on her own. Nora continued to look at Alice. The girl thought that when they met at the banquet on the occasion of the princess's birthday, Alice seemed to her just a little powerless girl. But in less than 2 months she was able to advance to the 5th initial level. Nora genuinely didn't understand this. The princess smiled and asked if Alice really wanted to replace her. The girl said that in this case she should try. She will let Alice know how big the difference is between them. Surrounded by aristocrats, Roel noticed his father leaving the hall. The boy smiled and, apologizing, said goodbye to the nobility, heading in the direction of his father. When he looked out the door, he saw Carter almost immediately. The boy came closer to the Marquis of Ascart and asked why he had gone to this place. The man turned to Roel and said that he would not return home with Alice and his son. Surprised, Roel asked his father what he meant by saying that he would not return home. The Marquis told his son to calm down because it's just a job. The man said that an emergency military council would be convened after the banquet, so he would not be able to return home with the children. Roel looked at his father intently and asked what happened, since they decided to call an emergency military council. The Marquis put his finger to his lips, gesturing to his son that he should not talk about it. He approached Roel's face and said that they had found traces of several deviants moving in the vicinity of Tark Fortress. Roel was very surprised to hear about deviants. Later in the evening, Alice, Anna and Roel gathered in the room at the Ascart estate. The boy looked at his watch and thought that it had been 9 hours since they had returned. Roel suggested that, apparently, the circumstances are really not so simple. Anna said that it was time for Miss Alice and young Mr. Roel to go to bed, because it was quite late on the clock. Alice refused the maid's offer, saying that she would also wait for Lord Father's return. Suddenly, there was a slight creak in the room, and the front door opened. Marquis Carter turned to his children. The man anxiously asked why they were still awake. Anna bowed, after which the Marquis said that he just had a conversation with them. Anna slowly left the room, after which the Marquis sighed heavily. The man put his hand on Alice's shoulder and said that he makes a bad father because he spends so little time with his children. Contrary to this, he said that for any military man, the protection of his home and his country is of paramount importance. He said he feared this war would drag on for several years. He turned to his son, Roel Ascart, asking the boy to listen to the orders of the head of the house. He said that from that day on, the boy was declared the trusted lord of the patrimony. The boy was very surprised. The next day, a lot of people and carriages gathered at the Ascart estate. Sitting on the couch with Roel, Nora asked if they were leaving today. The boy said that this was so, and his father would go to the front. Roel, as the trusted lord of the patrimony, is obliged to return to the domain as soon as possible. The girl quickly got up from the sofa and, approaching Roel's face, smiled, grabbing his tie. She said that everything was fine, but the boy had to promise that he would write letters to Nora every week. Suddenly Alice and Anna entered the room. The girl said that this could distract her brother from his immediate duties. She also added that this has nothing to do with protecting Roel. Nora turned around and looked at Alice. The princess smiled and asked if the girl really thought she had the right to be responsible for him. They began to drill each other with their eyes when Roel, trying to bring down the tense situation, said that he would write letters to Her Majesty. The boy called Alice because it's time for them to go. While the girl was climbing into the carriage, Roel asked his sister to calm down, after which she obediently agreed. Nora watched in silence. Nora smiled and said that many knights are nearby. This is the personal royal guard, a gift from the girl before his departure. Roel smiled and said it was too much, then awkwardly thanked the princess. Young Ascart began to climb into the carriage. At parting, he said that Nora should also take good care of herself. The girl waved her hand after which the carriage drove away from the estate. As Roel watched the retreating figures of Nora and Anna, he thought that so much had happened in these 3 months in the capital. The boy looked at the dozing Alice and thought that fortunately, he must not have to watch any more scenes of quarrels between Nora and Alice. He was partially glad of his rescue. After many hours of travel, they finally reached the Ascart domain. With imposing steps, Roel got out of his carriage and looked around. The boy was warmly welcomed by Dirk, the captain of the Ascart guards. He said he was honored to serve Mr. Roel. The knights around whispered, because the boy was very young, and had already become a trusted lord of the patrimony. One of the knights said that he had once heard that he and Captain Dirk had been developing a special operation to combat crime for the last few days, small, but successful. The boy looked at the system window and thought that it seemed that today he would have the opportunity to serve the House of Ascarts. He decided that in order to get rich, you need to build roads first. He noticed that the discount appeared just in time, after which he bought something. The boy turned to the knights and told them to hear his order, cut down trees. Without hesitation, the knights immediately set to work for the benefit of the Ascart patrimony, for the construction of roads. The boy started getting influence points. After a while, Roel and Dirk walked through the cities of the poor lands that belonged to the Ascarts. There were a lot of flies circling around the boy, which annoyed him a lot. Roel turned to Dirk and asked if the verification of the standard of living of the population had already been completed. The knight said it was. The man said that the report shows that the health status of residents living near landfills is on average lower than that of urban residents. The boy was reading data from the system window about the Axer furnace, for which there was a 50% discount. The price without discounts is 200,000 attachment points, and with a discount of 100,000 points. Roel quickly realized what was what. The boy and Dirk went out of town. Many blacksmiths were working in that area. Dirk told Mr. Roel that the sacred relics in the warehouse of the Ascart house are really useful, because the health of the population has improved significantly. The boy smiled and said that now they will look at what else can be improved. In a small carriage, Roel arrived at the estate, where the joyful residents of the city of Axer were waiting for him. They shouted joyful words in the direction of the Ascart house and Roel himself. The boy looked out the window and thought that the Three Axes project turned out to be extremely effective. He decided that he would do everything for the prosperity of the Ascart family business. At the same time, in the Rose Trade Confederation, in the city of Rose, Charlotte turned to her father, saying that the curse of the land of chaos was about to come into effect. The girl asked for what reason he called her. Bruce, Charlotte's father, coughed, then asked what the girl thought about the Ascart house. Charlotte asked if he was referring to the house ruling the neighboring Ascart fiefdom. Charlotte said that the Ascart patrimony itself has great potential, but it seems that the manager of this territory was very incompetent. Bruce put an envelope in front of his daughter and said that the girl had spent the last 2 years in the lands of chaos, so she should look at these reports first. Finishing reading, the girl admired. She noted that there was a policy of supporting the poor, and the budget increased by 150%. Charlotte said that the new owner of the patrimony is just a genius. The man said that the Ascart patrimony had recently sent them a proposal for joint development. Bruce asked what Charlotte thought about going there to negotiate. The girl said that she understood her father, so he could leave this job to her. The man stood up and said that there was another matter he had to report to Charlotte regarding Roel Ascart. Bruce briefly said that Roel is Charlotte's fiancé, which greatly surprised the girl. 3 years later, people gathered in the banquet hall of the Palace of the Holy Capital. On the door of one of the rooms in a long empty corridor hung a sign saying that the room was occupied and it was forbidden to enter there. And from the room itself came a cry for Nora to wait a minute and calm down. Young Princess Nora in a bodysuit and stockings sat on Roel with the words that they had not seen each other for 3 years, and she could no longer restrain herself. The girl wrapped her hands around the guy's face and touched her lips to his. Roel was very surprised by this behavior of the princess and did not have time to say anything. And after Nora pulled away, he looked at her in surprise. The guy said that today is a banquet in honor of the birthday of the princess. You can't just ignore all those guests and lock yourself in this room together. The girl didn't care about the guests. She stuck out her tongue and then suddenly remembered something. She grabbed Roel by the edges of his shirt, which she had half unbuttoned, and asked him why the Duke of Lucern's daughters had surrounded him there, and what they were talking about. The guy awkwardly remembered how the girls were clinging to him and slightly sweated. He averted his eyes and said that they were interested in the secret of the Ascart patrimony's success, and he told them that it all rests on the shoulders of a giant. Roel suddenly realized what the girl was doing on him and screamed. He asked Nora why she was undressing him, then, shouting, called Grandar. However, the princess sat with a confident look. She told the guy not to shout, because Mr. Grandar would not help him now, and then waved her hand, tying the guy's hands. Roel was taken aback and blushed a little, and then leaned back on the bed, closing his eyes. Nora told him to be a good boy and not resist. However, at that moment Alice entered the room. She calmly addressed the princess, saying that she humbly asked Her Highness to stop mocking her lord brother. Roel thought Alice had come just in time. The girl looked at the guys and informed her brother that Lord Father had returned. 2 hands pushed open the big door and Roel, Princess Nora and Alice entered the room. The guy turned to Marquis Carter with the words that he had returned. He went to his father, who was standing at the window and looking at his son. Nora folded her arms on her chest and, looking at Alice, uttered the words that she should not even hope that she could continue to maintain her innocent appearance in front of him. It's only a matter of time before Roel finds out about everything. Alice looked at the princess with an imperturbable face and, apologizing, replied that she did not understand what Her Highness was talking about. She said that she was sincere in front of Lord Brother and everything was based on their love. The girls, grunting, turned away from each other with displeasure. Marquis Carter patted his son on the shoulder and told him that he had matured so much that one could immediately feel the breed of the House of Ascart. Roel, looking at his father, replied that the Marquis had written that he would not have the opportunity to attend the banquet on the occasion of Her Highness's birthday. And then he asked his father if he had completed the tasks ahead of schedule. Nora was watching them from the side, thinking that over the past 2 years deviants have become more and more active on the eastern border. The task that was assigned to Marquis Carter could not be completed in such a short time. What was so important that he had to personally inform Roel? The man awkwardly cleared his throat and said the words that he came back in a hurry because he needed to tell the guy something important. Roel has a fiancée, and her name is Charlotte Serofia. This news shocked the guy very much that he fell into a stupor. At the Ascart estate, Nora, reading the document in her hands, exclaimed that this could not be. She read on and was even more amazed, since they have a prenuptial agreement. So also with Charlotte Serofia. Alice, who was also unhappy with the current situation, told the princess that she also only found out about it today. Nora was gnawing her finger and talking about how this is a big problem. It would be better if it was any other girl, but not her. Alice asked Nora if Her Highness had met Charlotte before and what she thought of her, if all those rumors were true. The princess replied tensely that when she saw her, her heart beat faster. Sister Rola turned away from the princess with the words that Nora turns out to be one of these. Her Highness screamed that she didn't like girls, and then she explained that Charlotte has some kind of magical abilities. This is not just a charm, but something much stronger. Nora suggested that it might be related to her kinship. Even if the princess fell under her charm, it's hard to believe that Roel will be able to resist her. Nora confidently exclaimed that they could not sit idly by. They need to find out a way to break their engagement. Alice picked up on the idea and asked what they could do. After all, given the age of the arrangements of the two families, she doubts that Lord Brother will be able to unilaterally break off the engagement. Nora added the words that Charlotte had never seen Roel before. She doesn't have much information. If they convince her that Roel is unworthy of her, then they will have a chance. Alice behind the princess lit up from the proposed idea of the princess. For the sake of Roel's love and protection, they shook hands and agreed to play the role of the villain this time. Roel was sitting on a chair at that moment, clutching his head. He was thinking that after 2 long years, a new storyline had appeared. He was in complete despair, so he sat with his head down. He rolled his eyes, because the reaction of Nora and Alice was incredibly strong. And if one line needs to sacrifice another, at that moment he imagined the reaction of the girls. Alice would have gotten rid of him for her lord taking such a woman as his wife. Nora would have gotten rid of him too, but in a different way. Just imagining this outcome, a chill ran through the guy's skin. As far as he remembered, in the game Charlotte herself was against this marriage. Then he should unite with her and break off the engagement. In this way, he will return her freedom and get his attachment points. In the Ascart estate, the brother and sister were in the library. The guy was reading a book, and the girl was just looking for a suitable one. Alice, showing the book to her brother, asked if this book Secrets of the Sea People would go. Roel looked at it and replied that although it was old, it was a fake. It's just speculation. It's more of a horror story than a historical book. He called her useless. Alice listened to his words and flipped through it, when suddenly she saw a sealed letter between the pages. She walked up to Roel and put her hand on his shoulder, telling him to look at what she found. The guy looked at the letter and, taking it in his hands, began to open it with curiosity. The letter stated that it was for the Lord from the Queen. It said that in mid-April, the Queen would arrive at the port of the Two-Horned with an egg. Roel noticed that these words were different from the ones they used. He identified it as the language of the ancient Austin Empire. It was used until the 378th year of the Third Epoch. Roel was very happy, because this letter is at least 300 years old. The guy was thinking that he still could not break through the peak of the 5th true level. Who would have thought that it would be possible to find such a huge envelope of experience here? Alice asked her brother about what the letter said, to which Roel frowned, trying to find the words. He didn't know how to explain it to the girl, because most likely the imperial family was expecting a child. The guy looked at the envelope that was sealed with sealing wax with a golden rose, which is the emblem of the Serofia house. He told Alice that Mrs. Charlotte would be coming to them in 2 days, so it's worth asking her about it. Alice frowned and got angry because it was about Charlotte again. She interrupted her brother and said that was enough and offered to go to bed. Roel, holding the letter in his hands, was a little surprised. He got up and patted Alice on the head, saying that she was already an adult and she should not sleep in the same room with her brother. The guy told the girl to go back to her room, to which Alice agreed with him with a smile. There was a system notification stating that a lullaby spell was used, the attribute of origin of which is perfection, and the initial level is the 4th. Roel thought about how tired he was and instantly fell into a deep sleep, dropping the letter from his hands. Alice put her brother in bed and covered him with a blanket, and then lay down on the other side of the bed next to the guy. She touched Roel's face, wishing him sweet dreams. Her gaze was directed at her brother, and after a moment the girl raised herself and approached his face. Alice's lips covered the lips of the sleeping guy. A red flag with a golden rose fluttered in the wind. In the south of the Ascart patrimony, the Cordage Diamond Riviera of the Sorafia house was held. A large number of carriages were moving in line, and the first were accompanied by knights on foot. In the front carriage sat Charlotte, who was thinking about something, putting her hand to her chin. She thought that all the girls of the Sorafia house were doomed to unhappy marriages. She did not want to follow in their footsteps. She remembered how a man with a smile told her that after 100 years, at last, heirs were born in 2 houses in the same year. It should be fate. Charlotte looked out the window, behind which the mountains were visible, and thought that maybe he wasn't so bad, since he was able to manage the patrimony so intelligently. She was waiting for Grace to find out everything in detail for her. Meanwhile, Charlotte Sorofia's personal maid, Grace Cadden, arrived at the Ascart estate. She said that it was an honor for her to pay a visit to their house. Anna greeted the girl with the words that she was Roel's personal servant. On behalf of the Ascarts, she politely greeted the guest. Grace noticed all the details that she noticed, and the maid's greeting did not pass by her eyes. Anna walked around the great hall, and Grace thought about what to expect from an outstanding noble house with more than 1,000 years of history. Charlotte's maid asked Anna that Mr. Roel had apparently not woken up yet, to which she replied that he was sleeping, since he had stayed up late reading last night, so this morning he decided to sleep a little longer. Grace replied that diligence in studying is a good virtue. They came to the big door, and Anna asked the girl to wait a little while she went to wake up the young gentleman now. At that moment, a sleepy Alice came out of the room in one nightgown. Grace was surprised that the young girl had just left young Mr. Roel's room. Anna awkwardly said that it was Miss Alice from the Ascart house. She explained that the girl is the younger sister of the young master, and they are on very good terms. They often spend time reading together in the evenings. Charlotte's maid looked very unhappy. Grace looked Alice up and down and, adjusting her glasses, thought that a brother and sister in the same room late at night is complete nonsense. She passed by, and Anna pointed to another with an offer to go to the kitchen to decide on the menu for the day. At that moment, light flashed above them and feathers flew by. The girls looked up and saw white wings, followed by black shoes, high black stockings, and a short suit. Princess Nora arrived with a collar and a whip in her hands. With a smile, she turned to Anna with a question about where Roel is now. The maid was covered in cold sweat from such an appearance. She told the princess that she was glad to see her highness, and then added that the young master had worked too hard last night, so he was still sleeping. Grace, who was standing behind Anna, frowned again. Nora waved her whip and with a smile said that if so, he would personally go to him, because she couldn't wait to have fun with him today. Grace was screaming in the shower from this behavior, but there was only a little shock on her face. Although she had heard that the princess of the theocracy of Saint Messit had become the protector of Roel, she could not have imagined that in such a sense. At that moment, other maids came out of the guy's room, who were discussing the fact that there was blood on the sheet today. One of them said that the young gentleman was too rude to Miss Alice last night. Grace of course heard this and glanced at them briefly. The girls immediately whispered among themselves, saying that there were guests here. Grace walked forward with a barely noticeable dissatisfied look, and in her mind she screamed that she could not allow her beloved young mistress to settle in this place for anything. No way. A little later, Charlotte Sorofia stopped for a rest in her motorcade. There were many carriages and various horses standing around him. Grace walked over to the low table where Charlotte was sitting. The girl turned to the young miss and said that everything she told the young Sorofia was based only on the personal opinion of the maid, so it was too early to draw conclusions. The maid said that maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Charlotte said quietly that she understood. She closed her eyes and, getting up from the table, declared that she really shouldn't have imposed her fantasies on a stranger. The girl said that, whatever it was, a marriage of convenience is only a profitable cooperation of families. Of course, if the other party does not refuse the engagement. The girl resolutely stated that in this case they should push the Ascarts to break up the marriage of convenience. A little later, Charlotte arrived at the Ascart estate. Grace helped the girl down from the carriage while Roel stood nearby and waited. The girl and the guy slowly bowed and introduced themselves to each other. Approaching the entrance, Roel opened Sophia's door, after which she thanked him for it. Roel looked at Charlotte and thought that she was giving off a very grateful aura. The guy thought that first of all he needed to win her favor. The young co-worker looked at Roel and thought it was strange. From the estate itself, a strong fragrance of good luck obviously emanates, but the girl could not understand why it was the opposite with the guy. While they were walking around the estate, Roel said that Charlotte must have been very tired after making this journey. The guy asked if he could invite the girl for a cup of tea. Charlotte replied that she would consider it an honor. Roel carefully helped the girl to sit down, after which he sat down opposite her at a small table while the servants served food. They were completely opposite, so they couldn't find a topic to talk about. Charlotte is looking for benefits in everything. She likes fashion and musical art. Roel, in turn, likes military affairs and the management of the patrimony. The guy is looking for knowledge in many ways. The young Ascart awkwardly looked away, not even knowing where to start. Suddenly he remembered a letter he had recently found in the shelves. Roel reached into the pockets of his jacket, wanting to find the letter he had put somewhere in his pockets. At the same time, Charlotte, drinking tea, noticed a small trace of red lipstick. The girl put an empty cup of tea on the table. Looking up, the young Sophia told Roel that maybe it was a little unceremonious, but in her opinion, their engagement was a mistake. The guy was slightly taken aback, after which he said that they had only recently met, and did not even have time to get to know each other. At the same time, Roel was thinking that he had not yet managed to earn his points, and he did not understand at all why Charlotte decided to end the game so abruptly. The girl picked up a small coin in her hand and said that it was a gold coin of the plague from the ancient Austin Empire. Heads means bliss, and tails means misfortune. The young Sophia said that her kinship is fate. She stated that they could use Morata for divination. The girl tossed a coin in the air and said that they would let fate determine the outcome of their marriage. Charlotte asked what Roel thought about it. Watching the coin spinning in the air and falling, the guy said that he had no objections about this. As they both watched the coin get closer and closer to the surface of the table, both began to get nervous. Charlotte said it was an attribute of destiny. The golden pestilence touched the table and, after twisting a little, fell, showing the eagle's side with its face. Charlotte asked in amazement how such a thing could happen. The girl got up from her chair and said that something had obviously gone wrong, after which she tossed the coin up again. Time after time, more fell, showing the figure of an eagle. The girl tried again and again, but nothing changed, after which she fell wearily on the table. Charlotte tossed the coin again, after which Roel caught it in the air. He looked at her worriedly and asked her if it could be enough. The young Sophia raised her gaze and saw how the servant, standing very close, was trying to restrain her laughter. The girl shyly covered her face with her hands and gasped. After that, she ran away in a hurry, telling Roel that she was not feeling well and said goodbye. Ascart tried to say something after him, but in response he only heard the door close. The guy was surprised and wondered how she could escape like that. The guy thought it was too much. Unable to restrain herself any longer, the servants burst out laughing. The guy dejectedly took up his head and thought that he could understand Charlotte's desire to break the marriage contract. But it was too much to put Roel in an awkward position in front of everyone like that. At the same time, Grace was trying to reach the young Sophia. The maid asked Miss to come out, because no one is laughing at her here. Listening to the words of her servant, Charlotte lay on the bed and shyly pressed a pillow to her. The girl asked what Grace thought about the results of Sophia's divination. The girl through the door said that, in her opinion, the meaning of divination is quite clear. Grace also added that they are not necessarily perfect. She said that many factors should be taken into account, for example, weather influence or the influence of kinship and attribute. Continuing further down the list, Charlotte got up slightly and said that it was quite logical. The girl looked down again and told the maid that this marriage is a very legal matter and she does not think she can play with it. A little later, Roel and Charlotte met again at the dinner table together. The guy looked at the calm girl with displeasure and thought that she really had the courage to come back. While the girl was eating, he thought about the fact that she herself had run away in the morning, leaving Roel in a fool. Charlotte slowly put her cutlery back on the table and turned to Roel, apologizing for the incident this morning. The girl said she was sorry about it. The girl looked down and said that she had thought about everything carefully, and she still wanted to break the marriage contract. Charlotte asked what the guy thought about it. Sophia said that if Roel decided to support her, she could offer him 300,000 gold coins as compensation. Without giving much sign, the guy caught fire with the amount of this money. He remembered that he still owed the system 350,000 gold. He decided that this was a great chance, because he would be able not only to earn money, but also to avenge the morning's events. Roel put his cutlery on the table and asked how Miss Charlotte could say such a thing. And did she really value the centuries-old Ascart family so low, since she was offering 300,000? After these words, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and offered 400,000. Wiping his mouth, Roel said that he treated the girl with the utmost sincerity, because this is a sacred promise between their houses. The girl's hands were shaking violently. Blushing deeply, Charlotte offered Roel 500,000 gold. She wanted to say something else, but the guy interrupted her, agreeing to 500. Charlotte looked up at the guy in surprise. Roel smiled broadly and said that 500,000 would be enough. The guy asked Sorafia not to worry, because their Ascart house adheres to a love marriage, and they will not interfere with the happiness of the miss. The girl looked at him irritably, while the feeling that she had been deceived pressed her more and more. The guy said that he also had an old letter, which he found while reading, and, apparently, on the sealing wax seal of the golden rose of Sorafia's house. Roel politely asked if he could ask Charlotte to decipher the contents of the letter. The girl was interested and asked Roel to let her take a look at it. As soon as Charlotte touched the letter, the red seal lit up. An image of the sea and fleets appeared in front of them. They were both greatly amazed to see the golden fleet in front of them. The guy released the letter, after which the effect disappeared. Charlotte stared at the object in surprise for a short time. The girl suddenly said that she had changed her mind, and she was not going back anywhere. Surprised, Roel asked what she meant. Charlotte walked away and said that the legend of the Golden Fleet was passed down by word of mouth among the members of the House of Sorafia, who inherited the bloodline of the High Elves. The girl said that the story goes back to the Third Epoch somewhere between the 200th and 300th years, more than 700 years ago. Charlotte said that, using spells unique to the High Elf family, as well as a huge amount of precious metals and stones, the kingdom created a golden fleet. One day he forced the legendary sea monster, the Kraken, to run in the park, and broke through the defense line, thereby opening the first sea route for humanity from north to south. Charlotte said that the problem was that their country had violated the taboo. For the sin of disobeying the gods, she was wiped off the face of the earth. Only the Sorafia clan survived to their days, but the blood relationship was constantly weakening. The girl turned to Roel and said that she needed the guy's help, because she needed records. Charlotte said that in order to help revive their Sorafia house, they would accept any price that the guy deems necessary. Roel awkwardly raised his hand and said that he had nothing but this letter. Charlotte looked thoughtfully and asked why then she saw this vision now. Roel said that, apparently, this is the ability of his bloodline. From time to time, his Ascart bloodline triggers a vision when a guy comes into contact with a historical artifact. Roel suggested that, most likely, when they came into contact, their bloodlines resonated with each other, which led to this. Charlotte said she understood everything now. The girl smiled and said that it looked like they needed to get closer to each other now. The girl stretched out and said that, for example, he could take her hand, and for this she would pay 1,000 gold coins. The guy just silently looked at Charlotte's hand. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of Grandar behind him, who asked Roel to agree. The ancient god said that the guy has been at the 5th true level for too long, and this opportunity should not be missed, because he can break through. After a brief glance, Roel still took Charlotte's hand, but nothing happened. The guys thought it was quite embarrassing. Breaking the touch, Charlotte thought about it, then moved closer and asked Roel to hug her, which made the guy very surprised. The girl asked Roel to hug her harder, because this will increase the chances that their bloodlines will resonate with each other. She smiled and said she would pay him 2,000 gold coins. The guy thought that this is not exactly what he would like, but Charlotte pays a lot of money, which blinds him. Roel quickly pressed Charlotte's Sorofia to him, which made her a little taken aback and bent over. The girl was lying on the guy's shoulder, and then she asked the guy if he could be a little softer. Roel asked if Charlotte herself had asked him to be stronger. The girl looked up at the guy's face and noticed that a red mark had already passed on his neck. Roel touched his neck and asked what exactly had passed. Charlotte's Sorafia thought that he did not know, but she wondered why the girl felt the pulsation of mana from the red trace. The girl touched his vest and realized that the trace was fake. Charlotte wondered if someone could have done this on purpose. Suddenly Alice came into the room. The girl turned to her lord brother and said that if he did not eat on purpose for the sake of breaking the engagement, then Alice could feed him. The young lady Ascart, seeing her brother hugging Charlotte, was very surprised and asked what Roel was doing here. Charlotte turned around and looked at the girl with a slight smile. Looking at Alice's evil face, Sophia quickly realized that it was her doing. Charlotte snuggled closer to Roel and began to touch his collar, while the guy told his sister that this was not what she thought at all. The guy wanted to say that it was something else, when suddenly Charlotte interrupted him and asked her lover who this girl with white hair was. The girl touched her hand to Roel's face and whispered to him that she would pay 3,000 gold, as long as he played along with her. Breaking the embrace, Roel calmly told Miss Charlotte that it was his younger sister Alice. The young Sophia smiled and looked at the face of the girl in front of her. Charlotte asked her fiance's younger sister to accept her apology. The girl noted that this was their first meeting, so they let their desires take over. She touched Roel Ascart's vest again and said that in the future they should carefully monitor the observance of the rules of decency. Alice turned pale, completely not understanding what was going on here. The girl was thinking that Charlotte should have been disappointed in Roel after what they had done together with Princess Nora. Alice decided that she needed to find out about everything in more detail. The nurse was watching what Roel and Charlotte were doing. At the same time, a young Sophia was spending time with a guy, naming the amount of gold. Alice was infuriated to see how Roel and Charlotte were having a good time together. During a joint lunch, Charlotte began to feed Roel, also noting that she would pay 5,000 gold for it. Alice dropped her fork. The girl got up from the table and said that she had no appetite, so she would leave. Roel got up and asked if his sister was okay. Seeing this, Charlotte said she would pay 10,000 gold, but the guy should sit down and continue eating with her. Roel was greatly shocked by the girl's antics. Later, Alice fell to the ground, realizing that this woman had completely subdued Lord Brother with money. The girl looked upset, because Charlotte is his fiancée. With her status as a younger sister, she is not her rival, and the girl does not have so much money. Alice also realized that Her Highness Nora was a different matter. The girl wondered if Her Highness would now consider Alice stupid. 10 days later, Roel was sitting in the family library and reading something, when suddenly someone came to him. Charlotte approached the guy with black circles in his eyes. The girl asked if Roel had been rummaging through books all night again. The guy said it was. He stated that it had been almost half a month, and there was zero progress. Moreover, Miss Charlotte spent a lot of money. Roel said he was sorry. Taking off his jacket, Roel said he would go and make some tea. The girl looked anxiously after the departing Roel and thought, why would he bother himself so much in order to help her? After all, it's not just market relations between them. Roel brought tea in 2 cups into the room, after which he offered Charlotte to try, because he did it himself. The girl grabbed his hand and, smiling sweetly, suggested that he take a break today. The guy was a little taken aback because of her words. Charlotte took his hand and invited him to take a walk, admiring the butterflies. The surprised guy just followed her. A little later, they arrived at the Lehman Forest in the Austin Empire. A lot of people gathered there that day. While they were riding in the carriage, Charlotte told the guy that according to legend, several centuries ago, the emperor of the then Austin Empire, Charles II, proposed to the queen of the powerful kingdom of the Rhone. Charles II poured mana into a beautiful moth to fulfill the queen's condition. And since then, every festival, a few days before the performance of butterflies begins, aristocratic couples from all over the world come to this place. This place has become a holy land for lovers. Roel thought that the Austin Empire was 1,000 miles away from the Ascart estate, and they were transported here by the unique ability of the Sophia house, the Twin Stone. The guy thought it was just a huge force. When they arrived, Roel got out of the carriage and gave Charlotte his hand, helping the girl down. The young Sophia handed a small paper to one of the knights of the empire. After reading what was written there, the man was very surprised. As they passed, the knights greeted them, calling them Count Roland and Lady Share of the Mandal Kingdom. The couple walked into a hall full of various aristocrats. The masked man turned to Roel and presented the guy with a small egg, saying that it was his incubator. Roel thanked him politely. The guy noticed that Charlotte was looking carefully to the side, and then asked what she saw. The girl said that in that direction there is an exclusive zone intended for the nobility of the Austin Empire. There Charlotte was looking at a young couple. Roel asked if the girl knew the woman with red hair who was there. Charlotte said she knew because it was her mother. Roel wondered if that woman was Charlotte's mother, then who was the man next to her. The guy remembered for sure that Bruce Sophia looked different. This situation surprised the guy very much. Roel suddenly told Charlotte with excitement in his eyes that he understood what was going on. They caught a woman cheating. Therefore, they did not arrive at this place in their real bodies. They have to gather evidence. Charlotte listened to the guy with surprise, and then awkwardly replied that Roel had misunderstood everything. They had come to this place just to see her. It had been 5 years since she had last seen her. he and the girl's father entered into a marriage of convenience. Charlotte's mother, Adelicia, believed that the girl was a disgrace to the purity of the House of Milton, so she refused her. The girl said that maybe it was indignation, or maybe she really felt some kind of affection for her. The girl doubted herself. Roel confidently replied that it wasn't like that at all. On the contrary, he thinks that this woman is unworthy of Charlotte. The girl sweetly looked up at the guy and replied that for the first time someone else was angry for her. It was such an unusual feeling, but at the same time joyful. She suddenly thoughtfully added the words that it is unlikely that the groom can be called someone else. Roel laughed at these words, looking away and blushing at the same time. He thought about the girl saying such embarrassing words so easily. Charlotte warmly thanked Roel for his words. The sound of a spoon hitting a glass attracted people's attention. The masked steward greeted the ladies and gentlemen on behalf of the Austin Empire. He declared the holiday officially open. He, standing on the balcony, asked everyone to pour mana into the incubators in their hands. Everyone began to channel their power into the incubators they received. Charlotte looked towards her mother and said that in her hands was an incubator charged with the attribute of the imperial family, which is the kingdom. This means that her butterfly will be the brightest. The girl added words that in this way Adelicia wants to show that she is the most beautiful and purebred here. Roel silently glanced in her direction, and then mentally turned to Grandar with a question about whether the attribute of a woman is so powerful, to which he replied that it was quite. Roel asked a question about whether he would compare with his attribute, to which the skeleton clearly replied that he would not. The guy, handing the incubator filled with mana to Charlotte, told her not to envy the woman. After all, in his opinion, the most beautiful and pure-blooded girl is in front of him, and this is Miss Charlotte. At this moment, the incubator in the guy's hand began to sparkle even brighter, and after that it began to crack altogether. The egg cracked in half and huge golden wings appeared from it. The butterfly stood on the shell and slowly straightened its wings. She spread her fiery red wings to the sides and took off, enveloped in a dome, next to the surprised Charlotte. The butterfly turned golden. It flew around the girl, leaving behind a golden thread of a train. She flew up, and the manager, looking at her, addressed the guests with the words that this is the sparkling butterfly of this year. She is an incredibly rare species, is a royal butterfly. He uttered the words that this miracle happened thanks to love. Without a doubt, this is a historic moment. The manager approached Charlotte and Roel and thanked the two distinguished gentlemen for such a touching sight. He asked the guys if they were a couple, but that Roel hesitated and tried to say that they were friends. But Charlotte confusedly replied that they were married. She added that they were only engaged. The masked man supported them with a smile, and then informed them that then they could start the kiss of luck ritual. Roel, in complete confusion, asked the manager what kind of kiss he was talking about, to which he replied that, according to tradition, a lady should thank the gentleman with a light kiss for an open butterfly. Roel tried to say that it really wasn't worth it. However, Charlotte, looking at him, said that it was nothing to worry about. It's just a little tradition, or maybe it's fate. She shuffled awkwardly in place, and then touched her lips to Roel's cheek. Strong magical bursts surrounded the couple. Roel suddenly saw a vision in which the two were kissing. The guy recognized Vincent Ascart in the man, and the girl with him was very similar to the grown-up Charlotte. The guy was embarrassed by the kiss from the girl, and their cheeks turned red. The girl pulled away, and the manager, waving his hands, exclaimed. He asked for stormy applause from the guests in honor of the demonstration of true love between the beautiful couple. The man turned to the great Jew with a request that their love be blessed by fate itself. The man straightened his arm and told the guys to go to their bedroom and have a good rest. He also wished them an unforgettable night. It was the dead of night. Roel and Charlotte came to their bedroom. The guy looked around and thought that in his world presidential numbers looked like this. Roel was thinking that apparently the Miltons have learned a lot about doing business during his parents' marriage. The guy turned to Charlotte and said that it turns out that Adelicia did not recognize the girl. Charlotte sat down on the bed and replied that 5 years had passed. She had grown a lot. Perhaps the woman never wanted to know her. She paused and touched her lips. The girl looked at the guy and asked him that when she kissed him, he seemed to see something. Roel looked away in embarrassment and replied that he had seen his ancestor, Mr. Vincent Ascart. He assumed that he was the lord mentioned in the letter, that is, the lord of the patrimony. Charlotte looked down and said that she had also seen her ancestor, Her Majesty Queen Sophia Isabel. It looks like they were both members of the Assembly of Twilight Sages. Roel asked the girl that she might know something about her, to which the girl replied that when they created the Sorofev Intelligence Network, They received many people from the famous clan of assassins, the House of Karash. The founder of their family was the transcendent of the assembly, but today this organization is no longer there. The girl said this with a thoughtful look. Roel thought that this organization is very difficult. It included members of so many famous families, so how could it just cease to exist? The guy told Charlotte that there were more and more questions so far, and then asked her if there was any more information. The girl hugged a white pillow and replied that it looked like Vincent and Her Majesty Isabel were a couple. Roel laughed awkwardly and said it was such a coincidence. Charlotte looked down and thought about something. There was silence in the room. The two just sat on the bed next to each other. Suddenly Charlotte turned to the guy, and he turned to the girl. Roel exhaled sharply from shock and surprise. The girl was lying in front of him and was calling him to bed. The guy was very surprised, after which he sat down next to her and asked what it meant. Charlotte awkwardly looked away and said that she meant that it was time to go to bed. Roel turned away and said he was going to sleep on the sofa. The guy added that Charlotte should also go to rest as soon as possible. When Roel started to leave, the girl stretched out her hand to him, shouting the guy's name. She tried to grab hold of his cape, but she didn't get it. Charlotte looked a little sad when she called Roel's name again. With quick steps, the guy left the room and closed the door behind him. As soon as he stepped out of the girl's line of sight, he stopped while his heart was beating wildly. Roel wondered how anyone could resist such a thing. After that, the guy used two skills. The first skill is called Cold-Blooded Animal. Roel sighed and lay down on the sofa, holding his chest. The guy decided that he should go to sleep now and calm down. Magical energy began to accumulate around him. Suddenly, the guy's body separated from his soul. A huge girl with red hair held a guy on her arm and said that she would never have thought that someone would be able to find her in that place. She waved her hand and noticed that the guy was still a child. She waved her hand, sending him into the unknown. The girl told the guy to try to survive, at least until their next meeting. The guy woke up to the fact that it was raining everywhere. Opening his eyes, he saw a system window full of red inscriptions in front of him. The system detected the symptoms of the awakening of the bloodline. Activation of the witness state. Adventure and freedom, war and sacrifice. Like relentless waves, they are stubborn and inflexible. The cracks on the gemstone are tightened, and the gold sinks into the depths of the ocean. The system was counting down, with only 119 hours and 17 minutes left. The progress of the awakening of the bloodline was 11%, and the score was low and equal to 6. The guy thought, is it really going to take 5 whole days this time? When he tried to get up, he felt something soft next to him. He wondered if something else had happened to him. Looking closer, the guy saw Charlotte under his arm. The girl slowly got up, rubbing her face after sleeping. When Charlotte saw Roel, she asked how they ended up in this place. Suddenly the girl looked around and asked where they were at all. Roel looked a little upset, after which he apologized to Miss Charlotte. He said that, it seems, because of the strength of the kinship of the Ascart houses, they are now in the 261st year of the Third Epoch on one of the ships of the Golden Fleet. There was a strong storm around, while thousands of tentacles were visible from the water and thunderbolts were beating from the sky. The girl shook her head in surprise, then asked Roel not to be afraid, because she would protect him. Roel asked the girl what she was talking about. He tried to say something else, when suddenly a monster began to climb on board. The monster, something like a reptile, slowly climbed on board, at the same time growling hostilely at the children. Roel exclaimed, asking what kind of terrible creature it was. At the same time, Charlotte was looking at the monster in surprise. With its sharp claws, the reptile attacked the children, but did not have time to attack, because Roel hit the creature with a fist loaded with mana. After that, the monster flew back into the water. Roel looked at Charlotte and said he would not defend. The girl blushed slightly. At the same time, dozens of the same monsters tried to get on board the ship. They noticed that there were more and more of these creatures. Charlotte lightly touched her lips to her chain and activated it. The girl's hands shone, after which 2 small pistols were formed there. With graceful movements, as if dancing, Charlotte killed many monsters at a time. Watching her, Roel was amazed at how good the girl was. Suddenly, Roel noticed that on the system window in front of him, the task score had risen from 6 units to 7. Roel quickly realized that killing these monsters could raise the score. He also noticed that those killed by Charlotte are also counted. The guy turned to Miss Charlotte and said that whatever she said, it was still his fault that he put her in such danger. Roel asked the girl to find a safe shelter as soon as possible. Charlotte looked at him and refused, saying that she was not his cargo, but his bride, so he could rely on her. After these words, they began to fight monsters together. Suddenly a big man appeared, who grabbed the monster by the mouth with his bare hands. He stretched it in different directions and destroyed the monster. The man was very strong in appearance, and a cigarette was smoldering in his mouth. He had a thick beard and mustache. The man turned out to be the captain of the ship San Pablo, whose name was Jeff. Jeff was at the 3rd true level. He cursed loudly at the monsters, and then grabbed the guy who had his head bandaged. He shouted for the guy, lower, to hold on. After all, if he dies, then who will activate the engine and bring these guys home? The guy with the stubble replied that the electric grid would last another 10 minutes. Lower's voice was getting weaker, but he continued to talk about the captain gathering everyone and breaking through the encirclement. The guy closed his eyes and apologized to the captain in a weak voice. Under a heavy downpour, Jeff took off his hat and closed his eyes. The man said goodbye to his dear friend. The captain was suddenly addressed by a sailor who shouted, pointing at the deck with his finger. The man turned around and was very surprised. On his ship, a guy and a girl fought against monsters. Jeff asked who these two were and where they came from on the ship. They noticed that the guy was wearing special clothes, so they assumed that he was from the nobility. A strong enemy appeared in front of Roel and someone appeared behind him, protecting the guy. Behind Roel stood Grandar, who was greeted by Roel. The guy praised Grandar's armor and then asked how he got into them. To this, his friend replied that he did not need his true form to resist these fish. They stood shoulder to shoulder in the rain. Jeff looked at Charlotte in shock as he saw the magic of the gems. He assumed she was a member of the Imperial family, which meant she was capable of starting the engine. Suddenly, a huge wave rose next to the ship, from which a giant monster with burning yellow eyes appeared. There was nothing on his face but eyes and a huge number of tentacles. The monster looked menacingly at the small vessel below him. Captain Jeff and the sailor looked up in shock. They recognized the monster they called Cthulhu. The monster swung in the direction of Charlotte, who did not see him. Roel, noticing that the girl did not notice the monster, loudly called out her name. The young Ascart ran up to her and blocked the blow. The girl was very surprised and called the guy by name. Roel stood in front of Charlotte full of determination and made a fist swing, asking Grandar if one blow would be enough for the monster. The skeleton, dressed in armor, supported the guy and replied that if not one, then two would definitely be enough. After these words, they made a strong blow right at the monster. A bright flash of light from the impact illuminated the entire ship. The strongest shock wave from the explosion threw all the small monsters back into the water from the ship. Waves beat against the side of the ship, and the rain did not stop pouring from the sky. Captain Jeff, the sailor next to him, and Charlotte covered themselves with their hands from the impact and strong wind. The girl looked up and saw that half of Cthulhu's body was missing. The man exclaimed in shock, carefully watching what was happening. The defeated monster began to slowly sink into the water, creating large waves. Watching everything that was happening from the side through a telescope, the girl on the ship, which was not far from the San Pablo, watched the battle. After what she saw, she wondered what had happened at all. She continued her observation with a serious look. Roel lowered his head. Steam was coming out of his mouth, and it was also coming from his whole body. The guy was looking at his hand, which he had just struck with. After that, he began to lose his balance and began to fall. Noticing this, Charlotte called out to him and ran up, hugging the guy from behind. Roel was exhausted and covered in sweat with his eyes closed, and then he told the girl that everything was fine with him and he needed to rest a little. They hugged each other on the deck floor, and the girl, closing her eyes, leaned against the guy's back and thanked him. Roel smiled slightly and then suddenly looked up sharply as the sailors came up to them, and Captain Jeff, sitting down next to the guy, asked him with a smile about whether the guy was okay. He told him not to answer as they understand everything. Charlotte sat shyly and was silent, hiding behind the guy's back, and then turned towards the man when he started talking about her. Jeff said that the main issue right now is the girl. He asked Charlotte if she knew how to fly a ship. He also puzzled Charlotte Roel Ascart with this question. The rain stopped, and the water surface calmed down. They went upstairs, where the captain explained that the San Pablo was powered by an electrical grid that only a member of the Imperial family could use. However, Vice Captain Lower, who was in charge of this, died in battle. There won't be enough energy for a minute. Roel turned to the girl and asked if she could handle it, and at that moment Charlotte put her hand on the control panel. She thought about it and replied that 1 minute would be enough and she would try. The girl took out the chain, and the screen notified them that there were 10 seconds left, so they needed to add energy. Charlotte touched her lips to the red stone on the chain, and then put her hand on the control panel. A line of energy stretched from the chain to the girl's hand, which surrounded her palm. There was a notification stating that the power supply to the electrical network had been restored. The activation of a high-quality electrical network has begun. A large energy dome surrounded the ship. Charlotte turned around with a smile and said that she had succeeded and the power was restored. Roel gave a thumbs up, supporting the girl. Captain Jeff took off his hat and lit a cigarette, addressing the blessed this. He closed his eyes and said that Lower could now rest in peace. Jeff confidently put his hat back on and addressed his guys with determination, calling them Fry. He told them that the target was 112, bearing 20 shots fired in 60 seconds. The guys behind him shouted confidently. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and turned to the couple with an offer to go on deck, as the fireworks are better visible from there. The guys were surprised by such words. They went down to the deck, where the guns were ready. The countdown began, and after one, cannons were aimed at Cthulhu, who had lifted back out of the water. A volley, shots rang out, and Roel, Charlotte, and the captain stood and watched what was happening. A large number of shots hit the monster, from which after a few moments there was no trace left. Only the smoke from the guns hovered over the water surface. Roel thought with shock on his face that this was the combat power of the Golden Fleet. At the same moment, a bright multicolored salute exploded in the night sky over the heads of the guys. The system notification informed that at the moment the score is average and is 56 points. Charlotte addressed Roel by name, after which the guy did the same. They looked at each other while a beautiful fireworks display flashed over their heads. The night continued, and the two ships crossed, after which a small bridge was thrown between them, over which the girl who was watching what was happening through a telescope passed. Jeff greeted and paid his respects to the girl who was Her Majesty Sophia Isabella, the queen of this empire. They said with a smile that Jeff had done a great job. And then she turned her attention to the guys. Queen Isabella assumed that these two were here to learn the military secrets of the empire, but then, looking at Charlotte, she thought that the girl looked familiar. Isabella seriously addressed them with an order that they answer who sent them. She assumed it was a convocation of saints. Roel put his hand on his heart and greeted Her Majesty. He introduced himself and said that he asked her to convey the wishes of the House of Ascarts on behalf of their patriarch Vincent Ascart. The queen was a little surprised and asked if Roel was Vincent's man, to which the guy replied in the affirmative. Young Mr. Ascart addressed Isabella with the words that they had received a letter that she would arrive at the port of Divoroga in mid-April. He carefully handed her the letter and said that the head of the family had teleported him to this place so that the guy could help her. Isabella picked up the letter, confirming that it belonged to her, and thought that it looked like she was mistaken about the guy. Charlotte looked at Roel, who winked at her, and thought that this guy had too much tongue. The queen turned to the girl with a question about who she was. In response, Charlotte showed her weapon and said that it was a sign that confirmed her identity. The girl turned to Isabella with the words that they come from the same family, and therefore she asks to help their Sorofia house. For the sake of the future of their family, the head of the house believed her to come to the imperial house of Sofia for help. The trigger mechanism of the gem is a witness to her words. The queen replied that she would never have thought that the members of the clan they had parted with would actually survive. Roel chuckled with the thought that he had never thought that Miss Charlotte was not inferior to him in the ability to fool different people's heads. And the girl just looked away. Isabella, leaving, replied that their motives were clear to her, and they would discuss the rest a little later. Roel happily clenched his fist and thought that they had succeeded. The ship set off on their journey through the night sea. At this time, 3 people were walking on the ship, which was completely covered with gold and jewelry. Roel, being in shock while looking around, thought that this was really worthy of the Sofia Empire. They smelled the benefits, as well as the House of Sorofia 800 years later. While the guy was thinking about how he could steal gold, Isabella asked Charlotte Sorofia about their engagement. The girl confirmed this fact. She explained that her father believes that the military power of the House of Ascarts is necessary for their family, which is why the Sorofia concluded this marriage contract. The queen said that it was a little sad, because she and Vincent are also engaged, so he is waiting for her at the port of the Two Horn with an egg. They walked up to the big curtain, after which the guy asked Her Majesty which egg was mentioned in the letter. Isabella pointed her finger forward and the curtain opened, revealing a huge stone egg, which is one of the 6 disasters. He was enveloped in magical energy, and the queen said that it was the egg of the creator of the glacier. Roel asked the question that these were 6 disasters, 6 legendary monsters that appeared after the death of the mother goddess, the culprits of the collapse of many ancient civilizations. Isabella confirmed his words and said that the Lord of Darkness, the Devourer of Light, and the creator of the glacier are the disasters that the Assembly of Twilight Sages has managed to detect at the moment. The queen looked at the guy and said that one of them was being transported by the Golden Fleet. This is the egg of the creator of the glacier. Unfortunately, they can't restrain him with spells without being able to destroy him. Isabella said that there are many forces interfering with them. In addition to the sea people who want to return the creator of the glacier, there is also the conservative group of the House of Sophia, as well as the Convocation of Saints led by Gordon Sophia. To maintain the seal requires the concentration of the Golden Soul, which significantly reduces the capabilities of her ship San Pablo. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before the Convocation of Saints catches up with them. Her Highness Isabella said that it was not surprising that the guys were sent to help them. This task turned out to be much more difficult than expected. When they find themselves surrounded by enemies, victims cannot be avoided. In other words, if they can curb this ice block, they will be able to accelerate and break away from the chase. Young Roel came to this conclusion. The system notified the guy that the initialization of the restoration of the pedigree was successful. Since this was not the first loan, an interest rate of 10% per month will be charged on the principal amount. Roel was very unhappy with how high the interest rate was because it was much more like a robbery. He thought that in their time, the port of the Two Horns, where the Golden Fleet was heading, was a cursed, frozen place, and now Roel knew the reason. Moreover, this voyage will be the last for the Golden Fleet. The guy became serious and thought that he had involved Charlotte, and he could not let her get hurt. Besides, he is, anyway, her fiancé. The guy has to protect her. The high bid or side effects didn't bother the guy. He chose to agree. Roel headed towards the egg, and the queen, noticing this, asked what he was up to. She told the guy to come back because it's too cold there. However, the guy did not listen to her. He continued walking, when suddenly the egg began to shudder. Isabella was amazed because the glacier maker's egg was afraid. She was shocked by this young man, who at this very moment stretched out his hand to the egg. The system has issued, then the origin attribute is activated, and it begins assimilation. A countdown of 180 seconds began. The probability of success was 73%. The guy's hand, which was lying on the egg, began to be covered with ice. A strong energy emanated from the object. Charlotte shouted the name of the guy, who himself began to be covered with an icy crust. He clenched his teeth tightly and squeezed his eyes shut. The girl's hands touched the guy's back, and she directed her power into him. Charlotte shouted at the guy to hold on, because she was with him. Roel opened his eyes and looked at the girl behind him. He wasn't fighting alone, but the ice continued to spread. The girl thought that this was not enough because her spell could only delay the glaciation. She was afraid that the guy would die before he could fully absorb the egg. She put all her strength into keeping the guy going. Isabella looked at what was happening with a straight face. She thought that this was the power of the Ascart family's bloodline. She decided that as an older sister, she had to help. She closed her eyes, and a bright energy enveloped her body, which stretched up in thin threads, forming a constellation. It formed the silhouette of a woman with elf ears, and there was a blindfold over her eyes. In the hands of this girl were scales. Isabella turned to Charlotte, telling her to look at her carefully. The girl turned to the queen, who uttered the words that this was the true way to use their bloodline. The magic stones that hovered over the queen's hand fell into the scales, and Isabella said that they were not servants, but creators of fate. These chips outweigh the scales. The queen put them on a bowl with a guy who was devouring an egg. There are only 10 seconds left. The ice began to gradually disappear. 5 seconds and the ice on my hand completely melted. Roel successfully absorbed some of the power and gained the ability of icy touch. He closed his eyes and thought about what he had done. 300,000 gold didn't just disappear. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he only heard his name being called. Roel was lying on the bed, and Charlotte was sitting next to him. An icy energy radiated from him. Isabella was standing not far from the bed. The girl who was sitting on the bed asked what they should do, because the guy's temperature was still falling. The queen replied that it was a side effect of the assimilation of the egg. The golden soul should be able to suppress it. However, now the guy is overflowing with icy energy, so we need to find a way to pour a golden soul into him. Isabella looked at Charlotte and said that she was his fiancé, so she should do it. She should kiss Roel. The girl asked confusedly that it was really possible, to which the queen replied that why not. Their attribute of origin predestined them to remain faithful to only one single chosen one. She said that next to a man like Roel, there would definitely be other girls hanging around. She asked Charlotte that she did not want to be overboard and meet her fatal ending. The girl thought that it was true. Last time they arranged a whole performance so that Charlotte decided to break off her engagement with Roel, his younger sister, and Her Highness the Princess. Charlotte thought about not letting them steal the guy. She bent down and kissed Roel. Ice and flame collided, and Roel began to warm up. The guy suddenly opened his eyes, and Charlotte pulled away with a smile, asking the guy that he was awake. She turned to Queen Isabella and exclaimed that it had worked and Roel was really awake. The queen winked at the girl and praised her. Charlotte asked if Roel was okay and if he was feeling better, to which he, getting out of bed, replied that he was a little better. He was not so cold anymore. The system reported an icy touch. She explained that this skill releases a directed frost aura nearby. The area and strength of the frost aura is determined by the amount of mana of the user. However, a side effect is chills. Roel also thought that you have to pay for strong magic. Fortunately, Charlotte's magic can help him. This calmed the guy down a little. The countdown showed that there were 59 hours and 44 minutes left. They have 2.5 days in complete safety. Roel thought that although they would not be able to see the Golden Fleet enter the port of the Two Horns, they already knew from history that at least Her Majesty Isabella managed to cope with the disaster, and human civilization continued to exist. The ship sailed to the place where the remains of the monster were floating on the water. Gordon Sophia, who had the second true level, stood on the deck of the ship and looked into the water. He is one of the conservatives of the House of Sophia. Because of his belief in the Mother Goddess, he betrayed Isabella and joined the Convocation of Saints. He asked how this was possible, because San Pablo was definitely supposed to be doomed, so who helped them? Behind Gordon stood a guy, Douglas, who is the leader of the Convocation of Saints who helped the 6 messengers of the goddess, that is, the 6 disasters, and strive at all costs to revive the Mother Goddess. Douglas said that according to the reports of the Convocation of Saints, another powerful owner of the bloodline with the power of a golden soul intervened in this matter on the San Pablo. It means that now there is another person on Isabella's side who can activate the Eternal Seal. Gordon replied that, whatever it was, he would do his best to stop Isabella and return the House of Sophia to its glory. Douglas, full of rage, replied that he understood the man and let him give the guy the murder of the second owner of the force. Roel stood on the deck and greeted the dawn, and Isabella was walking behind him. She approached the guy and asked him if he liked Charlotte. The guy was shocked because the queen asked him the question so directly. He awkwardly replied that even though they were engaged, their relationship was a little complicated. Roel said he rather liked her. Isabella said that in fact, for the sake of the success of the egg transportation task, she applied eternal memory. As soon as this security measure is activated, the solidified golden soul in the keel of the San Maria will melt. Tons of liquid golden soul will drag the source of the disaster into the depths of the sea. Until now, the queen was the only one whose bloodline was pure enough to trigger the eternal seal, but then Charlotte appeared. Isabella said that Gordon is also aware of this, so he will definitely take something against Charlotte. The queen looked at the guy and said that she hoped that Roel would do everything possible to protect Charlotte when the time came. Roel turned to Isabella with the words that Charlotte is his fiancée, and it is his duty to protect her. He raised his hand and bent his little finger and thumb. The guy swore that no matter what happened, he would do his best to protect Charlotte. Queen Charlotte with a smile told the guy the words that he looks as serious as Vincent when he swears. She asked him if this was a characteristic feature of their house. Roel on such words thought that a characteristic feature of his house is an early death, then his fatal ending. The guy asked Her Majesty if fate was unchangeable. He was very serious when asking this question. Isabella answered him with the words that fate does not exist in order to submit to it. It exists in order to change it. The queen put her hand on Roel Ascart's shoulder and addressed him with the words that he still had a long way to go. An alarm suddenly sounded loudly, and Isabella, turning back, anxiously shouted that trouble had happened and they were attacked. The system showed a countdown that said there were 24 hours and 47 minutes left. A large number of ships were rapidly approaching the San Pablo. Isabella stood on the deck and looked at those who tried to attack them. Gordon was standing on the deck of another ship, and a huge red monster that looked like a squid was floating under the ship. The man turned to Isabella with the words that they had not seen each other for a long time. The queen asked Gordon about the fact that he apparently united with the Sea People. The man confirmed the assumption of the queen and said that thanks to the Convocation of Saints who have the opportunity to communicate with the Sea People. Roel stood behind Queen Isabella and just watched in silence as the sun gradually rose from the horizon. Isabella raised her hand, thereby giving the order to prepare. The order to aim and fire followed immediately. She looked at Roel with a serious look and told him to leave it to her and let him protect Charlotte. The guy immediately turned around and also seriously listened to the queen's order. A series of shots followed, and battles between ships began. Meanwhile, Charlotte was inside. She was surrounded by an energy dome. The girl said the words that she was sorry that she could not fight with the guy back to back. Charlotte has to protect this place. If the Golden Fleet is defeated, then the girl should be ready to activate the Eternal Seal at any moment. She folded her hands in a lock on her chest and closed her eyes with the words that she would like to be with him now. Suddenly, a hooded guy with white hair appeared behind a girl surrounded by a dome. It was Douglas who told the sad Charlotte that she would never leave again. The girl immediately turned around with the words that an outsider was here. A dark energy emanated from the guy, which flew around him like a black haze. The girl's face was a little worried. Douglas immediately rushed towards the girl, cutting through the space. Charlotte Sorafia was in a stupor and opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't have time to react to the attack of Douglas, who was rushing at the girl with a blade of energy. When he approached Charlotte, who was in a daze and her eyes were empty, he struck. Roel Ascart shielded the girl with himself, taking the blow on himself. Charlotte, in a panic, shouted the name of the guy who had blood gushing from his mouth. Douglas took his hand out of the guy's stomach, which took the form of a water point. Drops of blood and water splashed in all directions. Roel fell to the floor with a crash, losing consciousness at the same time. In the background, it was only heard how the girl screams the guy's name. The guy with the bandages on his face said frowningly that Roel surprisingly managed. At the same time, he looked at the girl, and his hand gradually took on its former appearance. Suddenly a jet of water hit the floor, breaking it, and Douglas, turning his hand into a water whip again, told Charlotte that it was her turn. At that moment, a woman's hand reached out to the guy's wound. The woman cured Roel's injury, and then turned to him with the words that he would accept her blessing. The system window reported that the blessing of Petra was activated, and after that the countdown began with 300 seconds. Roel abruptly opened his eyes at the moment when Douglas tried to attack Charlotte with his water blade. The guy quickly shielded the girl with himself and blocked Douglas' attack. Fragments of ice flew apart. The guy in the mask was very shocked by what had happened, and Charlotte called out to Roel in surprise, rolling her eyes. Douglas immediately jumped back to a safe distance from the guy. He thought in panic that Roel was alive. But how did it happen? Because he definitely pierced him. The guy looked shocked at his arm, which was missing up to the shoulder as it was frozen and chipped off by Roel. He appreciated Ascart's frosty strength and decided that the advantage was not on his side. Douglas, dissolving his body, began to flow through the window with the words that if Roel is so strong, then let him try to catch him. When the guy with the bandages was almost all gone, he told Ascart that if he didn't go after him, it wouldn't be a big deal, just next time Charlotte wouldn't be so lucky. Douglas flowed into the ocean in a big jet right through the window of the ship. Roel told Charlotte to activate the protective item and stay in place, to which the girl asked what the guy would do. Roel replied with a serious face that he would go after the guy in bandages and get rid of him. Charlotte excitedly turned to the guy with the words that the ocean is the territory of that guy. Besides, Roel is injured. Roel pointed to his stomach with a smile to the girl and told her not to worry, because his wound had already healed. At this time, Douglas was racing across the water surface, jumping in the form of a jet of water across the ocean. He mentally swore at the unknown guy, but he reassured himself that he had no equal in the water. He turned back when he suddenly noticed something. Roel Ascart, clad in an ice shell, was running after him on the water. The water under him instantly froze, turning into an icy path. Douglas tried to pull away from the guy, but he immediately overtook him, blocking the way of the fleeing guy. Roel stood in front of the guy, clenching his fist. He was standing on an icy path in skates that became part of his legs. Douglas, full of rage, shouted to the guy the words that since he dared to chase him himself, it was his own fault. The guy in bandages attacked Roel. He became a huge jet of water again. The battle between ice and water has begun. Splashes of water and fragments of ice flew in different directions. They approached the ship, and Douglas flashed on board, and Roel stopped, remaining on the water. Douglas, landing on the deck, thought that he did not expect that he could meet such a gifted owner of the pedigree. Roel was standing on ice, which had spread very much over the water. Douglas looked at the guy from below and said that it didn't matter because they were in the ocean, which is his world. Here he is immortal, so in the end Roel will be the loser. Ascart raised his index finger to his face and agreed with the guy on deck. He said the words that once a guy comes into contact with water, he immediately recovers. Roel looked at Douglas with a grin and assumed that the guy was using water to attack and recover, but he couldn't control it. He added the words that if Douglas could, he would immediately call for a tsunami to turn their ship over. The guy went on to say that if you look at it that way, then his ability is actually useless, because it is only good for attacking girls from behind. After these words, he called the guy on the deck a water monster. Douglas was shocked and annoyed, and after a short laugh, he swore at the guy. He jumped off the deck railing with a shout that he would show the kid the strength of his ability. He turned into a water vortex using the death spiral wave skill, heading straight for the ice youth. Roel immediately took a step forward. He was pleased with the guy's behavior because he was just waiting for Douglas to be in the air. Since it couldn't be frozen, Roel decided to use another method. He raised his head at the guy flying at him. His eyes turned red and his pupils became vertical. Roel used the eyes of petrification, under the influence of which all living things turn into earth, and all creatures eventually fall silent. Only statues are eternal. The swirl of the bandaged guy began to turn to stone, and Douglas himself shouted words about how this is possible. He exclaimed a question about how a spell of this level could exist in this world, and then cursed at the young man, completely turning into stone. He fell into the water with a big splash, and Roel seriously told the opponent who fell on the ice that he had made a huge mistake because he attacked his fiancée, and this is unforgivable. Roel's ice shell began to disappear, and he turned around and headed for the ship, saying goodbye to the water monster, which broke into small pieces on the icy surface. A strong explosion was heard near the frozen water near the ship, after which an old man, Gordon Sophia, flew in that place. A notification appeared in Roel's system window that the countdown had come to an end, and the spell Petra's blessing had come to an end. The degree of awakening of the bloodline is completed by 77%. The assessment of the task is quite high, and it is 82 points. Using ice, the exhausted Roel found himself on board the ship and sighed heavily, unable to open his eyes. Charlotte held out her hands, telling the guy that the assassin was already dead. With tears in her eyes, the girl hugged Roel and said that she understood everything, and words were not needed, because the guy's skin was so cold. At this time, Queen Isabella was hovering in front of Gordon, who had fallen on the ice. The girl looked down at him and said that it was over, so it was better for the man to give up. In response to this, Gordon only laughed hysterically. Her Highness silently watched him, after which the man raised his head and exclaimed that it was Isabella who should give up. Dark energy was coming from the man. Gordon looked behind him where the explosion had just occurred and said that he was already here. Ice plates began to spread from the explosion area. Isabella pointed a gun at the man's head and asked what it was, calling the man to account. Gordon looked at her blankly and stated that he had already told Isabella not to try to resist them. The man said that this would only doom her to death. He said it always followed them. It's because of fate to serve the mother goddess. The divine retribution of the gods will purify all traitors. Unable to listen to this anymore, Isabella pulled the trigger, after which Gordon stopped talking. The girl came closer and said that he was still a king, albeit a rebellious one. Isabella said that if he wanted to kneel and bow to his so-called god, it was his personal choice. Isabella turned around sternly and said that the only thing a king should put first was his own people. She was looking at dark energy. Isabella thought that if she was not mistaken, then this must be a disaster that had turned civilizations into ruins again and again throughout history. The Lord of Darkness enveloped the entire San Pablo ship with his presence. Isabella activated her magical powers and turned to the warriors, saying that the disaster of primordial chaos had already overtaken them. The girl exclaimed that this ancient monster seeks to destroy absolutely all of humanity. She said that they should close their ranks and show the disaster what kind of dough they are made of. From the multitude of warships came the shouts of people, as well as orders to fire into the dark presence. The monster that exuded dark energy all over the sea said that all these people are very ignorant. Disaster struck its huge fiery hand on the water, after which many ships capsized. People began to fall quickly, but another hand rose out of the water and caught them. The figure of a majestic woman with a blindfold caught people one by one while she was controlled by Isabella. Joyful people shouted that Her Majesty Isabella had used the golden avatar and saved their lives. At this time, the girl was disembarking the survivors in a small vessel that was still floating on the water. Isabella's avatar clenched his fist, then tried to attack the disaster, but it successfully caught the girl by the hand. The monster hit the avatar in the head while Isabella was tensely controlling it. The girl realized that she was too weak. Isabella knew that the power of a second-level transcendent combined with the incredible power of the Golden Fleet could destroy an entire country. However, against the 6 disasters that wiped out entire civilizations, these forces are still not enough. But the girl knew for sure that they were still not defeated. Isabella's avatar caught the monster's hand that was squeezing her throat. Roel and Charlotte watched intently. Roel knew that there was less than a day left before returning to their world, and now they had to activate the Eternal Seal with Charlotte's power. The guy thought it was very similar to going to your own death, but he decided it was worth a try. As soon as Roel tried to say something to Charlotte, she also tried to say something to him, and in the end they interrupted each other. Roel asked in surprise what it was. The girl picked up a neat amber stone in her hand and said that its name was the Defender's Heart. It is a magical tool created from a mixture of 7 top-grade gems mixed with Roel's blood. The girl said that it was a spell of the highest rank. Roel asked what it meant. Charlotte said it was a spell of life. Charlotte pressed the stone to Roel's chest and pushed him off the ship, saying that he should live. Falling into the water, Roel exclaimed the girl's name, after which he found himself in the ocean. Plunging deeper into the water, the guy met the girl with red hair again. The unknown was surprised and said that she did not expect Roel to be in this place under such circumstances. She asked if the guy liked Charlotte, already knowing the answer in advance. The girl said that at this rate Charlotte would lose her life. Roel turned to the unknown and said that he did not want to lose his fiancée. The girl rubbed her temples and said that in that case he should answer her one question. She asked him what was the most beautiful thing in life. The guy looked away and said that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. However, if they talk about fate, then he thinks it's a choice. After saying the last word, Roel raised his gaze to the girl. The unknown asked him what the choice meant. Roel stated that Isabella had once told him that fate was like a tug of war. Nothing is decided until the present becomes the past. The guy said that, therefore, in the face of threats that destroyed the destinies of entire civilizations, she chose to fight them. Heroes who, despising death, rush to save their comrades. Doctors who are afraid for people's lives. They all chose their fate. Roel said that choice and those who make noble choices are the most beautiful things in fate. He asked if they choose submission or choose to fight, they are still not slaves of fate, but they are its arbiters. After listening to the guy, the girl said, not struggle and not submission, but the opportunity to choose between them. That's what the guy sees the most beautiful thing in fate. She smiled and thanked this young man. The girl said that his words filled her life with meaning. Standing in front of the girl, he said that, apparently, she was pleased with his answer. An unknown person stated that this was the case. Roel managed to find an answer that pleased her. Perhaps, to some extent, this is also fate. The girl said that she was ready to help the young Ascart, but he should know something. The power of this ancient monster far surpasses the guy's understanding. Roel's spell won't be enough anymore. She said that if he wanted to fight to save the girl, the price would probably be Roel's life. The guy thought about it and remembered how Charlotte, with tears in her eyes, asked him to continue living. Roel looked up confidently and said that they would either go through this together or die together as well. The girl said that she understood the guy's answer. Suddenly, something unfamiliar began to rise from the depths of the ocean. Roel watched as the infinite body of something rose from the waters. The guy recognized the creature as a world serpent. A huge snake of a blue hue appeared in front of him. Roel realized that the girl he had been talking to all this time was actually the very goddess of the earth, Petra. The goddess raised her hand and said that in that case it was time for Roel. With careful movements, she lifted him up through the water. In a neat magic sphere, Roel rose above the water and sat down. Peering into the sphere, he noticed that there were obvious detachments in the spell. He realized that his vitality was also gradually being depleted. The guy again remembered the expression on Charlotte's face when he fell into the water. He thought about how much he wanted to see her now, even if he has to die for it. Watching the ocean, Roel didn't know what to do at all. The calamity of chaos once again struck the face of Isabella's avatar. The girl swung, intending to hit the monster in the stomach. Isabella was very tense watching this battle. The girl didn't know if it was even possible to defeat this creature. Suddenly, Her Highness was called by little Charlotte, who ran up to her from behind. The girl turned around and asked why the young Sorafia was alone. Isabella understood everything without words. She patted Charlotte on the head and said that she understood, because they both have something they want to protect so much. The girls joined hands, gathering their strength in order to defeat the monster together. After this action, Isabella's avatar rose, as if getting a second wind. Seeing this, the monster laughed maliciously. The avatar was about to strike again, but the monster swallowed him, saying that it was too weak. The monster swung hard again, intending to injure the avatar. Suddenly, right before the impact, the disaster stopped because something exploded in front of him and releasing a lot of fire butterflies. The trail of magic butterflies was quite long. Charlotte turned around in surprise. A small butterfly landed on her hand, after which tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and she exclaimed joyfully, saying that it was Roel. Disaster only asked in surprise who it was. At the same time, Roel was still sitting in the sphere. A small butterfly was sitting on his arm while he was thinking about what Charlotte should like. The guy looked at his hand and thought it was strange, because his life force was no longer flowing away. Roel got up and turned to Petra, asking the goddess about the reason why it stopped. The girl said it was very beautiful. The goddess declared that Roel had shown her the greatest beauty, and in return for this she, in the name of the goddess of the earth, would lead the guy to victory. Heading towards the monster from the depths of the ocean, a huge serpent rose up, which was several times larger than the disaster of chaos itself. The monster tried to attack the snake, but it quickly grabbed the disaster in its mouth and swallowed it. After that, she quickly approached Roel. The snake shook its head and quickly sank back to the bottom of the sea. The guy happily looked through the sphere, realizing that they had coped. Roel sincerely thanked Petra. Roel slowly closed his eyes, thinking that now he would be able to rest a little. At the same moment, a system window appeared in front of him, in which it was said that the goals of the witness's condition had been achieved, and the remaining time was 22 hours and 35 minutes. The assessment of the task was excellent, leaving 115 units. Roel was called by name several times, and he finally opened his eyes. On the ice in the middle of the ocean, he was lying on Charlotte's lap, and Isabella was sitting next to them. The guy asked the girl how she found him, to which Charlotte replied, looking at the fiery butterfly on her hand, that it was she who brought her to the guy. Charlotte put her hand on Roel's head, and he said with a smile that she seemed to have received his gift. Queen Isabella looked at the guy seriously, and said that the negative effect of his abilities led to a complete overspending of his strength. If not for this strange immortality, despite the fact that there are no serious injuries on his body, everything would be sad. The guy's body has already surpassed the limits of what it can withstand. Charlotte, in response to such words of the queen, asked in a panic what to do then. Isabella, looking at the girl, replied that conventional treatment can only cure external injuries, but will not alleviate deeper problems. She added that she could only rely on the golden soul to help Roel. The queen asked if Charlotte understood her, and then she explained that until Roel finally recovers, the girl should be next to him. After all, it's a wife's duty. Charlotte, blushing, clutched her face and replied that she would try. She gave the guy a nice pat on the head. Roel, also blushing, thought that the girl would rather not make every effort, but would finish the guy faster. The system alert announced a countdown. 4 minutes and 59 seconds left. Roel, looking at this message, quickly got up and thought that he had no time left. He needs to have time to ask the main question. The guy turned to the queen, putting his hand on his heart, and turned to Her Majesty, asking her a question about what if, after his recovery, he wanted to join the assembly of Twilight Sages, how he could do it. Roel thought that, of course, he was not going to join the assembly, because it had long since sunk into oblivion, but it had left behind too many secrets. Isabella excitedly replied to the guy that he was still far from joining the assembly, as he was still too weak. Charlotte intervened with the words that she also wanted to join the assembly of Twilight Sages, and then I asked Isabella to tell her who is the founder of this organization. The queen replied that it was founded shortly before the end of the previous era. She suggested that those who are the founders of the organization are known only to the leader. He is also known as the Great Sage. Roel asked Isabella how they could join them, to which she replied that the assembly annually elects the talents of the Brawn Academy from the country of scientists. To join them, 2 letters of recommendation are required. One of them can be given to them by the queen herself. At the beginning of each academic year, the assembly sends special subjects to all the elected. Thanks to them, members of the assembly can recognize these students and observe their actions, and then evaluate them and choose those whom they will recommend. Roel thought that in his time the assembly had long since disappeared behind the pages of history. But what had become of its members? The probability that the Transcendents will survive is quite high, which means that if he gets hold of one of these items, he will be able to attract the attention of the still living members and contact them. The countdown in the system notification showed 44 seconds, and Roel hurriedly asked Isabella a question. He told her that it was time for them to return, and after that he would definitely have to recover for a long time. He won't be able to get the assembly item anytime soon, so he asked where he could get it. Isabella replied that they should look for a drunken treant in the Karen forests. She told the guys not to forget the Conti wine of the ancient Austin Empire. Roel tried to clarify who he was talking about, but he didn't have time, because there were 0 seconds left. The guys disappeared immediately after the expiration of time, and Queen Isabella, who was left alone on the ice, asked where they were. At that time, there was a commotion in the manor. Someone shouted for everyone to thoroughly search everything around, because they would find young Miss and young Mr. Roel at all costs. The maids ran, obeying the order, all over the territory. Grace stood in the room in a panic, clutching her head, and thinking about where they could have gone. Suddenly, something lit up on the bed behind her, and then Charlotte appeared in this place with Roel in her arms. Grace exclaimed and with tears in her eyes said that Miss was back. Charlotte was at a loss to think about why the guy still hasn't woken up. She assumed it was all because of those side effects, so she needed to apply the golden soul. She looked at her hand and noticed in confusion that the golden soul had disappeared. Fortunately, Charlotte has mastered her way of creating it. As soon as she returns, she can easily recreate it. The girl was trying to figure out how to help Roel, as she remembered Isabella's words that Charlotte's mana is a source of energy, and her body is a channel through which it is transmitted. The golden soul is just a continuation of the channel. Charlotte put her fingers to her lips and thought that if that was the case, then she could only pour her mana into Roel's body. She bent down to the guy's face and covered his lips with her own, transferring her power into the guy's body. Grace, stunned by what was happening, was trying to figure out what was going on and why Miss had given him her kiss. While Charlotte was sharing her strength, Roel turned to the girl through a kiss with words about not being afraid. The girl with tears in her eyes realized that this was not enough and tried to figure out what to do. Grace awkwardly asked Charlotte what had happened and how they would explain young Mr. Roel's condition to the Ascarts. The girl has already imagined how Marquis Carter says that Charlotte, as Roel's fiancée, failed to cope with his protection, so they terminate the marriage contract. And against the background, Princess Nora and Alice are also viciously swearing. Charlotte turned to Grace and told her that they shouldn't say anything to the Ascart house yet. She turned to the maid with a serious look and told her to get ready to leave, as they were returning to Rosa. Grace, shocked by the girl's words, asked her that they were running away. At that time, a carriage was traveling along the road to the Ascart estate, in which Princess Nora and Alice Ascart were. Nora looked at the girl crying next to her and mentally scolded her, as she could not defeat Charlotte, and immediately ran to the princess in such a state. The princess remembered how the young lady Ascart on her knees and all in tears said that with her position she was not a rival to Charlotte. But Nora was a princess. Nora seriously told Alice to just find a reason to kick Roel's fiancé out, to which Alice quickly nodded. The princess said that with their speed, it would take them 3 days to reach the Ascart estate. They were determined to teach Charlotte a lesson. Lying in the iceberg, Roel twisted in the fetal position, trying to overcome the cold. The guy squeezed his eyes shut, then felt the warm energy meet his face in the area of his lips. Trying to open his eyes, the guy didn't understand what it was, but it was definitely warm, saving him. With heavy efforts, he finally opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar yellowish ceiling in front of him. Roel got up heavily and rubbed his head, trying to figure out how long he had been asleep and where he was at that moment. After he was able to tear his eyes open, the guy began to look around. Next to him on the bed, he saw Charlotte sleeping in open pajamas. The guy wondered what the girl was doing in this place next to him. Sensing movement nearby, Charlotte also woke up and rubbed her eyes. Seeing Roel, the girl smiled broadly and noticed that the guy had finally woken up. Roel blushed a little and scratched his neck, confirming this fact. The guy was shocked that Miss Sorophia was lying next to him in such clothes. The guy said he wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, but sometimes, while Roel was sleeping, he felt something in his mouth. Charlotte looked away and, blushing a little, said that it was a thermometer, because she needed to measure the groom's temperature. At the same time, Roel received attachment points in the amount of 80,000 points. Startled, Roel turned to her and did not understand at all why he received 80,000 at once, because it was too much. He wondered if this meant that rich women not only abound in money, but are also full of affection points. The guy thought that he really wanted to get affection points from Charlotte, but 80,000 is somehow too much. He suggested that this could be due to the fact that they went through deadly difficulties together when they were in the past. Thereby there was a suspension bridge effect, which, in theory, will gradually fade over time. Roel decided that he didn't have to worry too much about it. Immediately he caught himself thinking and asked if he needed to worry about Charlotte falling in love with him. He decided that as long as his mind is sober, he should not worry. Then a system window appeared in front of the young Ascart, in which it was said that the assessment of the task was excellent. 115 units. In addition, his bloodline was successfully awakened. The guy got the pedigree of the creator of kings, the old contract and the broken fragments of the crown. The king has fallen. Glory and prosperity turn to dust. Rising from the mud and stretching out his hands to heaven, Roel overcomes the boundaries of the worlds and returns to reality. Roel looked and wondered if this system could even speak human. The guy smiled happily, because he still received a silver rank bloodline, that he finally gained an ability that puts him on the same level as Nora and Alice. Suddenly, Roel noticed that the landscape outside their windows was moving while the wind tickled the transparent curtains. Looking out into the street and seeing that they were traveling in a small house by carriage, Roel asked Charlotte if they were supposed to return to the estate and where they were going now. The girl smiled and, with a slight delay, said that they were going to nature since Roel was too weak now. She said that it was too noisy in the city of Askartov, so they were going to a quieter place. Roel agreed, after which he was suddenly attacked by drowsiness, and he fell back, right into the arms of the bed. Charlotte touched Roel's face and, smiling, said that he should leave everything to her while he was sleeping. The girl remembered how Grace had asked her last night if Sorophia was sure that she wanted to do this, to which Charlotte confidently stated that they should leave right now. She said they needed to leave the theocracy as soon as possible, otherwise the girl risked never meeting Roel again. Charlotte understood that Roel was hurt because of her request. The Ascart house then unilaterally terminates the contract, especially since the princess of the theocracy is Roel's protector. The girl knew that Her Highness Nora would not stay away either. Of course, if Roel was ready to sever all ties with his father, foster sister, Nora and everyone else for Charlotte's sake, but it's also hard. Charlotte knew for sure that although they had been through fire and water together, but Roel was not so much attached to her, not counting the benefits in monetary terms. The girl wondered what else she could give Roel. Even if they give him enough money, she doesn't quite understand what will happen after that. Charlotte decided that now she has only one option, because while they are still together, she can seduce him, and then they can be together. The next morning there was a terrible commotion in the Ascart patrimony. Alice and Nora noticed that Roel was missing, so the servants asked about it. Anna only bowed and apologized. Nora looked at Anna with displeasure and asked if Roel had a holy blade with him. The maid guiltily lowered her gaze and said no. The gentleman only told her that he was going to have dinner with Miss Charlotte, and then left without taking anything. The girl said that in the letter Roel wrote that he left the city in order to admire nature, although he sends letters every day, reporting on their journey. But the longer they travel, the further they are from the lands of the Ascarts. Anna said that by now they must have already reached the Warren mountain range, which is on the border with their lands. The maid offered her deepest apologies, because today she also thought that something was wrong here. Nora tensed when she learned that Roel, who never leaves the Holy Blade, did not take it with him this time. The girl was absolutely sure that something had happened, and Roel could not just leave. While tears were gathering in Alice's eyes, she asked Anna where Charlotte could take her beloved brother. Nora looked down, lost in thought. She understood that friendly relations had been maintained between Rosa and the theocracy of the holy place for generations, and the houses of Sorophia and Ascart were friendly neighbors. There have never been conflicts between these families, so it is impossible for something like this to happen, unless personal feelings are excluded. Nora looked up and thought that for a calculating girl like Charlotte to take such a risk and kidnap Roel, she must already be head over heels in love with a guy, and this is exactly what they are afraid of. The princess did not understand when these two managed to inflame their feelings so much. Suddenly Nora remembered that Charlotte's request to Roel was to investigate the history of Charlotte's ancestors. Everything was so if the princess remembers everything correctly. Suddenly the girl tensed up and said that if she was not mistaken, then everything was exactly as she thought. Nora stretched out her hand and said that in connection with recent events, she, Nora Zeklide, suspects the House of Sorophia of kidnapping a confidant of the House of Ascart, Roel Ascart. She stated that, using the right of the defender of Roel Ascart, she, the princess of the theocracy of the holy place, issues an order to completely block the borders of the Ascart patrimony. At this time, a small cart was moving through the snow-covered mountains, from which Roel was looking out the window. Suddenly Charlotte came into the room where Roel was. The guy turned to her and said that because he slept too much, he lost track of time. Roel said he thought they had been traveling for about 3 or 4 days. The girl put tea and cake in front of him, after which she said that he needed patience in order to enjoy the beautiful views. The girl took a piece of cake with a fork and presented it to Roel's mouth, after which she asked him to open his mouth, because the guy needs to regain his strength. Roel tried to refuse, saying that Charlotte was the daughter of a noble house, and she did not stop playing the role of a servant. The girl smiled and said that she did not think that taking care of her own fiancé was something shameful. If anything, Charlotte is even proud of it. Suddenly the girl was embarrassed because she called him the groom, because initially she wanted to give up this marriage. Charlotte winked at him and asked her beloved Roel to open his mouth. The guy ate a piece of cake and mumbled, saying that it was very tasty. Suddenly Roel remembered and decided to ask Charlotte, since her request had been fulfilled, then it would be possible to pay off the debt between them. Suddenly the girl looked away and, blushing slightly, said that it seemed she could no longer solve it on her own, because now it was their common budget. The guy didn't quite understand the girl's words. Suddenly Charlotte laughed and, unexpectedly putting another piece of cake in Roel's mouth, asked if they had not agreed that after fulfilling her request they would get married. Roel looked away with displeasure and thought that from the very beginning he felt that something was clearly wrong here. Suddenly, another horse drove up to the cart on which the couple was riding. Grace carefully looked out of the window, after which an unknown masked man handed a letter to Mrs. Grace. The maid took the letter and thanked the masked man. Opening the letter and reading the contents, the girl was surprised. Almost immediately after that, she came to Miss Charlotte and whispered to the girl about something. Charlotte's face hardened, then she turned to Roel and smiled. The girl asked if her beloved liked the snow-covered views. There was a beautiful winery on the southern border of the Ascart patrimony. Roel drank a small mug of wine and said that this is the signature product of the southern villages, almond wine. The guy offered a drink to Charlotte because this drink has a special taste. The girl presented the glass to her face and said that this wine really has a unique smell. Charlotte asked what this drink was made of. Roel said that if he remembered everything correctly, it was a special local almond variety called Pamela. The girl carefully took a sip of wine, after which she enthusiastically noticed that the drink was very sweet, and therefore she really liked it. Roel said he knew Charlotte would appreciate it. The girl drank more, then asked why it was so sweet. Roel said that the fruit itself has a peculiar smell, and in order to block it, raisins are added to it during the preparation of wine. From this such sweetness appears. Initially, when Roel was looking for ways to stabilize the situation in the possessions of the Ascart houses, he planned to thoroughly enjoy both the landscapes of the patrimony and the dishes of local residents. Roel stretched and said that he could not have imagined that Charlotte's recovery program accelerated this process. The girl blushed noticeably and asked where Roel was so well versed in winemaking. The guy exclaimed, "How can he not understand this?" Roel stated that this is one of the key areas of their policy of supporting the poor. He carefully studied the proposal before putting his seal of approval on it. The girl was surprised and asked if Roel was the one who came up with this policy of supporting the poor. She asked if the Ascart family just gives money to the poor. Roel waved his hand in front of her and said that it was not so. He said that if you give a person a fish and feed him for a day, and then teach him to catch it, then he will be full all his life. The policy of supporting the poor, the Ascart patrimony, is mainly focused on revealing the local characteristics of each region and achieving a high level of awareness. Charlotte asked how the guy could come up with all this. Roel said that he found information about this in the historical records of an ancient country that existed about 5,000 years ago. They do not know the outside world, and therefore they do not know what their competitive advantage is. They do not know that the wine they brew from Pamela almonds is an exclusive product. Poor support consists in sending experts to analyze and determine their market advantages, and then adapt products to further develop their strengths and meet the needs of the market. They have already started to build factories for the mass production of Pamela wine, and first they will focus on the local market. After the production expands, they will start promoting it among the nobility of the theocracy. The guy said that by that time he would attract Nora to help. If the princess of the theocracy herself promotes this wine, they will be able to find access to the market of other countries. Roel was enthusiastically telling Charlotte about his business when suddenly she grabbed his face, preventing him from continuing to speak. The girl, red with wine, said that if she was not mistaken, then she was the first one who tasted wine with Mr. Roel. The girl smiled and asked why he wanted to allow another woman to advertise wine, about which they already had common memories. Roel was about to say something when suddenly Charlotte said that she agreed that the title of princess had quite a lot of influence in the theocracy. But when it comes to trade, shouldn't the Sorafia Trade Association be the natural choice? Charlotte continued, saying that in addition, this wine corresponds to the taste of the Razais. Most people in the theocracy prefer salty and savory tastes. Roel agreed, saying that Charlotte was right about that. The girl looked at him and asked him to entrust the promotion of wine to her. She said they will release it along with their upcoming summer product line, dessert wine brewed especially for noble girls. Charlotte said they already have a slogan. The girl said that they could call it the fragrance of romance, after which she smiled and winked at Roel. While the charmed guy was looking at his bride, he was covered with a pleasant blush, and his heart was pounding more often. The girl put her glass on the table and said that she had already finished her drink. After that, Roel immediately asked her if he should pour the girl more. Taking a glass of Roel, she said that this was not necessary because she wanted to admire the snow-covered landscapes. The guy awkwardly looked away and said that he drank from this glass himself. Charlotte smiled and said that now she too. At this time, the Princess Nora search team was moving through the snow-covered forests. One of the knights informed the girl that the carriage of the Sorafia house was visible ahead. Nora immediately ordered her to be stopped. The girl immediately approached the carriage and began to ask where Roel was. Grace slowly got out of the carriage. The maid bowed and apologized to Her Highness because young Mr. Roel had left the carriage with Miss Charlotte earlier. One of the knights came up to Nora and said that they had already checked everything, and Mr. Roel was not in the carriage. The girl turned around and asked how many villages were within one day's journey from the carriage. The knights answered her, saying that there were only 3 such villages nearby. Nora pointed her finger forward and said she was ordering them to split into 3 squads and search everything thoroughly. After that, the girl got back on her horse and set off. As soon as the princess arrived in the village, she met an old lady. Nora approached her and respectfully asked if any strangers had visited this village in the last few days. Grandmother confirmed this by telling about a girl from a noble house and a black-haired guy with her. They were accompanied by a large number of people, and they also bought a lot of wine. After learning the description of the people, Nora loudly asked if Grandma knew where the strangers had gone. The woman pointed her finger towards the forest and said that they were heading towards the eastern border. Grandma said that these guys wanted to see a snowy landscape. She told them that there were a lot of wolves in that area, and that the western mountain was much better, but they did not listen to her. When the old lady turned around, there was no one next to her. Looking into the distance, she saw the princess riding away on a horse towards the eastern borders. When she was sure that Nora had left her field of vision, the grandmother shone with magic, after which she returned to her former body, to the body of Charlotte Sorafia. Being in a small room full of barrels of wine, Roel told the man that it was really a fine wine. It is worthy of the level of a village specializing in winemaking. He said that wine has its own special taste in every family. Roel smiled and asked the gentleman if he had ever heard of the imperial dessert wine Conti. Hearing an unfamiliar empire, the man was surprised. With an awkward expression on his face, the man told Roel that he would like to help the guy, but he had never heard of any Conti's fault. Roel said that perhaps it does not bear this name now, because it is the wine of the ancient Austin Empire, which existed several centuries ago. The man said that if we are talking about an ancient Austin wine, then perhaps he knows one such. The man pulled out a large barrel from his storage and poured some into a cup for tasting. The man handed Roel a cup of wine. This wine is now called candy, and it is nowhere to be found. Roel drank a little, then immediately spat it all out. The man asked the guy to be careful while Charlotte excitedly asked if the guy was okay. Roel said that everything is fine, although the taste of this drink is too specific. The man agreed with this statement, also saying that this wine is made from mushrooms. The taste is quite disgusting for people, but legends say that this wine is very popular with werewolves from the Karen forest. He said he found it interesting, so he kept some of this wine. Roel and Charlotte exchanged glances as soon as they heard the name of the Karen forest. They both noticed that the names of Conti and Candy are quite similar. This must be the wine for the drunkard treat that Isabella told them about. The guy asked the man if he still had a lot of such wine. The man said that due to the fact that few people like the taste, he has a little if one of the guests is interested. However, if you need to cook more, he said it may take at least a month. Roel smiled and said he needed a lot more of this wine. The guy said they could stay in this place until the wine was ready. At this time, Charlotte thought a little, realizing that sooner or later Princess Nora would catch up with them, and they could not waste time in this place. The girl took hold of the handles of the chair on which Roel was sitting and absorbed magic into them. The guy's eyes began to close, and he thought that somehow he was tired again. Roel wondered if this was a side effect of the icy touch again. The guy fell asleep at the same moment, while the man creating the wine was trying to reach him. Charlotte asked the gentleman to still prepare this wine for them, and then send it to the Sorafia trading house in Rosa. When Roel gradually began to open his eyes, he saw endless clouds covered with stars in front of him. Charlotte and Roel were lying in the snow. Rising slightly, Roel asked the girl if he had just fallen asleep again. The girl confirmed it. Suddenly Roel remembered about Conti's wine and said that they would have to wait until it was brewed, and then they could leave. Charlotte smiled and said that everything had already been taken care of. As soon as the wine is ready, they will deliver it to them in their hands, so do not worry. The guys were looking at the stars. Roel said it was very good that they were able to come and see this beauty, which Charlotte certainly agreed with. Roel smiled and thanked Charlotte, saying that he feels much better now. The girl smiled and said that it was very good. She said that if Roel wished, they could come to this place more often in the future. The girl turned to him again and, without looking at him, asked if she had done something wrong. Would he forgive her? Roel lost his chin and said that, in his opinion, it was impossible for Charlotte to do something very wrong. But even if she did, in the event that the girl would provide compensation, much would be forgiven. Charlotte put her hand on his, after which she said that she would definitely compensate for everything. The girl poured her magic into the guy again, and he fell asleep on her shoulder. The girl wished him good night. The next day, Nora's screams were heard loudly in the Ascart estate. The girl was angry that she had been fooled by some old lady. She said it was definitely Charlotte. Nora said that she said them day and night and only came across a group of village hunters. Alice skeptically stated that because of this they failed to catch up with the missing. Nora turned around and said they were mistaken. If she's not mistaken, then the relationship between Roel and Charlotte is far from what it was before. The girl said that this case is likely to be very troublesome. Alice asked the princess not to worry, because they still have a trump card up their sleeve. The girl said that the last word in the matter of marriage is not for Lord Brother, but for his father. In the City of Roses, a man was examining a small flask of liquid. He asked if this was really the living gold of the legendary Sophia Empire. He couldn't even think that such a thing really existed. The man put his hand on Charlotte's shoulder and praised the girl, because she alone was able to find traces of the Sophia Empire. The girl said it wasn't, and she wasn't alone. Charlotte said that a confidant of the Ascart house, Roel Ascart, was with her. Due to the severe injuries sustained during the legacy battle, she had to secretly take him with her to Rosa for treatment. The man was greatly impressed by his daughter's words. He exhaled and said that, of course, he understands that she is worried about him. But now it is wrong to try to solve the problem in this way. The girl interrupted him and said that there was a prenuptial agreement between them. She clearly and confidently stated that she wanted to marry Roel. The man was surprised, because he did not understand about everything, where Charlotte got such determination. He clapped his hands and said that he would support his daughter's decision in any case. The girl thought that they had solved everything with Rosa's internal affairs, but this does not mean that there will be no more problems. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. This will be followed by external intervention. Tired, Roel woke up and looked at the ceiling. The guy noticed that a yellow bulb was lying on the pillow next to him. He took it in his hand and immediately wondered if it was a golden soul. Holding the liquid in his hand, the guy began to look around, assessing the room. He thought that the interior had a very sublime style, after which he realized that this was the Sophia estate. Roel understood what Charlotte meant when she said that she would do something wrong. The guy tensed a little, thinking about what could happen if Nora and Alice found out about it. He just hoped that the situation would not get out of control. Suddenly, from behind the door, someone asked if Mr. Roel was awake. A female voice replied that he had already been checked half an hour ago, and he was still asleep. In response, the other girl said that she understood, and the servant could come down. The guy realized that it was Charlotte. The door handle started to turn away. And seeing this, Roel quickly covered himself with a blanket and pretended that he was still asleep. The girl sat down slightly on the bed and asked if her beloved had woken up. The girl quickly saw that the bottle with a living soul had moved, because earlier it was lying next to the pillow. The girl smiled slyly. With careful movements, she pressed on the guy's nose, blocking his air. 10 seconds later, Roel was barely holding on. With a sharp movement, he stood up, trying to catch his breath while Charlotte was smiling sweetly. Roel turned his head to her and wished Miss Charlotte good morning. The guy apologized, because he didn't think he was asking for so long. He asked if he could find out where they were at the moment. The girl tensed, afraid that Roel was angry. The girl looked away and remembered aloud that the guy said he would forgive her. Roel rubbed his head and said that it was, but the situation is different now. The girl looked at him pityingly, talking about what he promised. The girl said that if she compensates for everything, then he will forgive her. Roel looked at her with some incomprehension and asked how she could compensate for this. The girl snapped her fingers, after which Roel saw a golden light in front of him and was very surprised. Right in front of the guy, the girl put a chest filled with gold. The girl said that there is $1 million in gold here, and these are her personal savings. Roel was very surprised. The girl said that she knows that the guy may find what she did mean. She was about to say something else when suddenly Roel interrupted her and said that she was forgiven. A little later, Roel presented his hand over the gold and activated the inner space. A notification was displayed on the system window that gold coins had been received. In accordance with the priority of the debt, the loan will be repaid first. Roel turned away and thought with displeasure that this system not only takes interest, but also mocks him. If it wasn't for Charlotte, the guy doesn't even know how he would close the debt. A little later, Roel was sitting on the balcony of the estate and drinking tea. He remembered asking Charlotte if she had any ideas on how the guy would recover. The girl said that she could eliminate the side effect of the icy touch, but she could not solve the problem of his loss of the remaining vitality. Charlotte said she asked for help from former members of her father's adventurer team, and they are all incredibly capable people. The guy thought that, apparently, everyone was busy and only he was cooling off. Roel also noticed that the system has not been showing itself in any way lately. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that a new event had been launched in honor of the debt repayment celebration. Because of this, there are 70% discounts on the next product in the system. However, he did not understand what the inscription imperfect meant. The guy thought that based on the description, this staff must have been made from the remains of the legendary monster many years after his murder. Roel assumed that the staff was made of materials not of the first freshness. But since the nine-headed serpent is a legendary monster, even after thousands of years, its venom will not lose its original strength. He thought that most likely imperfect meant exactly that. The description says that the staff has both attacking and defensive abilities. It will definitely be a worthwhile investment. The guy abruptly turned around and told the system that he would like to purchase a nine-headed serpent staff. And the next moment it was said that the purchase was made successfully. The guy looked disappointed at the weapon. He was holding a black stick in his hand. The guy asked why she was so ugly and what was wrong with her. Roel suddenly realized that there was not a drop of mana in his weapon. Usually there is at least some energy in transcendental instruments, but there is absolutely nothing in this staff. He thought that it was probably a treasure that required magic activation, so he needed to try activating it. Standing in the garden of 100 birds, Roel stretched out his staff in front of him. The guy began to use his magical powers, filling the weapon with them. Suddenly, the shape of the staff began to change, acquiring irregularities. The guy was very surprised when the staff took its final form. The staff of the nine-headed serpent was imperfect and activated. The venom of the ancient monster continues to remain in its carcass. The user can use his mana in order to extract and use it. The strength of the poison depends on the amount of mana used. The user can use mana to trigger the regeneration ability of the nine-headed serpent carcass, summoning the body of an ancient monster into the world. The strength of the nine-headed serpent depends on the amount of mana spent. The guy enthusiastically examined the staff and thought it was worth it, and the system did not deceive him. Suddenly, Roel heard someone unknown shouting at him, asking what he was doing in this place. Roel turned to Petra, who came up to him with a question about what she was doing in this place, to which she answered him with words that the guy had got himself a good thing. The guy looked at the staff of the nine-headed serpent in his hands after the words of the goddess. Petra said that, strictly speaking, this is her offspring. After all the snakes in this world are her descendants. She said that the war between the holy beasts was originally fought between the first indigenous inhabitants for the attributes of origin, and one of them was a nine-headed serpent. This endowed the ignorant with wisdom to interpret the world around them, and the weak with strength so that they could change their fate. With the help of the origin attribute, Sia has blessed countless beings. She is a merciful mother, so they respectfully address her as the goddess mother of being. Matra added the words that only a fierce struggle broke out between those who wanted to accept the attribute and those who were against it. Without the attribute, their animal essence was increasingly out of control. Without the influence of the attribute, they became more and more ferocious and destructive. Petra destroyed it with her own hands. The war was tragic, and these memories are not the most pleasant. Roel asked the goddess if she was angry because this staff was made from the tui of a nine-headed serpent. She replied with a laugh that it was just the corpse of a dead creature. On the contrary, it would be easier for her to help Roel thanks to this thing. She, touching the staff, told the guy to look carefully. A large force accompanied by a bright light surged in all directions. Roel knew the feeling. The system notified the guy about the staff of the nine-headed serpent, which became excellent. Under the influence of the ancient earth goddess, the vile intent contained in the staff was purified. The will of the mother of all snakes is an absolute command, embodying the greatest glory and honor. The stone gaze skill, the manifestation of the power of the earth goddess, is a miracle that should have existed only in the ancient era. It can be activated with mana and applied through the snake eyes of the staff. The power of the spell depends on the amount of mana used and the duration of the spell. Usage limit, once every 3 days. The little snake grabbed the guy's wrist and asked how it was for him, because the staff was supposed to acquire the stone gaze spell after her blessing. She said to consider it a small gift from her. Roel thought that Petra was able to get in touch with him thanks to the staff, so he wondered where Grandar was. He asked the goddess about it, but did not have time to find out anything. Someone called out to the guy, asking if he was here. The guy replied that he was here, and Petra informed him that it was Charlotte. The goddess asked the guy about how far his relationship with the girl had gone, and when she was expecting a baby. Such a question confused the young man very much, and the goddess added that the Ascarts had too few descendants, so he simply had to expand them. Roel exclaimed that Charlotte was still too young. How could she bear him a child? The goddess said that they shared a bed every day, and then asked if nothing had happened yet. Roel, blushing even more from embarrassment, shouted that they were sleeping together only to reduce the side effect. Petra asked the guy with a grin about his health, and then said that if so, then she, the goddess of the earth, who owns the wealth of the whole earth and blesses everything for birth and reproduction, can bless him. The guy swore, and then shouted that he didn't need it, because everything was fine with him and he would cope on his own. The girl who approached the young man asked him what he was doing there, and Roel turned to her, calling her by name. The snake quickly disappeared from his hand. He cleared his throat and tried to calmly reply that he was not doing anything and was just walking. Charlotte pointed to the elderly man next to her with her hand and said that it was Andrew Mara, an itinerant scientist. He might be able to help Roel. Andrew looked at the young man and said, addressing him, that his condition causes serious concerns. Charlotte thought about the fact that Princess Nora and Alice were about to arrive in the city, then it would be impossible to hide Roel's condition. But she did not know how to help him. The learned old man informed them that there are two ways to treat the decline of vitality. One of them is due from the tree of life, but now there are none left. The other way is to find a person with a bloodline that has unlimited vitality. However, it is almost impossible to find the tree of life. That such a person is almost impossible. Roel thought about unlimited life force because it seemed quite familiar to him. Suddenly he had an idea about it. The motorcade that was heading to Rosa was approaching. Alice looked at the road and thought about Lord Brother. She arrived at Sorophia Manor, greeting Miss Charlotte. Alice told the girl that quite a long time had passed since their last meeting at the Ascart estate. She asked Charlotte if she knew where the vile kidnappers could have taken her Lord Brother. Charlotte turned to Alice with the words that she was being too dramatic. And then she asked about the fact that those who deliberately tried to disrupt the engagement of two lovers are not more vile. Bruce Sorophia, watching them, sighed heavily. Alice frowned and replied to Charlotte that since she was able to steal Lord Brother from the Ascart estate, he would become hers. She grinned and said that the girl was cornered and became even more pathetic. Charlotte replied that it did not matter to her whether these were the last attempts of a desperate struggle or a second wind in the battle. Anyway, they're engaged to him. And then the girl added that no one is interested in the opinion of a non-blood foster sister. Charlotte confidently uttered the words that she does not deny that there is a deep connection between Alice and Roel. It's something they've been creating for years, and she doesn't hope to compete. However, unfortunately, for Alice, Roel does not notice her feelings. For him, she is only a native person. Alice was confused and annoyed by such words of the girl. She exclaimed that everything was really as Charlotte had said. Their relationship unknowingly became the biggest obstacle for Alice in communicating with her Lord Brother. However, there are things that can only be nurtured over time, such as addiction. Alice said that while everyone around her thought that she was inactive, Lord Brother had become so close to her that he was no longer able to leave her, much less reject her. Charlotte pursed her lips, and Alice exclaimed that this was her last warning and, holding out her hand forward, demanded that Lord Brother be returned immediately. Charlotte frowned slightly and asked the girl that this was probably her trump card. She admitted that she was caught off guard, but she would not allow her to act in the same spirit. At least now Alice is no longer in a state to threaten Charlotte. At that moment, Princess Nora intervened in the conversation, asking Charlotte then what she would say about her. To these words, she uttered the words in surprise that Her Highness was also here. In the banquet hall of the Sorophia estate, Princess Nora addressed Miss Charlotte with the words that she did not expect that they would meet again under such circumstances. Nora said that the girl looks irresistible, as if she has become younger. Charlotte thanked her for the compliment, and then said that she did not understand what Her Highness was talking about. The princess frowned slightly and told the girl opposite to forget, and then asked where Roel was. She assumed he was injured. Charlotte thought that there were no more trees of life left, the last hope for a special kinship with an almost inexhaustible vitality. However, she had no idea where to find such a person, but she absolutely couldn't let these girls know what had happened. The girl replied that Roel was already fine, but there were side effects after the spell. Nora thought that the girl must be talking about the consequences of Grandar's power, so she decided that then it was okay. The princess asked about what happens while the guy is weakened. She decided to kidnap him and transport him to this place. Charlotte replied to Her Highness by saying that the princess had misunderstood everything. She said she and Roel were engaged. He just wondered where she lived, so he came with her to Rosa. Nora turned to Charlotte and said it looked like the princess had really overestimated her. She asked the girl that she still seemed to be thinking of relying on this flimsy piece of paper. Charlotte replied that this was what started their relationship, a promise made by their ancestors 100 years ago. This is the proof that tied their fates together. What reason could Charlotte have not to rely on him? Nora said that Roel belongs to her. He was hers and he is and will be. At that moment, a chill ran down Roel's spine. Charlotte turned to the princess with the words that Her Highness, perhaps, as a future ruler, was used to using power. And then she asked if she was going to use it in love affairs as well. Nora told Charlotte to keep her empty speculation to herself, as she could not understand the relationship between her and Roel. Their actions are based on mutual consent. Charlotte asked about the words of the princess, and then replied that she was only trying hard to get him to accept her. And even if Nora doesn't say or do anything, the difference between their positions will still put pressure on the guy. Charlotte asked if the princess was sure that Roel was really happy with her, if she sincerely believed that he would not be burdened by her situation. Nora frowned at these words and said nothing. Alice was watching them from the side at this time. People around whispered that it looked like Her Highness and Miss Charlotte were competing. Someone said that they were on good terms because Nora had come such a long way to arrive at the holiday in Rosa. The girls, hearing these words, looked at each other in embarrassment and decided that this was probably enough. Charlotte thought that she and Roel were bound by a 100-year contract. The Marquess of Carter and her father should support them. The girl turned hopefully to the fathers talking to the side, who instantly turned away in the other direction from her gaze. The girl dejectedly came to the conclusion that it seems that she alone will have to defend this agreement. Roel stepped onto the quiet surface of the water in a dark space where small lights flashed. He wondered where he was, when suddenly his leg sank deep into the water, and then his whole body was underwater. He began to sink slowly to the bottom, holding his breath. The young man opened his eyes and was scared because a huge eye was looking at him. He opened his mouth in shock, from which air bubbles fell, and thought what it was. At that moment, he woke up in a panic in bed. Charlotte, who was lying next to him, called out his name, and then hugged him, asking that he seemed to have had a nightmare. She told him not to be afraid, everything is fine. Roel confusedly said that he was already better, and the girl let him go. He said that ever since he absorbed the creator of the glacier, he feels like a strange pair of eyes are watching him. Charlotte thought that God was watching him, and this was bad and did not bode well. Since ancient times, one of the greatest fears of rulers was to attract the attention of God and turn into his puppet, so they tried to act carefully and not anger the gods. But Roel really absorbed the power of one of their messengers. The guy told the girl not to worry. Even if it's not just a nightmare, the situation isn't that dire yet. Charlotte, with tears in her eyes, said that she was very sorry, because if it wasn't for her, Isabella would not have been well. Roel put his hand on the shoulder of the crying girl and said that most likely Vincent spent his whole life just to avenge Isabella. Most likely, the Lord of Darkness was killed by Vincent, and the Convocation of Saints and the remaining 6 disasters probably trembled in fear of his wrath, until he mysteriously disappeared from the face of the world. Roel thought that Vincent had made a mistake, but he would not allow it. He needs to recover as soon as possible. He decided that he would meet Alice tomorrow. The next morning, a hearing was held in the government of Rosa. Charlotte was thinking that Roel had gone to Alice. Nora also summoned her and many other court lawyers to investigate the case of the abduction of a trusted lord of the patrimony. In her opinion, Nora was well prepared. The man behind the princess said that they had reason to suspect that Mrs. Charlotte Sorofia of the Rose Trade Confederation had violated the 4th paragraph of the national security law of the theocracy of St. Messit. The man wanted to say that, taking into account the evidence collected at the moment, they have certain powers. However, he was interrupted by a man from Charlotte's side, saying that this was nonsense and nothing more than just a misunderstanding that arose as a result of a misunderstanding between both houses. He asked the investigation team to choose their words carefully. The man on Nora's side agreed and said they would drop the kidnapping charges for now. And then he added that the prenuptial agreement of Miss Charlotte Sorofia had lost its force and this was indisputable. Charlotte slammed her hands on the table, shouting that this was nonsense. The contract between the House of Ascart and Sorofia is 100 years old. Why would it suddenly become indisputable? Princess Nora turned to Charlotte with a smile and said that she must have misunderstood them. The girl uttered the words that she had never denied the engagement agreement between the Ascarts and Sorafia. The only one she denies is Charlotte. Charlotte, confused and in a little panic, looked at the princess, who was thinking that the girl's wand was broken. What she would do next. Charlotte shouted that it was nonsense, and then asked on what basis the princess decided so. Nora replied that on the basis of the term of execution of the marriage contract, and the law on the validity of contracts. The last person who could claim marriage was the generation before Charlotte, but not her, so she does not fall under the jurisdiction of this agreement. Charlotte screamed, and the man behind her asked her to calm down. He turned to the princess with the words that the paragraph of the law she is talking about is a late addition. In addition, they entered into an agreement with the House of Ascarts on the territory of the Rose, and not St. Messit, so this paragraph applies only to marriages between the aristocracy of the theocracy, and not the Rose. The man from Princess Nora's side said that they have a ratification document of the House of Ascarts on compliance with the laws of the theocracy, so the agreement concluded between the houses of Sorafia and Ascarts cannot be accepted and additional discussion is required. Charlotte was thinking excitedly about how only these people knew how much longer this meeting would last. And until they come to a final decision, the contract is not valid. Although the legal team was able to defend the engagement agreement, they can no longer legally demand its execution. Charlotte was called by Grace, who approached the girl and whispered to her the words that Andrew had told her that Alice was treating Mr. Roel with the transfer of bodily fluids. The girl exclaimed in shock, which drew the attention of Princess Nora. While there was a heated debate between Nora and Charlotte, Alice tearfully asked at the manor what was wrong with her lord brother. She asked why the guy was in a wheelchair, and he, wiping away tears, told his sister not to cry and everything was fine with him. It was a simple exhaustion of vital forces. The girl asked about it again, and then said that she could restore them and asked to be allowed to do it. Andrew was surprised to ask about the fact that the girl seems to have a bloodline of life force. He was amazed that they found her so quickly. The old man asked Alice if she could embody the bloodline, and the girl showed how she was holding a bundle of energy in her hands, which turned into a bird. Andrew looked at it with surprise and said that he could not even imagine that there could be such a pure life force. Roel asked about the fact that if Alice is suitable, then how the treatment will be built. The old man replied that the easiest way is by contact method, an exchange of bodily fluids. The contact method is quite simple. Kinship is activated by bodily contact. The name of the second method speaks for itself. Any bodily fluid will do, saliva, blood, tears, and so on. He added that while the power is embodied, these methods will not work. At that moment the bird stopped moving, and Alice cried out with tears that she was dead. Roel said that the incarnation had died, and asked if the methods were suitable now. Andrew wondered if the very embodiment of the life force could die so easily. It was in the records at all. Alice turned to Lord Brother with a request to help him with her bodily fluids. She escorted Andrew out with the words that it was time for him and he could leave them. The old man replied that this method can be dangerous. If you do not calculate the measure, side effects may occur. The girl said that they understood everything, and Roel asked what side effects there were. However, Alice had already escorted Andrew out at that moment and closed the doors. She stood in front of Roel in her pajamas. She turned to Roel to start helping him, as the guy handed her a glass of wine. To the surprise of the girl, he replied that he did not want her to bleed herself. He asked the girl to just remember something sad and add a few tears to the glass. Alice thought with a smile about how silly Roel was. She took the glass and drank it all. Roel thought that she had drunk to cause a wave of emotions and burst into tears, which was pretty smart. A girl with a mouth full of wine approached her brother and touched her lips to his. Roel frowned deeply. He pushed the girl away with a question about what she was doing and what was wrong with her today. He asked if she even understood what she had just done. Alice replied with a calm smile that her saliva would be enough. After that, she leaned over to Roel again, who tried to stop her, asking why they should use this particular method. The girl with tears in her eyes asked if her brother really wanted her to cry. Roel held out his hand and said that wasn't what he meant. Alice thought about having fun with her brother. She said that Roel didn't seem to fully realize his current situation. She winked and said that really for him the feeling of shame is more important than his own health, because it's just a kiss. Roel tried to answer, but the girl kissed him again. The guy felt that something was wrong. He told Alice that he was dizzy and feverish. He was shaking all over and he thought that this was a side effect. The girl sat on the guy's lap and hugged him, enveloping him with her energy. She remembered how Andrew had said before leaving that if there was too much vital energy, there would be a strong excitement and desire. Roel shouted for Alice to let him go because he wasn't feeling well. He was breathing heavily and blushing slightly. The girl put her arm around his neck and asked if Roel wanted her to stay with him for the rest of her life. Roel blushed and replied that he wanted to stay with Alice forever. He squeezed his eyes shut, realizing what a side effect of the life force. He almost burst into tears, thinking that what kind of man could stand such a thing. But if he did it, then maybe Alice would hate him. Oh, didn't want to become some kind of animal. The girl, also blushing, replied that if it was her lord brother, then she agreed. The last thread of reason in the guy's head broke at that moment. Roel grabbed the girl under the shoulder blades and kissed the girl on the chest. He only thought that he could no longer restrain himself. At that moment, the door to the room opened and Nora and Charlotte entered. The princess exclaimed words about how Alice dared to do such a thing. Nora thought that while she was dealing with Charlotte, Alice was trying to seduce Roel behind her back. She used her power against Alice. Charlotte also did not stay away, using the golden soul. She ordered her to protect Roel, as the girl wanted to get close to him again. Alice glared at the girls who were determined. They both thought that although they could not harm Alice in front of Roel, they could make her suffer a lot. Nora's chains tied the girl hand and foot. Alice went berserk and, using her strength, broke the shackles. She shouted to the girls about what they wanted to prevent when they finally met. A powerful energy enveloped all of Alice. Nora immediately recognized that this was the third level, and Charlotte asked in confusion how this was possible. The young lady Sorophia uttered the words that Alice uses her own life force to strengthen the spell. Princess Nora replied that it was all because of her attribute. She didn't care about the side effects. She turned to Alice, asking if she thought she had gone too far by arranging something like this while she was dealing with the kidnapper. Nora said that, in addition, it should not be forgotten that she is still the adopted daughter of the House of Ascart, and Roel is still her stepbrother. Charlotte angrily intervened with the words that the princess should watch the words, since she did not kidnap Roel. She waved her hands, surrounding herself with energy, and turned to Miss Alice with the words that it was indecent to arrange such a thing in the Sorophia estate. She asked about the fact that the girl seems to have no sense of shame left at all. Alice, with tears in her eyes, shouted that her status and place were just tricks. She said that obviously the first person to meet Lord Brother was Alice, and the girls appeared later like an eyesore. She pointed to Nora, paying special attention to the princess, saying that she walks around every day with such a pompous look, as if the whole world revolves around her. Alice asked if Nora considered herself special. She shouted that the princess only insists that she is the protector. She grinned and said that she was just satisfying her perverted desires, and then cursed at her because Nora wanted to take Roel away from her. Charlotte silently looked at the princess, who instantly frowned, and then shouted in response to Alice that she had apparently been holding it back for a long time. Gathering her strength in her hand, she asked about what else the girl might have to say to Nora, because today she has the last opportunity to do it. There was an explosion in the Sorophia estate, and then two silhouettes flew out into the street through a column of dust. In the meeting room, everyone heard a noise, and Andrew, standing next to Grace, asked what was going on there. Nora, with a staff in her hands, attacked Alice, who defended herself with a barrier. The princess, striking, used the skill of the glowing tip of the tombstone. An attack flew towards Alice, and she, full of rage, used the stone formation skill, which erected several stone slabs in front of her, which blocked the princess' blow. Suddenly, Charlotte attacked Alice from above, who used a volley of precious stones. A hail of bullets aimed at the girl from below. Alice quickly used the shield that saved her from Charlotte's shots, and then she jumped up high, rising high above the girl who had already dropped to the ground. She gathered a huge ball of energy in her hands above her head, and full of anger uttered the words that the girls were just an eyesore. After that, Alice sent a giant energy sphere to Earth with great speed. Charlotte and Nora were not ready to defend themselves from such a powerful attack and stood in a stupor. They were suddenly joined by Roel, who was very serious. The girls called out to him in surprise, and the guy at that moment with a grand R behind his back clenched his fist. He hit the sphere with such force that it went back into flight, but in a different direction. Alice was shocked to see Lord Brother when he shouted to her to come down. The girl obediently descended to the ground with tears in her eyes. Roel asked the girls that they must have made enough noise already. He addressed the princess with the words that she, Nora Zeklade, represents the theocracy and the church. Then he turned to the upset Charlotte, telling her that she represents the House of Sorophia and the whole rose. At the end, he turned to the crying Alice with the words that she represents their House of Ascarts, Roel, and their father. He asked the girls if they really thought that people in their position had the right to do whatever they wanted. All the high-level transcendents in Rose should have already felt what a grand battle the girls had staged here. Roel said that soon his father and the others would arrive at the place, and then asked how the girls were going to explain what had happened earlier. The guy turned to Grandar and told him that in this case he could only ask him to take all the blame on himself. Grandar, surprised, asked the guy his words. Roel suddenly turned pale, and then blood gushed out of his mouth. He fell on all fours, coughing violently. The girls immediately ran up to him shouting. Charlotte told him to calm down as it was all her fault. Nora also said it wouldn't be like that anymore. Roel thought that the treatment method seemed to be working, since blood stagnation had just come out. And this is a great opportunity to teach a lesson to girls. He said that at this rate they would bring him to his grave, to which they quickly began to say that they would not do it again.